Chapter 1. The Gift of the Sewer. Class 3 of Qinglong Academy. Link has awakened the talent of duplication. At the black iron level, a cacophony of uproarious laughter ensued. In the blink of an eye, Link, who had been joyously frolicking with his girlfriend in their rented apartment just moments ago, now found himself inexplicably transported to a bustling square surrounded by onlookers. Bewildered, he retracted his right hand. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't my right hand be touching my girlfriend's soft curves? How did it transform into this awakening sphere? Wait, how do I even know this object is called an awakening sphere? With a look of perplexity etched upon his face, he gazed at the mysterious crystal orb lying quietly within its box atop the stone platform. Before Link could fully comprehend the abrupt shift in his experience, a voice brimming with disdain pierced through the laughter, crystal clear in his ears. I never expected that even at the black iron level, you would awaken one of the most useless talents, duplication. Truly, a pauper emerging from the mountains could hardly hope for a formidable gift. I should never have wasted my time on you. Lin Ke, turning towards the voice. Link's gaze fell upon a girl clad in black fishnet stockings and a form-fitting JK miniskirt, who had somehow positioned herself at his side. Link was momentarily taken aback, instinctively uttering her name. "Oh, not call my name." The JK girl, upon hearing her name, erupted in fury. "Is my name something you can utter? A mere black iron-level ability of duplication? Utterly useless. Even if you awakened a black iron-level hardening ability, at least you could absorb some damage in the dungeon. Duplication? Huh. What use is an additional burden?" With that, the girl known as Lin Ke bypassed Link and approached the awakening sphere, extending her hand and fiercely pressing it against the orb. In the next instant, a dazzling burst of golden light erupted. Lin Ke, student ID 0667, awakened ability, source of magic level, gold. A wave of astonished murmurs arose, starkly contrasting with the uproarious laughter that accompanied Link's awakening of a black iron-level ability. Countless gazes converged upon the JK girl in the stands, and immediately several voices echoed from below the awakening platform. "Junior, would you like to join our Lion Club? Our leader is an 18th level powerhouse. Join us, and we will give you a set of level 1 bronze equipment." How dare you offer just a set of level 1 bronze equipment? Is that the extent of the Lion Club's sincerity? "Junior, come to our Star Luo department, and we'll give you a level 1 silver staff outright. Moreover, our Star Luo department is the only one at Donghua University capable of initiating a 100-person dungeon. We will also provide a level 1 silver necklace. Step aside. How dare a pile of scrap metal speak? Junior, allow me to introduce you to our Iron Blood Society. Our president is none other than Zhong Heng, the top contender on the Eastern Hua's talents list. He secured the qualification to establish a battle group back in his 3rd year. By joining our Iron Blood Society, you shall become a part of the Iron Blood Battle Group in the future." Amidst the fervent clamor for attention, Lin Ke, who had awakened a golden-level ability, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Ke and coldly remarked, "We no longer inhabit the same world." Almost instantly, a radiant smile akin to a pure white lotus blossomed on her face as she gracefully descended from the stage. In the blink of an eye, she found herself engulfed by a multitude of eager societies vying for her attention. After all, this was a golden-level ability. Even within the prestigious Eastern Hua University, known as the pinnacle of the Federation's academic institutions, such talent was exceedingly rare. Only Lin Ke remained, standing in a daze upon the awakening platform. It was not until a rather impatient mentor urged him off the stage that he finally registered the bewilderment on his face. So, how did I become a transmigrator? As night descended, Lin Ke found himself alone in the awakening square, surrounded by a sea of people that had dwindled to none but himself. Sitting there, he chain-smoked 2 packs of cigarettes, grappling with the absurdity of being entrusted with such a monumental burden. Regrettably, whether it be the inexplicably vivid memories that seem akin to an alternate life within his mind, the news trends on his phone that have become unrecognizable, or the youthful visage of his university days. It is the so-called professionals panel that manifests in his thoughts at the mere closing of his eyes. All of these elements unequivocally convey to Link that this is neither an illusion nor a dream. He is indeed traversed into another realm. A world strikingly similar to Earth in culture, yet distinguished by the existence of a unique entity known as professionals. According to the recollections within my mind, this world experienced an abrupt emergence of countless relentless and seemingly infinite wilderness monsters and dungeon portals. Over a decade ago, the fabric of order was momentarily shattered until a miraculous gem surfaced among humanity. This gem contained an extraordinary energy, and through contact with it, individuals could harness the power held within and awaken an astonishing force known as the professionals. Panel. This wondrous gem is referred to as the awakening sphere. Empowered by their awakenings, humanity managed to regain their footing within mere years, even when on the brink of extinction, gradually reclaiming their lost homes from the clutches of monsters. Progress seemed to be steering toward a positive trajectory until a faction identifying themselves as the Red Name Professionals emerged. This group of notorious professionals lacks the honor of battling for the survival of humanity. Instead, they greedily direct their blades towards their own kin, seizing equipment and wealth from their brethren to amass astonishing profits. The conflict between the professionals and these notorious individuals persisted for an entire year, ultimately culminating in the triumphant victory of the righteous. Professionals.to prevent such malevolent occurrences from reoccurring. 10 of the original and most formidable sky-level professionals united to establish an institution dedicated to the governance of professionals, aptly named the Professional Guild. Henceforth, professionals in this world began to be subjected to the constraints of order, ushering in an era where the Professional Guild managed professionals, while national authorities governed ordinary citizens under the Extraordinary Division of Powers. Shortly after the enactment of the Extraordinary Division of Powers, numerous governments across the globe commenced large-scale collection and regulation of awakening orbs, instituting stringent laws that prohibited unauthorized civilian use of these orbs. Citizens aspiring to become awakened could only do so by successfully passing academic assessments and gaining admission to one of the 100 prestigious universities recognized by the Professional Guild. This would grant them access to the awakening orbs provided by these institutions to unlock their professional panels and awaken their innate talents, thereby becoming legitimate professionals capable of gaining strength through dungeon raids and slaying wild monsters. Those who, without the approval of the Professional Guild, clandestinely concealed awakening orbs to awaken themselves were branded as illegal professionals, subject to capture by both the authorities and the Professional Guild. Thus, the order of this world began to stabilize once more, swiftly evolving into a splendid civilization of professionals. However, gaining admission to a university and becoming a legitimate professional is merely the most trivial step on the path of a professional in this realm. The true determinant of whether a professional can ascend to the status of a hero wielding extraordinary powers lies in their innate talent. Depending on the individual's level of aptitude, when a professional interacts with the awakening sphere and activates their occupational panel, they randomly awaken a talent from among the 9 tiers of black iron, bronze, silver, gold, earth, sky, star, planet, and star level, which becomes their inherent ability. Naturally, talents of higher tiers possess increasingly formidable special effects. A sufficiently powerful talent can enable a professional to unleash combat prowess far exceeding their own level B multiples of 2, 10, or even 100. For instance, Lin Ke awakened the gold tier ability, Source of Magic, which grants her an additional 500 increase in both her mana capacity and recovery speed. Consequently, when she transitions into a spellcasting profession, she possesses over 5 times the endurance of an ordinary spellcaster. Even among numerous gold tier abilities, it stands as a solid T1 talent. My black iron level ability clone can merely create a doppelganger indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Moreover, it is the kind that perishes upon the slightest contact, and once dead, it cannot be resurrected. The most vexing aspect is that the clone's experience, level, equipment, and attributes are entirely unrelated to the original. In other words, to bestow combat power upon the clone, I must expend additional resources to cultivate it. Otherwise, it will forever lack any combat prowess. The crux of the matter is that if my clone possesses no combat capabilities, it is tantamount to lacking talent. Without talent, my own leveling efficiency plummets to a crawl, akin to a tortoise. Where'd I find the resources to nurture a clone? Moreover, Even if I were to cultivate a clone, what would it matter in the face of formidable innate talent? In the realm of a card game, my clone and I would be akin to ordinary white cards devoid of special abilities, while others possess orange or gold cards, or even SSR cards. Even if the attributes were similar, the disparity in inherent skills is insurmountable. A mere clone is utterly insufficient to compensate for the qualitative deficiencies. So, what was the purpose of my transmigration? Am I to toil in an electronics factory tightening screws for double wages? Or perhaps deliver 2 takeout orders simultaneously, vying for the title of daily delivery champion against kangaroo delivery? Link felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, especially as he fully grasped his memories. He became acutely aware of his dire circumstances in this world. To encapsulate it in a single phrase, this version of Link could be likened to a replica of Lu Qiangdong. Born in a remote mountain village, he had been an orphan since childhood, raised on the charity of others. After enduring countless hardships and receiving support from the entire village, I successfully enrolled in Donghua University through diligent work and study, eagerly anticipating the awakening of a powerful talent to soar to great heights and repay my fellow villagers. However, the previous incarnation of me, a fool, squandered the immensely precious potential resources on his goddess, Lin Ke. These potential resources are capable of enhancing the user's physical capabilities, allowing them to gain up to 5 additional initial attribute points upon awakening their professional panel. Furthermore, it is rumored that they possess a special effect that can, to a certain extent, increase the probability of awakening high-level talents. Due to their rarity, only 100 elite institutions, including Donghua University, within the entire Federation have the capacity to provide these resources for new students. Yet, this previous imbecile foolishly believed he had found his true love after receiving a few half-hearted words of concern from Lin Ke. Not only did he willingly become a sycophant, but he also relinquished all his potential resources, resulting in the awakening of the most mediocre black iron-level talent, devoid of any additional attribute points, ultimately transforming into a waste account. While the former self has perished, leaving behind a clean slate, I, the inheritor of this misfortune, am left to ponder how I shall face the elders and fellow villagers in the mountains. This is utterly absurd. Chapter 2. Avatar Simulation System. Silently cursing under his breath, Link let out a resigned sigh. However, realizing that he might as well make the best of his situation, he prepared to summon his avatar, clinging to a thread of hope for salvation. Just then, a chime resonated in his ear, reminiscent of software being activated. The most powerful avatar simulation system is initializing. Initialization successful. Finding object, Link's avatar. Level 1. Experience 0-100. Profession, none. Primary innate talent, none. Strength, 5. Constitution, 5. Agility, 5. Magic, 5. Free attribute points, 0. Talents, none. Equipment, none. Comprehensive rating, none. Remaining simulation energy, 0. Simulation energy can be utilized to enhance the innate talent level of the main body, replicate avatar talents, or exchange for simulation attempts or rewards. Simulation energy can be acquired through the reclamation of equipment and items from reality. Remaining simulation attempts, 1. Naturally replenishes once a year, or can be exchanged using simulation energy. Silence. After a prolonged pause, Link incredulously pinched his ear, suspecting he was hallucinating. Yet, in the next moment, a luminous interface abruptly materialized before his eyes, forcefully asserting its presence. A system? Is it truly a system? What did I say? As a transmigrator, how could I possibly lack a cheat? Gazing at the system interface before him, after a brief moment of disbelief, Link's face quickly blossomed into an excited smile. However, just as he was filled with anticipation and ready to explore the functionalities of his newfound system, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a slight issue with the system's description. Glancing once more at the luminous screen displaying the system's interface, Link was momentarily taken aback upon reading the glaring text that declared, "Bound object, Link's avatar." Avatar simulation? He exclaimed in disbelief. How could it be that my external aid is bound to an avatar? What about me? Can't you see this living person right here? The smile that had just graced his face vanished without a trace. After swiftly perusing the so-called ultimate avatar simulation system, he was engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. After all this effort, it turned out to be merely an avatar simulation, largely detached from his true self. According to the system's user manual, Link could expend simulation energy to send his avatar into a simulated timeline, regardless of how long the avatar spent in that timeline. Only fleeting glimpses of information would manifest in the real world. Within the simulated timeline, the avatar would live out an entire lifetime in Link's stead, culminating in its demise, at which point the simulation would conclude. At that moment, Link realized he could choose to expend a certain amount of energy to transfer the achievements his avatar garnered during the simulation back into the real world. So, am I merely a vessel for providing simulation energy? Link rolled his eyes. Though he cursed inwardly, he could not resist the allure of the traversal cheat and eagerly pressed the simulation button on the doppelganger simulation system. Ding. Remaining simulation attempts. 1. Please select a simulation level. 1. Free simulation. No additional energy expenditure required during this simulation. Your doppelganger will receive a random black iron level talent as a gift. 2. Bronze level simulation. Requires an additional expenditure of 100 energy points for the simulation. During this simulation, your doppelganger will receive a bronze level talent. 3. Silver level simulation. Not available. Unlocks after the doppelganger reaches level 20. 4. Gold level simulation. Not available. Unlocks after the doppelganger reaches level 30. 5. Earth level simulation. 6. Sky level simulation. 7. Star level simulation. 8. Planet level simulation. 9. Stellar level simulation. Not available. Unlocks after the doppelganger reaches level 80. To his astonishment, he realized that even the highest tier stellar level talents could be obtained. Link's eyes nearly bulged out of his head at the thought. However, upon glancing at the glaring 0 energy points displayed on the system panel, he recognized that he had no real options. After all, he was a poor child who had emerged from the mountains, with pockets emptier than his countenance. He was not only unable to recharge simulation energy, but was also uncertain about his next meal. I choose the free simulation. Ding. Free simulation initiated. Consumption. 1 simulation attempt. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Simulation commencing. On September 30th, 11 years after the awakening, on this profoundly sorrowful day, your doppelganger was born. This doppelganger received a gift from you. The black iron level ability, Enhanced Charge. Enhanced Charge. A black iron level talent that replaces the basic warrior skill charge with the more formidable enhanced charge upon mastering it at level 1. Does possessing this talent make any difference? Upon witnessing the randomly generated talent of the doppelganger, Link's countenance darkened, more so than the bottom of a pot. Like Link's black iron level ability doppelganger, the enhanced charge is one of the many black iron skills that countless individuals shun. Its sole function is to transform the black iron level basic skill charge into the bronze level basic skill enhanced charge. In essence, its effect is no different from that of a bronze skill book, given that the profession has existed for a decade, and the elite practitioners in human society have already ascended to the sky level. The current market value of a bronze skill book stands at 10,000 coins. This implies that this ability is worth merely 10,000 coins. It is indeed trash beyond measure, and for an ordinary person, randomly acquiring it would warrant an immediate announcement of retirement due to its abysmal quality. Even when compared to other equally undesirable abilities, it falls significantly short. Fortunately, this is merely a simulation. Had the real version of oneself received such a talent, one might have felt an overwhelming urge to perish on the spot. Contemplating this, Link continued to look further down. After a night of rest, your alter ego faced the grim reality of awakening a lackluster ability. He arrived at the dungeon square, hoping to join a party and level up alongside dependable teammates. However, due to the inadequacy of his skills, no team was willing to embark on a dungeon expedition with him. After waiting for several hours without encountering a party, he reluctantly opted to tackle the dungeon alone. Ding. Your alter ego has entered the exclusive level 1 dungeon, Bandit Village of Donghua University. As he embarked on this solitary endeavor, Link's previously settled emotions surged once more. This poignantly illustrates the plight of those who awaken with subpar talents. Under the rule that experience points within a dungeon are evenly distributed among all participants, few are inclined to ally with a seemingly worthless practitioner. This predicament elucidates why those endowed with lackluster abilities struggle to achieve success. Their inherent skills are already inadequate, and without the support of a team, the dangers of soloing a dungeon multiply significantly, rendering it nearly impossible to defeat the dungeon boss. If survival is paramount, one can only eliminate the minor minions and then exit the dungeon. Yet, over 95% of the rewards lie with the dungeon boss. This cyclical struggle inevitably creates a vast chasm between them and other practitioners. It's a tough situation, Link sighed. As anticipated, the ensuing simulated content unfolded just as Link had predicted. Chapter 3. The machete. Due to the absence of allies, the Avatar, upon entering the instance, found even the most rudimentary bandit minions to be formidable adversaries, with victories coming at great difficulty and peril. Several times, it narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, the intellect of the level 1 monsters was rather lacking. After a fierce battle, the Avatar successfully executed a surprise attack, earning a meager 10 experience points. However, this paltry sum did little to alter the Avatar's fate. In despair, yet spurred on by your fervent encouragement, the Avatar once again ventured towards the other lowly bandits within the stronghold. 3 days later, through relentless efforts and experience garnered from evasion tactics, the Avatar finally vanquished all the minion bandits in the stronghold, elevating its level to 2. As it felt a surge of newfound strength coursing through its being, the Avatar beamed with joy. Yet, this elation was short-lived. With the increase in the Avatar's level, the experience gained from each level 1 bandit diminished from 10 points to a mere 5. Despite vanquishing all the bandit minions, the Avatar found its experience points stagnated, unable to advance even a fraction. Faced with this predicament, and in pursuit of greater experience, while seeking to circumvent the punitive mechanisms associated with leveling up, the Avatar had no choice but to bravely delve deeper into the heart of the bandit village. Soon enough, it encountered a group of level 2 monsters, the patrolling bandits. Faced with increasingly formidable and numerous patrolling bandits, your Avatar swiftly felt overwhelmed. In a bid to preserve its existence, the Avatar decisively aborted the dungeon, narrowly escaping with its life. How could it be that not only was the dungeon boss beyond reach, but lacking both formidable talents and allies, it was unable to even defeat the mere foot soldiers? Link rubbed his forehead in exasperation, due to the premature termination of the dungeon run, and the fact that he had yet to even lay eyes on the dungeon boss. The Avatar emerged from this crucial first dungeon with nothing but a handful of bandit relics and a paltry 125 experience points, which created a significant disparity between it and other contemporaneous trainees. The Avatar sold all the foot soldier relics, managing to scrape together 200 coins, which it then used to purchase a black iron level skill book, Charge, on the internal trading platform of the Academy. The Avatar learned the Charge skill, and under the influence of the talent Enhanced Charge, it advanced to the bronze level skill Enhanced Charge. Enhanced Charge, bronze level, LV1, initiates a charging strike against the opponent, instantaneously increasing its movement speed equivalent to its constitution and strength, inflicting an additional 10 physical damage while knocking back and stunning the target. The distance of the knockback and the duration of the stun are contingent upon the relative strength of both parties. With the acquisition of Enhanced Charge, the Avatar brimmed with confidence, believing it would surely find a welcoming team in the next dungeon. It was at this moment that Link recalled, in this world, dungeons are not entered or exited at will. As professionals enter the dungeon, they must expend sanctuary points to counteract the dimensional suppression that occurs during spatial traversal. Even the most formidable sky-level professionals are not exempt from this necessity. Aside from a select few auxiliary items, the only means of restoring sanctuary points is through natural recuperation. Relying solely on this natural recovery method requires at least a week to achieve full restoration. Thus, each awakener is afforded but one opportunity per week to challenge the dungeon. To ascend to the ranks of powerful awakeners, one must maximize the benefits gained from each expedition. This is particularly true for prodigious professionals, as any setback in the dungeon represents a significant loss of potential. Therefore, it stands to reason that awakeners with subpar abilities are, as Lin Ke aptly stated, destined to be deemed as irredeemable failures. In light of this, it seems overly optimistic for a mere clone to seek a team solely based on an enhanced charging skill. Pondering this, Link continued to gaze downward. For days hence, your clone's sanctuary points will be fully restored. Upon returning to the bustling dungeon plaza, your clone raised the banner of the enhanced charging skill, hopeful that someone would select him. However, your clone overestimated the value of a bronze-level skill at Donghua University, a premier institution of the Federation. The students pursuing further education here are either exceptionally wealthy or exceptionally gifted. Particularly, the newcomers have largely completed at least one dungeon and received corresponding rewards, rendering bronze-level skills far from remarkable. Under such circumstances, with a mere level of 2 and devoid of any equipment, your avatar remains a trivial presence. a veritable burden among a cohort of newcomers who boast an average level of 4 and at least one piece of basic gear. Unsurprisingly, even as the bustling dungeon square gradually emptied, your avatar was unable to find a party willing to accept him into their ranks. Disheartened, your avatar extinguished any hopes of joining a group and resolutely initiated the robber's hideout dungeon, charging in with righteous fury. Equipped with a charge skill, your avatar effortlessly dealt with the level 1 robber minions, despite the level penalty restricting the experience gained from each minion to a mere 5 points. Your avatar dedicated an entire day to vanquishing every last robber minion without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, as your avatar delved deeper into the robber village, he utilized his enhanced charge skill to dispatch 3 patrolling robbers, thereby attracting the attention of the village's third-in-command. Your avatar attempted to unleash the enhanced charge skill upon this formidable foe, only to discover that it merely chipped away a fraction of the third-in-command's health. With a decisive resolve, your avatar retreated from the dungeon. Twice venturing into the dungeon yielded no elevation to level 3, nor did it result in the acquisition of a single piece of basic equipment. In stark contrast, those elite players capable of forming parties or joining student societies were able to elevate their levels beyond 4 in their first dungeon run, often emerging with bronze or even silver-grade gear. Who can fathom the heights of power they reached after merely 2 dungeon excursions? Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Link felt a sharp pang of frustration. Is this truly the enhancement of abilities in the Black Iron level sewer? Indeed, it is the very definition of mediocrity. Fortunately, these abilities were acquired through a mere simulation. Had he obtained such worthless skills in reality, it would have extinguished any motivation to strive for greatness. Subsequently, every 7 days, his doppelganger embarked on a solitary expedition into the bandit village instance. The disparity between his doppelganger and his peers continued to widen. On the eve of the final assessment, his doppelganger, barely having achieved level 6, received a verbal admonition from the director. The director informed him that he was the only student in the entirety of Donghua who had yet to complete the job transition. Even the student languishing at the second-to-last position had already fulfilled their transition quest. Should he fail to accomplish this feat by the time of the final assessment, he would face mandatory expulsion. Unfazed, his doppelganger maintained his rhythm, challenging the bandit village instance every 7 days. At long last, after his doppelganger's 20th attempt, he achieved the remarkable feat of single-handedly defeating the third-in-command of the bandit village. Thus, he procured his first piece of bronze-level equipment, the third-in-command's machete. Third-in-command's machete, level 3, bronze-level equipment, grants 5 strength, 1 agility, and inflicts an additional 20 points of bleeding damage upon attack. His doppelganger ascended to level 8. With newfound confidence stemming from his bronze-level equipment, he eagerly raced to challenge the second-in-command of the bandit village. After a fierce skirmish, realizing he was outmatched, his doppelganger hastily opted to retreat from the instance. Link. Chapter 4. The fool was me all along, though your doppelganger yearned to persist in battling the bandit stronghold until the demise of its leader. Fate dealt a cruel hand. Ultimately, due to unsatisfactory final grades, he was unceremoniously dismissed by the head of the department. As he departed, he caught a glimpse of his true love, Lin Ke, for whom he had sacrificed everything. At that moment, she had ascended to the status of a full-fledged mage, boasting an impressive level of 15. In her eyes, he had become a mere specter, as she nestled in the embrace of a robust man, her laughter radiant and enchanting. Your doppelganger resembled a lost dog, leaving Donghua University, the emblem of his glory, amidst the scorn, pity, and disdain of onlookers. Yet, despite this setback, his fighting spirit remained unyielding. Deprived of the stable dungeons provided by Donghua University, he was compelled to venture into the wilds, confronting the unpredictable wilderness monsters. These creatures, often lurking in the real world, defied the constraints of dungeons. They were scattered across various terrains, some dwelled in water, others in mountains, and some even soared above in the ozone layer. Their numbers were relentless, returning time and again, regardless of how many times they were vanquished. Unlike the fixed patterns, abilities, and types of dungeon monsters, whose health could be discerned by seasoned adventurers, wilderness monsters remained shrouded in mystery. Their levels, skills, attributes, and capabilities were unknown. Unless one possessed extraordinarily powerful identification skills, encountering an undocumented monster meant that, until the battle concluded, it was nearly impossible to uncover the full scope of its abilities. In addition, formidable monster lords, whose strength surpasses that of the dungeon bosses, sporadically emerge in the wilderness. Their attributes often exceed those of ordinary players by dozens or even hundreds of times, rendering them terrifying creatures that necessitate the mobilization of armies or battle groups to confront. Furthermore, the reality of the world is not akin to a dungeon. One cannot simply pause and flee at will. When ordinary individuals or even small teams encounter a lord in the wilderness, survival is nearly impossible. However, wilderness monsters are not devoid of advantages. Apart from the significantly higher experience points and rewards compared to dungeon monsters of the same level, their greatest merit lies in their existence within the real world. Thus, there is no need to wait for the restoration of sanctuary points, as required when entering a dungeon, as long as stamina and energy permit. One can relentlessly engage in the hunt for wilderness monsters. Nevertheless, due to the extreme dangers associated with confronting these creatures, only formidable battle groups and armies, under the Federation's directive, undertake the perilous task of wilderness reclamation, aside from independent practitioners like Link's doppelganger, who have no access to dungeons. This endeavor has birthed a specialized term within the practitioner community, wilderness reclamation. For practitioners, these two words often symbolize both the harrowing sacrifices endured and the substantial rewards reaped. After enduring countless life-and-death struggles in the wilderness since the awakening era of 17 years and 6 months, the doppelganger has finally achieved level 10. Yet, as a solitary entity lacking the financial means to hire assistance, the doppelganger finds itself unable to complete the class transition quest. He could only meander aimlessly through relatively safe wilderness regions, continuously hunting low-level wild monsters to earn a modest income, until the fateful day of May 5th, 18 years after his awakening, when the city's broadcast suddenly announced that the Iron Blood Legion would commence an expedition into his designated monster territory. Countless freelancers, much like himself, were overwhelmed with joy. The Legion's expedition meant that an entire region teeming with monsters was about to be systematically purged, with the formidable monster lords becoming the Legion's primary targets. These powerful beings, deemed inconsequential by the Legion, would present an unparalleled opportunity for the freelancers. Once the monster lords were vanquished, the elite monsters, akin to mobile treasure troves, would flee the battlefield, potentially becoming easy prey. Securing even a single elite monster would yield experience points that could equate to the efforts of an ordinary freelancer over several arduous days, even if no equipment was dropped. Although the risks were equally staggering, those who dared to roam the wilderness were not of timid disposition. Your avatar was indeed one among these intrepid freelancers. 7 years of desperate struggle had imbued your avatar with a fierce determination. Thus, upon hearing the news of the expedition, your avatar unhesitatingly joined the ranks of those eager to seize this golden opportunity, becoming part of a throng of reckless adventurers. At long last, fortune smiled upon your bravery. On the third night of joining the treasure hunting team, the Iron Blood Brigade successfully hunted down a level 5 monster lord. As the formidable beast fell, the numerous elite monsters guarding it scattered in disarray. The members of the Iron Blood Brigade, all of whom were generally above level 15, dismissed these elite creatures with their average level of merely 5 and chose not to pursue them. However, you, having waited patiently, seized the moment to relentlessly chase after one elite monster that had already endured multiple attacks and was clearly on the brink of collapse. The might of the wilderness elite monster exceeded your expectations. Even when cornered and despite being 5 levels beneath you, its dying counterattack inflicted severe damage upon your avatar, nearly costing you your life. Fortunately, years of experience in the wild had honed your avatar's formidable combat spirit and skills. In this moment of crisis, your only talent, enhanced charge, proved to be a game changer. With the advantage of level and strength, your enhanced charge effectively disrupted the elite monster's final skill casting. As the elite creature crashed to the ground, its body battered and lifeless, you, your health already at its nadir, could hardly contain your joy upon seeing a radiant white light emanating from the corpse of the elite monster. Loot had dropped. This singular thought resonated in your mind. Dragging your nearly exhausted form, you exerted every ounce of strength to grasp the item that shimmered with white light. At last, you unveiled the true nature of this item within the Adventurer's panel. Ring of Radiance, level 5, Earth Grade. Required to wear, 35 magic power. Attributes, 10 magic power, 10 constitution, 10 strength. Special ability, Radiant Healing, usable twice per day, instantly restoring 15 of maximum health, and purifying negative statuses of Earth grade and below, with a cooldown of 90 seconds. An Earth grade accessory that proportionally restores maximum health, despite its modest base attributes due to its mere level 5. The skills it grants are extraordinarily formidable. Even for Sky grade warriors, its effects prove to be remarkably beneficial. Your doppelganger, overwhelmed with joy, initially contemplated keeping it for personal use. However, after a moment of reflection, he ultimately made a prudent decision. He entrusted the Ring of Radiance to the renowned Tianyu auction house, where it fetched an impressive price of 12 million. With his newfound wealth, your doppelganger hired the most professional team of players, successfully transitioned to a bronze grade warrior, and acquired a formidable set of silver grade equipment, the Blood Knight set. Though nearing 30, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. With his powerful gear, he swiftly gained recognition from a local group of adventurers, becoming a wandering professional in the wilderness. Just as he believed his life was on the cusp of a remarkable turnaround, he unexpectedly encountered the formidable level 10 Wild Lord, the Bull Demon Lord, which had suddenly spawned on the plains of District 3. Faced with the unmatched power of the Bull Demon Lord, neither you nor your band of adventurers could escape unscathed. A mere encounter led to total annihilation. The existence of your doppelganger has come to a tragic end. Time of death, January 11th, 19 years into the Awakening era. This simulation has concluded, and you may retain one of the following rewards for your doppelganger. 1. Talent, enhanced charge. 2. Attributes of a level 10 doppelganger. 3. Blood Knight set. Note: you may only select one of these as a complimentary reward for your doppelganger simulation. Should you desire additional rewards, extra simulation energy will be required. What? Just as I was preparing for a comeback, it's over? Link wore a look of disbelief. After taking a moment to recalibrate his mindset, Link turned his attention to the rewards from this simulation. Lacking simulation energy, he could only choose one of the 3 rewards to claim for free, necessitating a judicious decision. The talent enhanced charge was dismissed. It was a capability suited only for the most misguided. Between the Blood Knight set and the attributes of a level 10 doppelganger, the latter was undoubtedly of greater worth. It is important to note that the doppelganger had expended over 5 million to acquire this silver grade set during the simulation. Such an expensive piece of equipment would undoubtedly possess formidable attributes. However, upon glancing at the requirements for donning the Blood Knight set, level 10, class of knight or warrior, and a strength of over 35 points, Link recalled the arduous journey his doppelganger had endured to reach level 10 over the span of 6 long years in the simulation. Without hesitation, Link chose the attributes of a level 10 doppelganger. He certainly had no leisure to exchange for a set of silver equipment that could only be admired but not utilized. Ding! Your clone has accepted your gift, and its attributes have undergone a transformation. Bound object. Link's clone level, 10 experience, 0 2000 class, warrior, bronze level, innate talent, none strength, 75 constitution, 25 agility, 15 magic, 5 equipment, none comprehensive rating, none remaining simulation energy, 0. Simulation energy can be used to enhance the innate talent level of the main body. Replicate the talents of the clone, or exchange for simulation attempts or rewards. Simulation energy can be obtained through the recycling of real-world equipment and items. Remaining simulation attempts, 0. Simulation attempts automatically recover once per year and can also be exchanged using simulation energy. Is this the legendary bear-equipped warrior? Upon witnessing the newly transformed attributes of his clone, Link's eyelids twitched, feeling a blend of joy and resignation. The resignation stemmed from the realization that attributes were indeed merely attributes. The skills learned and the equipment acquired by the clone during simulations had not been inherited. The joy, however, lay in the fact that even as a bear-equipped warrior, the impressive level of 10, along with the explosive power granted by a prior class change, rendered him extraordinarily formidable. It was likely that even a newly awakened individual with an Earth-level talent would struggle to rival Link's clone. As for talents of lower tiers, perhaps before long, one could surpass the clone due to the enhancement of their own talents. Yet, in the short term, reversing the disparity in attributes brought about by a class change was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Startled from a near-death slumber, I suddenly realized that the persistent pressure is emanating from none other than myself. You intend to exclude me from the fun, do you? Watch as I solo the dungeon to demonstrate my prowess. With a grin, Link strides confidently into the dungeon plaza, disregarding the radiant portals shimmering with myriad hues, and approaches the void vortex leading to the bandit village. Entering the level 1 dungeon, The bandit village, a resounding crash echoes. While browsing the school forum on his smartwatch, Link pays no mind to the patrolling bandit that goes flying past him. Casually allocating the 5 attribute points he received from reaching level 3 equally between his stamina and magical prowess. Although he currently possesses no mastery over any spells, Link has decisively chosen his future vocation, to exist as the cherished support character, perpetually stationed in the safest part of the battlefield. As for combat, Link asserts that there is no need for him to intervene directly. As a level 10 Bronze Warrior's avatar, within the confines of this level 1 dungeon, he is nothing short of a harbinger of death. Even the patrolling bandits, classified as elite monsters, possess a mere 100 hit points, barely capable of withstanding 2 punches from his avatar. Upon entering the bandit village, the only phrase to encapsulate the scene would be an overwhelming annihilation. Yet, this is not the most extraordinary aspect. The most astonishing feature lies in the fact that, due to the avatar being a derivative of Link's innate abilities within the practitioner system, it is not recognized as an independent practitioner by the character panel. The experience gained from the doppelganger's defeat of monsters is not only unaffected by the experience penalty mechanism that targets weaker foes. In fact, due to Link's primary character level being relatively low, when vanquishing monsters that exceed his level, he is granted an additional experience bonus. This is an audacious exploitation of the loopholes within the professional panel. Chapter 5: The clones battle against the bandit boss as the clones unleash their merciless slaughter. The 30-odd bandit henchmen and a dozen patrolling bandits lingering on the outskirts of the bandit village were swiftly annihilated. All the experience points gained from vanquishing these foes were entirely absorbed by Link, propelling his level to a remarkable 3. However, the true spectacle of the bandit village dungeon was only just beginning. "Who dares to intrude upon my village?" roared a furious voice. The first boss of the bandit village, a hulking figure standing over 2 meters tall, wielding a tattered machete, charged forth with an imposing presence. "Clone, engage him." Sensing the formidable aura of the boss, Link instinctively recoiled, then shouted decisively at the expressionless clone. Without a moment's hesitation, the clone advanced, fist clenched, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the bandit boss's forehead. With a resounding bang, the impact echoed. Critical hit, 155. A massive damage value materialized above the bandit boss's head. To Link's astonishment, the thick health bar atop the bandit boss plummeted by half in an instant. Before the bandit boss could activate any battle skills, the clone, still descending from its aerial maneuver, executed a swift double kick. 62-68 ding. You have defeated the boss. Bandit Village's 3rd chief. Leveling up by defeating a higher level foe grants an additional 50 experience bonus. Ding. You have acquired 450 experience points, elevating your level to 4. Ding. You have obtained the Bandit Chief's badge. Ding. You have acquired the Bandit Chief's badge, 3 level 1, bronze rank, strength 2, constitution 1. Special effect: when health drops below 30, strength increases by 10. Note: collecting the Bandit Chief's badges 3, 2, and I allows for the synthesis of a silver rank accessory, the badge of the bandit leader. In all, Link trembled with exhilaration at the thought of vanquishing a formidable boss in just 2 strikes. Was this what they referred to as a level overwhelm? Meanwhile, his doppelganger showed no signs of ceasing its relentless assault. Within the simulation, it had thoroughly conquered the bandit village dungeon over 20 times. Every path within the bandit village was etched into its memory. Without needing instruction from Link, the doppelganger, having just defeated the 3rd in command, charged forward with unwavering determination. Before long, Link was met with the sounds of an intense battle. Upon his arrival, he beheld the doppelganger triumphantly overpowering the bandit 2nd in command, who wielded a heavy sword, sending him crashing to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. 199,201,204 critical hit, 412. In a flurry of 4 punches, the health bar of the village's 2nd in command vanished at an astonishing rate. Ultimately, before even unleashing a finishing move, he was left gasping for breath, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as he collapsed. Ding. You have slain the boss, Bandit Village 2nd in command. This kill is classified as an overlevel kill, granting an additional 50 experience bonus. Ding. You have accrued 750 experience points, elevating your level to 5. Ding. You have acquired the heavy sword of the 2nd in command. 2nd in command's heavy sword. Level 5, bronze grade equipment, equipment requirement, strength 25, attributes, 10 strength, 2 agility, with an additional 20 points of armor-piercing damage that ignores target defense. Oh, listen to that. Even a level 10 can vanquish a level 5 boss effortlessly. Observing this scene, Link felt a pang of shamelessness while sincerely allocating all the attribute points gained from his level increase into both mana and constitution. He reveled in the surge of immense vitality and magical energy within him. With the ultimate goal of ensuring absolute safety for his companions, Link, satisfied, brought forth his clone to the site of the final showdown at the Bandit Village's Assembly Hall. As Link took his stand, the cutscene for the final boss of the Bandit Village commenced. A colossal figure clad in leather armor, wielding a massive spiked club, slowly rose from the throne of the village. From the shadows, a pair of eyes flickered with a menacing red glow, glaring fiercely at Link, the intruder. A heavy breath, accompanied by a thunderous inquiry, reverberated throughout the assembly hall. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my village? Where are the second and third? Why did they not impede your advance? Or is it Bandit Village's chief boss level, 6 health, 10, 000 10, 000 such a formidable health bar? Upon witnessing the health bar of the notorious bandit chief, Link's countenance turned ashen. One could only marvel at the formidable presence of the final boss. Despite possessing a mere level of 6, its attributes were astonishingly high. It was no wonder that the clone had spent an entire semester in simulation without emerging victorious. The so-called ultimate boss was incomparable to the likes of the second and third underlings. Realizing the fundamental disparity in strength between the ultimate boss and the other two, Link seized the opportunity while the chief was preoccupied reciting his opening monologue to hastily transfer the newly acquired great sword to his clone. With a resonant hum, a flash of white light erupted. In an instant, the clone, previously a mere bare-handed warrior, wielded a colossal black broadsword measuring an impressive 160 centimeters in length and nearly 20 centimeters in width. Before the bandit chief could initiate an attack, the clone swung the massive sword with vigor, delivering a powerful blow to the chief's midsection. 122. A blood-red numeral materialized as the chief's health bar diminished slightly. Enraged by the assault, the bandit chief abandoned his tedious dialogue, brandishing his spiked club and launching a fierce counterattack against the clone. Faced with the chief's formidable onslaught, the clone, boasting a level of 10, stood resolute. The heavy sword sliced through the air with ferocity as it clashed against the chief's strikes, resulting in a flurry of damage values erupting above their heads. 48, 102, 52, 107. The fierce battle raged on, with numbers reflecting the toll of their clash. As the original Link, I yearned to step forward and offer assistance. However, upon observing my pitifully low attack power, I ultimately retreated several dozen meters, seeking refuge behind a haystack. Do your best, my doppelganger, although it feels rather awkward for me, the original, to say this. It seems that against such a formidable foe, I can only rely on you. Chapter 6. The Harvest of Copies. Regrettably, Link's encouragement failed to alter the course of the battle between the Avatar and the bandit leader. Despite the Avatar boasting an impressive level of 10, which offered a distinct advantage over the novice dungeon's bandit foes, the situation remained dire. The Avatar's attacks against the bandit leader inflicted a modest damage bonus of approximately 4 due to the level disparity. However, the bandit leader's health was exceedingly robust. Compounding the issue, the Avatar, though possessing the attributes of a first-tier warrior, lacked even the most rudimentary skills, with both the talent and equipment slots remaining utterly vacant. In normal circumstances, the Avatar could employ combat techniques and evasive maneuvers to contend with the bandit leader. Yet, as the leader's health dipped to 70% and he activated his second form, the Avatar was quickly overwhelmed by the barrage of area of effect attacks unleashed by the bandit leader. Ultimately, a boss remains a boss. Despite the level advantage, facing such a formidable opponent alone proved excessively taxing. Observing from a distance, Link, who had been passively spectating, offered a few sardonic remarks, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding chaos. As the Avatar's health plummeted into perilous territory, Link hesitated no longer and swiftly opted to exit the dungeon. In that fleeting moment of departure, the surroundings morphed dramatically, and a crimson, dark background chat box abruptly materialized in Link's field of vision. Dungeon challenge failed. No need for reminders. He waved away the bothersome notification panel. Although this challenge ended in failure, Link managed to conquer the dungeon solo. Even though he could not vanquish the formidable leader who offered the most substantial rewards, the spoils amassed by Link, who claimed all the rewards for himself, are incomparable to those of the ordinary adventurers who must share their gains as a team. Firstly, consider his level. After defeating the bandit's second-in-command, Link's level surged to nearly 6, whereas, based on the information gleaned from his avatar's simulations, newcomers collaborating in a party can only elevate their levels to a maximum of 4, even with a flawless completion of the bandit hideout dungeon. This results in a significant disparity of at least 5 levels between them and Link. Secondly, as a solo player, Link does not need to divide the loot with teammates. Every piece of treasure dropped in the bandit hideout belongs solely to him. Among these treasures are over 200 copper coins and bandit tokens valued at approximately 2,000 federal coins. Additionally, he acquired a level 5 bronze-grade weapon, the heavy sword of the second-in-command, and a crafting kit for a silver-grade piece, the bandit leader's insignia. The most valuable item, of course, is the insignia, one of the components of the silver-grade equipment set. Although it is merely a level 1 bronze-quality accessory with meager base attributes, accessories are inherently rarer than standard equipment. Moreover, being part of the silver-grade Bandit Chieftain's insignia set elevates its market value above that of the level 5 bronze-grade heavy sword. On the trading platform of Donghua University, the minimum selling price for the Bandit Chief's emblem is 500 federal coins, while the deputy's heavy sword is merely 500 federal coins. Adding to this the value of the monster copper coins, each worth 2 federal coins, my total earnings from this dungeon run amount to approximately 500 federal coins. I cannot help but gasp in astonishment. For Link, who hails from a humble background, 500 federal coins is certainly no trifling sum. It could even be considered the entirety of his living expenses for a whole semester. Yet now, with the fortunate support of my avatar, this figure has been achieved from merely 1 dungeon run. Is being an adventurer truly a lucrative profession? Perhaps not. For if we calculate based on a standard party configuration of 10 members for the Bandit Village dungeon, the average adventurer might only earn around 500 federal coins per run. While this may sound substantial, considering the exceedingly slow recovery rate of the shelter value, an ordinary adventurer can typically only engage in 4 dungeon runs per month. Cumulatively, the profits from such a low-level dungeon are often less than those earned from manual labor on a construction site. Moreover, adventurers require significant amounts of gear, skills, and funds to arm themselves. Thus, the earnings from a dungeon are frequently reinvested back into enhancing their capabilities within the dungeons. Link's ability to secure a reward of 500 federal coins without vanquishing the ultimate boss, the Bandit Chief, was purely due to his clever usage of a clone to solo the dungeon, subsequently monopolizing the entire reward. There was little to contemplate. Link quickly expressed his gratitude to his clone in silence. However, after this moment of appreciation, Link found himself in a quandary. Despite having activated the system as an experienced player, the recovery rate of his sanctuary points mirrored that of a typical adventurer, requiring approximately a week for the points to replenish sufficiently for another foray into the dungeon. During this interim, Link had 2 choices. He could patiently remain at the academy, awaiting the natural recovery of his sanctuary points, or he could venture into the wilderness, confronting monstrous foes like his clone in the simulation. Ultimately, he resolved to accumulate some simulation points to assist his clone in undertaking another simulation. After all, facing wild monsters posed considerable danger. In the treacherous wilderness, teeming with formidable creatures, even his clone was merely a minor player, offering little reassurance to Link. The simulation system was undeniably powerful, yet the annual protracted cooldown was quite burdensome. Recalling the system's interface, which mentioned the possibility of acquiring simulation points by reclaiming dungeon items or equipment, Link pondered and then accessed the clone systems panel, dragging the bandit minion token he had obtained from the dungeon onto the interface. Chapter 7. Bronze Level Simulation. The system detected 30 bandit minion tokens and 15 patrolling bandit tokens, totaling a recovery value of 60 points of simulation energy. Among these, the bandit minion tokens are valued at 30 points, while the patrolling bandit tokens are worth 30 points as well. Should they be recovered? Is a single bandit minion token worth merely 1 point of simulation energy? And does the patrolling bandit token only hold a value of 2 points? Hearing the system's prompt, Link paused momentarily, unsure of the simulation system's pricing standards. He opted not to confirm the recovery for the time being, and instead placed the second-in-command's great sword onto the system. The system detected a level 5 bronze equipment, with a recovery value of 15 points of simulation energy. Should it be recovered? No. He decisively chose to decline. Link quickly retracted the second-in-command's great sword and repositioned the bandit tokens. What a ridiculous notion. The second-in-command's great sword is a coveted item worth 2,500 federal coins. In contrast, the bandit minion tokens are valued between 40 to 50 coins on the campus trading network, while the patrolling bandit tokens are slightly more expensive, but do not exceed 100 coins each. This implies that on the trading platform of Donghua University, the second-in-command's great sword could be exchanged for 25 patrolling bandit tokens. Calculating based on the patrolling bandit token's value of 2 points of simulation energy each, that amounts to a substantial 50 points of simulation energy. Even Lin Ke, no matter how naive, would never return the second-in-command's great sword to the simulation system for a mere 15 points of simulation energy. It appears that the simulation system employs an entirely different evaluation system for the value of recovered items. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lin Ke attempted to place the insignia of the most valuable bandit chief among the professionals atop the recycling panel. Upon discovering that the recycling price was a mere 12 points of simulated value, 3 points lower than the deputy's heavy sword, Lin Ke unhesitatingly removed the insignia and relisted it on the campus trading network. Priced at 399 Federation coins, it was the lowest price in the entire school. Within mere seconds, an email notification chimed on Lin Ke's smartwatch. Ding! The item you just listed has been sold. Please check your transaction funds promptly. 399 Federation coins. And even after deducting a one-service fee from the campus trading network, he would still receive 365 Federation coins. This amount could be exchanged for 33 tokens from patrolling bandits, yielding 66 points of simulated energy. In this exchange, Lin Ke had cleverly accrued an additional 54 points of simulated energy, realizing the system's audacious attempt to deceive him. He silently commended his own ingenuity. Continuing in this manner, Lin Ke listed all the monster-dropped copper coins and the deputy's heavy sword for low prices on the trading network, subsequently exchanging everything for bandit tokens, which were of little use to most professionals. Ultimately, he acquired 40 tokens from patrolling bandits and 20 from bandit lackeys, amounting to a total value of 100 points of simulated energy, coupled with the 126 points of simulated energy he had previously redeemed. Lin Ke had ingeniously transformed what was originally worth only 87 points of simulated value from the dungeon into a staggering 226 points of simulated energy. It remains uncertain how much simulated energy is required to exchange for a simulation attempt. Glaring at the panel displaying 226 points of simulated energy, Lin Ke could hardly contain his excitement as he promptly opened the simulation panel to select the option for exchanging simulation attempts. Ding! This exchange for simulation attempts requires the consumption of 100 points of simulated energy. Do you wish to proceed? 100 points of simulated energy? What a bargain! Lin Ke exclaimed with delight, astonished that the simulation attempts, which had a cooldown period of an entire year, could be purchased for a mere 100 points of simulated energy, valued at 5,000 federal coins. Without hesitation, he selected yes. Ding! Successfully exchanged for one simulation attempt. Do you wish to commence the simulation? As the 100 points of simulated energy were deducted, the number of simulation attempts on the panel transitioned from 0 to 1 as expected. Eager and in need of a more robust doppelganger, Lin Ke promptly selected yes. Please choose the simulation level. 1. Free simulation. No additional energy expenditure required. In this simulation, your doppelganger will acquire a random black iron tier talent. 2. Bronze level simulation. Additional consumption of 100 points of energy required. In this simulation, your doppelganger will receive a bronze tier talent. 3. Silver level simulation. Not yet available. Unlocks after the doppelganger reaches level 20. 4. Gold level simulation. I choose the bronze level simulation, Lin Ke interjected, cutting off the system's incessant chatter. Lin Ke cast a glance at the remaining 100 points of simulation energy. Recalling the humiliating experiences endured by his avatar during the last simulation, which had begun with a black iron talent. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly made his decision. Ding! Bronze level simulation activated, consuming 1 simulation attempt, 100 points of simulation energy, remaining attempts, 0. The simulation commenced. On the 31st of September, in the 11th year of awakening, your avatar opened its eyes, aware that it had been sent into the simulation by you. Your avatar received a gift from you. Bronze level talent, Life Resistance. Life Resistance. A bronze level talent that grants your avatar an additional 20 health boost, and, upon receiving damage, a damage reduction of 10 to 35. With the reduction effect increasing as the severity of the injury escalates. To his astonishment, he had randomly acquired this talent. Upon witnessing the talent bestowed upon his avatar within the simulation, Link's eyes widened in disbelief. Had fortune finally smiled upon him? After both he and his avatar had awakened two significant black iron-level undesirable skills, was the universe finally showing mercy and compensating him? It is worth noting that life resistance, alongside the avatar and the enhanced charge, is distinct from the widely acknowledged undesirable talents. Among the myriad of bronze-level talents, life resistance is undoubtedly classified as a T1 or even a T0 level talent, especially for those aspiring to transition into frontline roles such as warriors or knights. The enhancements provided by life resistance, namely, the increase in health and substantial damage mitigation, significantly amplify its practicality, rendering it comparable to typical silver-tier talents. I have a premonition that this simulation will undoubtedly yield fruitful results. With a heart brimming with excitement, Link hurriedly glanced downward, regarding the newly acquired bronze-tier talent. His avatar expressed a sense of satisfaction. Life resistance stands out as one of the most fitting talents for warriors among the bronze-tier options, as its additional health boost and high damage reduction greatly enhance his resilience as a frontline fighter. Subsequently, he could contemplate evolving towards the path of heavily armored warriors renowned for their defensive prowess. Regrettably, the initial wave of group challenge dungeons for new recruits had already passed, and with the protective value consumed by his real-world self, the newly empowered avatar found himself at a loss for activities. What? You suggest a challenge in the wilderness? His real self is reluctant to engage in such perilous endeavors. Why would his avatar be inclined to do so? Had it not been for the abysmal talent he carried during the last simulation, which led to his expulsion from the academy and left him with no options, he would never have considered risking his safety in the wilderness. His avatar resolutely dismissed the notion of adventuring in the wild and instead returned to the dormitory at the academy. In the ensuing days, your doppelganger enrolled in all theoretical courses, dedicating immense effort to studying the strategies for the various instances at Donghua University. After thorough consideration, the next target was determined to be the level 5 instance, the Goblin Tribe. Are you out of your mind? You haven't even cleared the level 1 Bandit Lair instance, and yet you are attempting to challenge a level 5 instance? Upon reading this, Link's expression darkened. Chapter 8. The Ascendant Avatar, What an Aspiration Beyond Reach. Link scoffed softly, yet he observed the avatar's information in the simulation, seemingly rebutting his skepticism in reality. As it rapidly commenced its update, it is not an aspiration beyond reach. You remain the same, yet your avatar has transcended its former self. Now, it has completed its first career advancement, successfully transitioning to a level 10 bronze-tier warrior, coupled with the life resistance talent. Your avatar has become a sought-after frontline combatant among this year's new students. Even Lin Ke, the goddess you yearn for but cannot attain, who once dismissed you, has sent flirtatious messages upon learning that your avatar has awakened the life resistance talent. Note 1. In the simulation world, the avatar will completely assume your identity, including how people perceive you. Although you may be merely a weakling in reality, possessing the black iron tier sewer talent, in this simulation, your avatar is regarded as a genius warrior awakened with the powerful bronze talent of life resistance. Note 2. Based on the explanation in Note 1, the attitudes of individuals in the simulation world towards your avatar will evolve based on its performance over time and the talents it possesses during each simulation. In essence, these two notes convey that while I may be a scorned weakling in reality, it does not diminish the fact that my avatar is celebrated as a prodigy in the simulation, does it? Link was consumed by jealousy, feeling as if he were being torn apart. Damn it, I too long to be a revered genius, rather than a despised wretch. The simulation continues. Confronted by the relentless Lin Ke, who had unceremoniously dismissed him in both the real world and the first simulation, your avatar scoffed internally, recognizing that he was not the kind of mundane male creature easily swayed by base desires. A mere woman would only serve to hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. After coldly addressing her with the derogatory term bitch, your avatar promptly removed Lin Ke from his contacts and added her to his blacklist. Well done, my avatar. Link rejoiced, however. I must clarify that the tedious male creature you speak of is someone else entirely and bears no relation to me. Your avatar dismissed your feeble defense. Having cast aside trivial emotional entanglements, he posted his information on the Donghua University campus forum, seeking a team and companions willing to aid him in conquering the Goblin Tribe dungeon and growing alongside him. His remarkable talent and impressive combat awareness data swiftly attracted the attention of numerous first-year teams. In less than half a day, his private messages were inundated with invitations from dozens of teams, including an elite squad composed entirely of silver-tier or higher talent professionals. It is worth noting that, unlike the plethora of warrior classes in online games that could be summoned with a mere shout, in the realm of Awakening, the warrior class stands resolutely at the forefront, confronting the fiercest onslaughts of monsters. As with other frontline professions such as knights, the mortality rate among warriors is often alarmingly high, frequently topping the charts of casualty rates across various classes. Consequently, unless one possesses an exceptional affinity for this vocation, the majority would rather refrain from embracing the warrior-esque path, opting instead for the relatively safer domains of mages or ranged archers. This elevated mortality rate further exacerbates the scarcity of warriors in the team recruitment market. As a result, many teams, when selecting warrior companions, tend to lower their standards, occasionally making exceptions to include those of bronze or even iron tier talents within a silver tier team. However, for the warriors themselves, ascending to a higher tier is not necessarily a prudent choice. While it may provide access to more formidable allies, it simultaneously presents significantly greater dangers. The challenges posed by a silver tier team are incomparable to those faced by a bronze tier team. As the warrior of the group, one is often positioned at the very front, where the risk of becoming mere cannon fodder looms large. After much contemplation, weighing the perils of joining a silver tier team against the ancient adage that it is better to be a leader among the meek than a follower among the great, you ultimately declined the invitation from the silver tier team. Instead, you chose to align yourself with a bronze tier team that boasted an impressive configuration and one that suited you remarkably well. The team is named Crimson, currently comprising 6 members, 1 apprentice knight, 1 apprentice scout, 2 apprentice mages, 1 apprentice priest, and 1 apprentice archer. If we include you, the bronze warrior, the configuration would consist of 2 frontline fighters, 1 scout, 1 support, 2 magical damage dealers, and 1 physical ranged attacker, forming an exceptionally balanced combat group. Should circumstances permit, adding 1 or 2 sword fighters as semi-tank roles would further enhance the team's versatility in battle. Generally, such a well-rounded combat squad has the potential to fight side by side for several years, or even over a decade, until they reach a level that attracts the attention of larger battle groups, which is certainly within the realm of possibility. You responded to the information from the Crimson Squad and accepted their invitation for an offline meeting, which took place in the school cafeteria for your initial gathering. The process of joining the team was remarkably smooth. As a warrior endowed with the life resistance T0 level bronze talent, no bronze squad could reasonably decline your presence. All 6 members of the Crimson Squad warmly welcomed your addition, after which, under the leadership of Captain Zhang Jingyi, you engaged in formal self-introductions. First was Captain Zhang Jingyi, 19 years old, female, standing at 172 centimeters and weighing 52 kilograms, a freshman in the 2nd class of the Ke Academy at Donghua University. Designated as the scout of the team, her talent is the bronze-level ability Shadow Flicker, which enhances her concealment level by 1 tier when utilizing stealth and disguise abilities. Next was Vice Captain Lang Lan, 19 years old, male, with a height of 175 centimeters and weight of 65 kilograms. Also a freshman in the 2nd class of the Ke Academy at Donghua University, assigned the role of archer in the team. Talent is classified as bronze level, characterized by the ability to shatter weaknesses, enhancing critical damage by 30 upon landing a critical hit. The team member Gao Xianhu, age 20, male, stands 187 centimeters tall and weighs 95 kilograms. He is a first-year student at Donghua University, enrolled in the Xuanwu Academy's 7th class, with the role of a knight. His talent, bronze level, is called Indomitable, which amplifies the life recovery effects he receives. The lower his health, the greater the enhancement, reaching a maximum of 50. Another team member, Su Yang, age 19, male, has a height of 174 centimeters and weighs 68 kilograms. He is also a first-year student at Donghua University, attending the Ke Academy's 9th class, fulfilling the role of a mage. His talent, bronze level, is known as Guidance, allowing him to charge his skills, potentially increasing their power by an additional 75. The team member Wei Xianxiang, aged 18, male, measures 179 centimeters in height and weighs 72 kilograms. He is a first-year student at Donghua University, part of the Ke Academy's 2nd class, and also serves as a mage. His talent, bronze level, is Arcane Amplification, which extends his casting range by an additional 30. Finally, there is team member Li Tong Tong, aged 18, female, with a height of 158 centimeters and a weight of 42 kilograms. She is a first-year student at Donghua University, attending the Lin Ke Academy's second class, and plays the role of a priestess. Her talent, prayer, enables her to invoke a prayer prior to battle, enhancing the entire team's strength and magical attributes by 10, while also increasing experience gained by 10. Undoubtedly, this is a team predominantly composed of students from the Lin Ke Academy's second class, with Gao Xinhu and Su Yang being the more recent additions. Your avatar swiftly gathered the team's information and proceeded with a self-introduction. Link, a 19-year-old male, stands at a height of 180 centimeters and weighs 74 kilograms. He is a first-year student in Class 3 of the Qinglong College at Donghua University, classified as a bronze-level warrior. His innate talent is life resistance, which grants him an additional 20 health bonus. Furthermore, upon sustaining damage, he receives a damage reduction of 10 to 35, with the severity of his injuries directly correlating to the effectiveness of the damage mitigation. Chapter 9. Soaring Together. With the presence of teammates, the burden of struggling alone through the entirety of the simulated timeline has finally lifted, leaving one's heart brimming with a warm current known as hope. After considering the recovery times for each individual's protective values, under the guidance of Captain Zhang Jingyi, you all decide to embark on an expedition to conquer the Goblin Tribe dungeon in 2 days. During this interval, your companions diligently study strategies for the Goblin dungeon, purchasing various equipment and items to enhance efficiency and diminish risks. Furthermore, the vice captain of the Crimson Squad, Lung Lan, maintains a good rapport with a senior from the academy, who can enlighten Lung Lan about intricate details of the dungeon that only seasoned adventurers who have traversed the Goblin Village would know. Your comrades enthusiastically engage in discussions regarding their preparations for the dungeon raid. However, your avatar remains aloof, stubbornly insisting that no preparations are necessary. Thankfully, the perceptive Captain Zhang Jingyi notices your avatar's discomfort and kindly offers a set of foundational skills for the warrior class as a token of welcome. Your avatar expresses gratitude to Zhang Jingyi. Ding. Your avatar has learned the Black Iron level warrior skill, Charge. Your avatar has learned the Black Iron level warrior skill, Heavy Strike. Your avatar has learned the Black Iron level warrior skill, Roar. Heavy Strike focuses battle energy to strike the target, inflicting an additional 20 damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Roar. Emit a ferocious roar at a target ahead, diminishing their damage and defense based on the strength comparison of both parties. Cooldown, 60 seconds. With a bemused expression, Link gazed at the blissfully oblivious doppelganger in the simulation. He found himself at a loss for words, simply struck by the audacity of this replica's demeanor. 2 days swiftly elapsed amidst the intense preparations for battle. As the protective value of the Crimson team members was fully restored, they finally embarked on their assault against the level 5 dungeon, the Goblin Tribe, in a dizzying whirl of time and space. Your doppelganger and the comrades of the Crimson team materialized before a vast forest. Before they could steady themselves, a swarm of diminutive green-skinned goblins, no larger than household pets, clad in leather skirts and wielding crude wooden clubs, surged toward them, launching an immediate attack. However, having meticulously prepared for this dungeon, you remained composed. Particularly, your doppelganger, enriched by a prior simulation and possessing a wealth of experience as an adventurer, led the charge. With an impressive strength of 75, he appeared as a divine being before the goblin youths, whose average strength barely reached 20. With a powerful charge, he sent one goblin sprawling, while several others found their health depleted midair, their anguish cries dissolving into the atmosphere. Your teammates stood in stunned silence, for warriors were not typically renowned for their high damage output. Moreover, the avatar you control possesses a formidable tank-like prowess, theoretically rendering any concerns about attack power irrelevant. How could it possibly inflict such astonishing damage? It is crucial to recognize that this is a level 5 dungeon, where even the most minor foes are indeed level 5 creatures. Even classes such as mages, scouts, and archers, known for their offensive capabilities or explosive damage, require 2 or 3 strikes to vanquish a mere goblin. Naturally, your avatar could not disclose that it had undergone a class change, thereby receiving a reward of 50 attribute points upon its first promotion. Furthermore, its level has reached 10, granting it a 5 damage bonus and damage mitigation against level 5 adversaries. In response to the astonishment of its companions, your avatar merely adopted a cool demeanor, continuing its brutal slaughter of the goblin minions. It is worth noting that, as a level 5 creature, the goblin is indeed more resilient than the typical bandit, occasionally requiring an additional blow to ensure its demise when a critical strike is missed. As your avatar rampaged through the goblins like a war deity, the members of the Crimson Squad began to comprehend the situation, ceasing their inquiries regarding the avatar's incredible strength and joining in the effort to eliminate the goblin horde. Under the leadership of this extraordinarily powerful warrior, what was initially anticipated to be a 6-hour endeavor to clear the goblin dungeon was accomplished in merely 1 hour. Such remarkable efficiency can be attributed not only to your avatar's high damage output and exceptional combat skills, but, most significantly, to its incredible resilience. With unwavering resolve, the doppelganger boldly positioned itself before the monstrous foe, drawing all ire upon itself while the other teammates unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, requiring no effort whatsoever on their part, progressing with an effortless dominance. Haha, could this be the exhilarating experience of conquering the Goblin Den dungeon alongside my doppelganger? At this thought, Link couldn't help but smile. Although the bravado stemmed from his doppelganger rather than himself, a sense of pride swelled within him, akin to a subtle display of triumph. In this moment of vicarious glory, the doppelganger and the Crimson Squad swiftly arrived at the threshold of the first dungeon boss. The initial adversary of the Goblin dungeon was a goblin warrior, boasting a boss level of 7. Despite merely being a gatekeeper, it was a level 5 dungeon. And in terms of attributes, the goblin warrior even surpassed the final boss of the bandit den in several aspects. However, the minor disparity in attributes was of little consequence. Your doppelganger was no longer the impoverished solitary fighter from earlier skirmishes, now equipped with formidable talents and accompanied by a cadre of dependable allies who would not merely cheer from behind the haystack. Hey, who are you indirectly criticizing? Your doppelganger once again charged forth, and to the astonishment of the Crimson Squad, it stood toe-to-toe with the goblin warrior, exchanging blows without faltering. Under the doppelganger's valiant display, Captain Zhang Jingyi began to suspect that perhaps the doppelganger was a cunning ruse, concealing its true prowess beneath a facade of humility. Otherwise, how could a novice who had just activated their career panel for less than 10 days possibly contend with a dungeon boss relying solely on a bronze talent? This notion seems utterly irrational. It was not until Zhang Jingyi, reminded by the Vice Captain Long Lan, regained her composure after witnessing her clone push the Goblin Warrior into its second phase, where the Goblin Warrior unleashed its berserk skill, that she hurriedly began to organize the team for a concerted assault. Through the united efforts of the Crimson Squad, the first formidable barrier of the level 5 dungeon, the Goblin Tribe's Goblin Warrior succumbed in merely 15 minutes to their relentless onslaught. Chapter 10. The possibility of an entire team at stellar level. Defeating a level 7 dungeon boss in merely 15 minutes? Upon reading this simulated information, Link felt a slight shock within his heart. Such efficiency transcends mere speed. It is akin to riding a roller coaster. It appears that the prowess of the Crimson team in the simulation is quite formidable. Otherwise, relying solely on a single clone, even with the enhancement of the life resistance talent, it would likely take several hours of struggle and skillful maneuvering to vanquish a dungeon boss with over 10,000 health points. Is this the power bestowed by talent? It is worth noting that in the previous simulation, a clone with awakened iron level talent took an entire semester to conquer the meager level 1 bandit hideout. Yet, within a team comprised entirely of bronze level talents, they were able to challenge a level 5 dungeon on merely their second attempt. If a bronze level team can achieve such feats, how extraordinary must the teams of silver and gold level, or even earth and sky level talent awakeners be? Surely, within a single semester, they could conquer all dungeons within the campus. As for a team composed entirely of individuals with stellar level talent, Link scarcely dared to contemplate it. Not only in Donghua University, but across the entire Federation, no faction has ever been audacious enough to assemble a team where every member possesses stellar level talent, not even the smallest 5-person team. The number of professionals who awaken talents above the stellar level is exceedingly rare, even within a prestigious institution such as Donghua University. Those who awaken a golden level talent are regarded as the elite, fervently sought after by various societies. Take, for instance, the goddess Lin Ke, whose awakening of a golden level talent immediately attracted countless invitations from different organizations. Consequently, teams composed entirely of individuals with golden level talents are exceedingly rare, and can be considered elite squads within any faction. In contrast, teams formed by Earth-level and Sky-level talent holders are akin to foundational pillars, representing superlative aces. A squad consisting of Earth-level or Sky-level professionals is sufficient to support a formidable battle group, one with the capacity to engage directly in negotiations with the federal government. Furthermore, the emergence of an extraordinary talent with star-level abilities is a phenomenon so rare that only a handful may appear globally in a year. The confirmation of such an awakening instantly becomes a sensational event, capable of significantly enhancing a nation's international standing, wielding power even more formidable than nuclear weapons. In reality, those who awaken star-level talents become the absolute core of any team. With just a gesture, they can command legions of Earth-level and even Sky-level professionals to serve as their subordinates. They enjoy privileges akin to those of a dictator, possessing the right to allocate resources and reap the benefits of the entire team, akin to the apex of a pyramid, rapidly augmenting their own power. To expect these prodigies to lower themselves to the status of a second-in-command, or even a mere member, is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Thus, a team composed entirely of individuals possessing celestial-level talents is virtually impossible to exist. Moreover, rather than gathering a multitude of celestial-level talents within a single team, allowing each to lead their respective squads, or even entire battalions would undoubtedly maximize the potential of their gifts. It is akin to the rarity of top-tier scientists collaborating. They often prefer to independently spearhead their own research teams. Excessive aggregation of elite talent can, paradoxically, result in a waste of resources. Fortunately for Link, even celestial-level talent is not particularly daunting. According to the system's simulation parameters, once the level of his avatar reaches above level 60, Link can expend simulation energy to bestow celestial-level talent upon the avatar for simulation purposes. Subsequently, upon the conclusion of the simulation, he can select this talent as a reward, permanently affixing it to the avatar. At that juncture, even Link himself could replicate this talent from the avatar by consuming simulation energy, thus becoming a possessor of celestial-level talent. In essence, it is only a matter of time before I ascend to the ranks of a supreme genius. When that day arrives, both the avatar and I will be bearers of celestial-level talent. Together, we shall wreak havoc. I shall handle the chaos, while the avatar takes charge of the slaughter. Alas, I possess but a single avatar. If only I could conjure several more, I could establish the world's first celestial-level team. Just as Link was lost in this reverie, an abrupt notification echoed within his mind. Ding! To elevate the level of your doppelganger's talent is to augment the number of your avatars. Currently, your doppelganger talent is at the black iron tier, thus you are limited to a solitary doppelganger. What? The number of doppelgangers can indeed be increased? Link was astounded. However, the system offered no reply to Link. Instead, it proceeded to display simulation information. Under the guidance of your doppelganger, you astonishingly defeated the first dungeon boss, a member of the Crimson Squad, in a mere 15 minutes, elevating morale to exhilarating heights. Capitalizing on this momentum, your doppelganger and the Crimson Squad surged forward through the Goblin Dungeon. Countless goblin monsters fell before you in rapid succession, and soon you arrived at the second boss of the dungeon, the Goblin Priest. This formidable foe is a level 8 spellcasting boss. While its health is not superior to that of the previous Goblin Warrior, it possesses formidable spell damage and long-range attack capabilities. Furthermore, a cadre of elite Goblin Warriors, each at level 5, surrounds it. In the context of the dungeon, the Goblin Priest is often considered even more troublesome than the final boss. Alas, they have encountered you, and your doppelganger. Faced with the menacing Goblin Warriors and the Goblin Priest ahead, your doppelganger unfurled its broad arms. Amid the astonished and admiring gazes of its comrades, it demonstrated what it truly means to bathe amidst a horde of monsters, supported by level suppression, health resistance, and the presence of a healer ready to provide sustenance from behind. Your avatar single-handedly withstood the onslaught of numerous Goblin Warriors and Goblin Priests. The knight, Gao Xianhu, who was meant to serve as the primary tank for the team, merely needed to intercept a few stragglers, allowing the rest of the party to unleash their full might upon the horde of monsters. After an arduous battle lasting a protracted 20 minutes, as Goblin Warriors fell one after another, the now isolated Goblin Priest could only emit a lamenting sigh, reluctantly surrendering to become a soul under your command. Chapter 11. Equitable Distribution. In the face of his teammates' accolades, your avatar, though outwardly maintaining an aloof demeanor that deterred strangers, was inwardly swelling with vanity like a puff pastry. With an expression of exasperation, Link effortlessly vanquished the most troublesome goblin priest boss, rendering the subsequent final boss, the Goblin Chief, an insignificant challenge. Despite the Goblin Chief's formidable level of 10, boasting significantly greater damage and health than the previous two bosses, even your avatar, endowed with the life resistance trait, struggled to withstand the Chief's ferocious assaults. Nevertheless, the Goblin Chief stood alone, while your avatar was flanked by 6 dependable allies. When one could not absorb the onslaught, the knight, Gao Xianhu, would alternate in bearing the brunt of the damage. As health dwindled, the little priest within the party would cast restorative spells to mend wounds. Your avatar hardly needed to contemplate counterattacks, as the mage, scout, and archer rallied to launch their own assaults upon the boss. Through the seamless cooperation between your avatar and the Crimson Squad, the solitary Goblin Chief ultimately succumbed to their merciless onslaught, unwillingly relinquishing his life and dropping a plethora of items and treasures. Ding! Your avatar successfully completed the level 5 dungeon, Goblin Tribe. The next phase, the distribution of spoils, was imminent. Upon realizing this, Link promptly straightened up. It is essential to recognize that numerous well-coordinated teams ultimately part ways due to the fundamental issue of unequal distribution, particularly concerning the spoils of victory. The manner in which these rewards are allocated significantly influences the future trajectory of the team. With the successful completion of the Goblin Dungeon, both your avatar and the members of the Crimson Squad have reaped what can only be described as bounteous rewards. Although your avatar, due to a level penalty, has not gained substantial experience, indeed, failing to even achieve a single level increase, the spoils from 3 formidable bosses, along with the plentiful loot dropped by the goblin minions, represent an astonishing return for your previously destitute avatar. However, the drawbacks of collaborating in a dungeon become evident at this moment. The avatar, which once enjoyed the privilege of claiming all rewards, must now share the spoils with other team members. Just as your main self is concerned about the fairness of loot distribution within the Crimson Squad, the avatar is equally apprehensive about the forthcoming allocation of spoils. There exists no universal rule governing the distribution of loot. Each adventurer's team, based on their unique circumstances, adopts its own method for dividing the rewards. Some teams adhere to methods such as rolling dice to determine the allocation of spoils, while others rely on the captain to decide each member's share based on their contributions. There are also teams that employ an auction system within the group, where the highest bidder secures ownership of the loot. In some instances, captains may even hoard all the spoils, refusing to distribute them. Fortunately, the Crimson Squad's method of distribution falls within the acceptable range for your avatar, equitable division. Zhang Jingyi informs all members of the team, emphasizing that each individual is indispensable and utterly equal. Although your avatar has demonstrated greater efficacy in this particular instance, others have also showcased their own value. As a member of the team, it is inappropriate to distinguish between who has contributed more and who has contributed less, as such distinctions undermine unity. Clearly, this is not the method of loot distribution your avatar had envisioned. However, it is not one that your avatar finds unacceptable either. Your avatar understands that their exceptional performance in this dungeon is merely a result of possessing a level and additional attributes that exceed the dungeon's challenges. Nevertheless, these advantages are not destined to endure indefinitely. As the team continues to progress, the advantages conferred by levels and class advancements will become increasingly negligible. By that time, although your avatar will still retain AT0 level talent and life resistance within the bronze tier, they will lack any other significant advantages. While your companions may still have family members, some of whom might even possess modest wealth, like Zhang Jingyi, who casually presents 3 black iron level warrior skill books, valued at nearly 1,000 each, as a greeting gift to your avatar, it is evident that she hails from a relatively affluent background. The advantages conferred by her financial standing far exceed the ordinary disparities in innate talent, a harsh reality indeed. Your avatar is acutely aware that it will gradually succumb to mediocrity. The absolute average distribution rule may not necessarily be a detriment to it. Thus, your avatar refrains from voicing any opposition, tacitly accepting Zhang Jingyi's actions. Observing your avatar's silence, Zhang Jingyi quietly breathes a sigh of relief, fully aware that her decision compromises your avatar's interests. Moreover, with your avatar's exceptional talent and formidable combat prowess, should it express any dissent, even Zhang Jingyi, as the team leader, would find herself in a precarious situation. Fortunately, Your avatar remains unopposed, which endears Zhang Jingyi to it, leading her to perceive your avatar as a magnanimous individual. Magnanimous. Link scoffed disdainfully. The next matter at hand is the distribution of spoils. Based on the recent average transaction prices from the campus website, your collective bounty from the Goblin Tribe dungeon amounts to a total value of 32,750 federal coins. According to the per capita distribution rule, each individual is entitled to receive 4,678.57 federal coins or equivalent value in loot. Your avatar opts for a bronze-level skill book, valued at 2,000 federal coins, titled Bullying. A level 5 bronze weapon valued at 1,600 federal coins ultimately garnered a transfer of 1,278.57 federal coins. Ding! Your doppelganger has acquired the bronze-level skill, Bullying. Bullying, a bronze-level skill, requires the warrior profession, level 5 or above, inflicting an additional 1 damage based on the level difference to targets below its own level. When receiving damage from targets of a lower level, it reduces the damage by an additional 1 of the level difference, with both damage increase and reduction capped at 30. Passively activated with no cooldown. Ding! Your doppelganger has obtained the bronze-level weapon, Chief's Long Axe. Chief's Long Axe, bronze level, requires 25 strength and level 5 or above. Provides 10 strength, 2 agility, and 2 constitution. Inflicts an additional 20 points of heavy strike damage. Note: Black Iron level practitioners who have not undergone any job transitions may carry a maximum of 3 Black Iron level skills and 1 Bronze level skill. Exceeding this limit necessitates replacing an already learned skill of the same quality and prevents the acquisition of Silver level skills or higher. Bronze level practitioners who have undergone 1 job transition may carry a maximum of 4 Black Iron level skills, 2 Bronze level skills, and 1 Silver level skill. Exceeding this limit also requires replacing an existing skill of the same quality and prohibits learning Gold level skills or higher. Silver level practitioners who have completed 2 job transitions may carry a maximum of 5 Black Iron level skills, 3 Bronze level skills, 2 Silver level skills, and 1 Gold level skill. This pattern continues, as one cannot indiscriminately accumulate skills to amplify their power. Chapter 12. Lin Ke and the Wilderness. The triumph of a dungeon expedition and the seamless allocation of spoils represent a significant advancement for a newly formed team. Since the advent of the profession, countless aspiring adventurers have fallen prey to disputes over loot distribution before they could even realize their ambitions. Fortunately, thanks to the concessions made by your avatar, the Crimson team successfully navigated this trial. Upon reaching this point, Link refrained from expressing any opinions. Even though he scoffed at the avatar's self-sacrificial approach in the simulation, he chose not to interfere with decisions that had already been made. Setting aside the avatar's rationale that maintaining a system of absolute fair distribution would ultimately yield the greatest benefits for itself, it is evident that the lessons learned must be personally experienced for them to be truly ingrained. Otherwise, when faced with a similar situation in the future, the avatar might make the same choices again. Indeed, Link held little faith in the absolute fair distribution system proposed by Zhang Jingyi, the captain of the Crimson team within the simulation. In Link's eyes, Zhang Jingyi was either a Na'vi idealist or an oblivious fool. As the old adage goes, it is not the scarcity of resources that troubles people, but the inequity in their distribution. Some individuals undoubtedly contribute more and render greater service. However, the spoils obtained ultimately mirror the incompetence within the team. Can one not harbor grievances in such circumstances? Once or twice may be excusable, but if every instance yields rewards that are not commensurate with one's contributions, regardless of performance, what motivation remains for others to exert themselves for the team? Perhaps the issue is not immediately apparent. Yet should the team face significant setbacks or internal strife, the pent-up resentment stemming from this seemingly absolute fairness will undoubtedly erupt, potentially shattering the team irreparably. Of course, there exists an old adage that suggests nothing is absolute. What if every member of the Crimson Squad were selfless paragons? What if each individual regarded one another as brothers, dismissing minor gains and losses? Such scenarios remain uncertain. Even the slightest probability could render them possible. Thus, Link refrains from voicing his opinions, lest he be proven wrong in the future. The simulation continues, with the successful vanquishing of the Goblin Tribe. Your avatar and the Crimson Squad have distinguished themselves among the cohort, emerging as one of the few bronze-level teams at East China University's first-year class to conquer a level 5 dungeon in the second trial. Even the director, who previously harbored intentions of expelling your avatar from East China University during the last simulation, now refrains from such threats, instead encouraging your avatar to strive valiantly in hopes of becoming a pillar of the nation in the future. Though your doppelganger harbors a profound disdain for the capricious demeanor of the director, akin to that of a dog's face, it chooses to adopt an outwardly buoyant disposition, embodying the adage that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. This fade brings considerable solace to the director. Meanwhile, your goddess, Lin Ke, privately confronts your doppelganger, inquiring why it has severed ties with her. Her attitude remains consistently haughty and aloof, for she is, after all, an elite seed who has awakened a golden-level talent. Even though your doppelganger has awakened a life-resistance talent during this simulation, elevating itself to a highly sought-after warrior among ordinary trainees, it remains merely a bronze-level talent. In terms of status and potential, it is still vastly inferior to her. Were it not for Lin Ke's need for a reliable pawn willing to sacrifice themselves for her safety, your doppelganger would hardly merit her personal attention. Fortunately, unlike you, who would eagerly transform into a sycophant for a mere scrap of favor, the doppelganger, devoid of biological needs, harbors no emotional ties towards Lin Ke. In response to her inquiry, it simply retorts, "Mind your own business." Lin Ke gazes at your doppelganger in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that the one who once dared not even breathe audibly in her presence, the epitome of a sycophant, would dare to address her in such a manner. I must clarify that the sycophant you refer to is the Link of this world, not myself. Therefore, could you please alter the address used in the simulation? Link touched his nose and suggested, "I feel somewhat offended by your words." The doppelganger coldly scrutinized Lin Ke, as if urging her to speak freely. "Link, has he chosen to disregard me entirely?" Lin Ke recalled her purpose, suppressing her anger. With an expression of utmost vulnerability, she informed the doppelganger that the Iron Blood Society she had joined was conducting internal assessments, and only those teams that passed would ascend to become its core squads, receiving special training and attention. "How is this relevant to me?" The doppelganger replied with a sidelong glance. "Of course it is." Lin Ke couldn't help but raise her voice by 3 decibels. However, upon noticing the doppelganger's starkly different demeanor, she, who sought assistance, could only lower her tone and speak humbly. "The assessment requires us to venture into the wilderness for training. I am frightened to go alone and wish to request your protection." The doppelganger found this utterly ludicrous and was perplexed as to how such shameless individuals could exist among humans. Setting aside Lin Ke's attitude towards her original self, it was clear from the previous simulation that the doppelganger had spent years struggling in the wilderness and was acutely aware of its dangers. This woman had not only swindled her original self of her assets and reality, but now sought to manipulate her doppelganger into risking her life? Not a chance. Just as your doppelganger was about to gracefully exit the dormitory, Lin Ke suddenly raised 2 fingers. "I offer you a reward of 20,000 federal coins." The doppelganger's movements abruptly halted. "You must be in dire need of money, Lin Ke," Lin Ke remarked, seemingly confident in her assessment. "After all, given your background, 20,000 is no trivial sum for you." The doppelganger, on the verge of acquiescence, let out a cold laugh. As the saying goes, one does not compromise one's dignity for mere bread. Lin Ke's demeanor evoked a profound distaste in the doppelganger, who mockingly informed her that he was not the type to be swayed by monetary temptations. 50,000. "If you refuse, then so be it," Lin Ke declared, turning to leave. "Wait." The doppelganger swiftly blocked Lin Ke's path, stating earnestly, "Add another 10,000, making it 60,000. No matter the creature. They shall first tread over my corpse to reach you." "Are you serious? What about your dignity?" 60,000, and you are willing to sell your self-respect?" Lin Ke nearly choked at the thought. While 60,000 was indeed a significant amount, nearing the earnings from 5 or 6 instances of exploration, what about a man's dignity? "And didn't you mention that the wilderness is fraught with danger?" "A man's dignity?" The doppelganger asserted that, for a man, lacking money equates to lacking dignity. Moreover, he merely inherited the physical form of the original. He was not human and could hardly be classified as a living being. Gender distinctions held no sway over him. Ultimately, it was the original who fell into Lin Ke's trap, not him. Regarding the perils of the wilderness, it is indeed fraught with danger. However, in the previous simulation, Lin Ke successfully survived until graduation. This suggests that Lin Ke's actions this time are unlikely to encounter life-threatening risks. If Lin Ke is not in peril, what is there for oneself to fear? Not to mention the 60,000. Had Lin Ke exhibited a slightly more favorable disposition, even a mere 20,000 would have been nearly agreed upon. Faced with the capricious shift in attitude of your doppelganger, Lin Ke, taken aback, consented to the price presented by the doppelganger and informed it that a month hence, a rendezvous would be communicated. Thereupon, she promptly transferred 60,000 Federation coins to the doppelganger and produced an electronic contract, stipulating that should the doppelganger renege midway, it would be liable to compensate her threefold in penalties. Your doppelganger, brimming with delight, affixed its signature, affirming its commitment to serve the esteemed customer diligently. During the ensuing month, your doppelganger and the members of the Crimson Squad successfully completed 4 dungeon raids. This included 3 forays into the Goblin Tribe and 1 for a fresh level 6 dungeon, the Beast's Nest. With the completion of these 4 quests, the members of the Crimson Squad elevated their levels to 7, while your doppelganger remained stagnant at level 10 due to severe experience penalties. As anticipated, the advantages your doppelganger once conferred upon the Crimson Squad were gradually diminishing, particularly now, confronted with the formidable level 12 final boss in the level 6 dungeon. Even though your avatar has acquired new equipment and skills during this period, resulting in a commendable enhancement in strength, it remains incapable of single-handedly confronting the Goblin Dungeon's boss. As it did before, it cannot simply block the entire boss while allowing its teammates to unleash their full power from the rear. Fortunately, with Lin Ke's income of 60,000 Federation coins, although your avatar's dominance has diminished, it has not waned excessively. It still stands as the absolute core and mainstay of the Crimson Squad, albeit unable to tackle dungeons exceeding the team's average level as effortlessly as before. In truth, this reflects the typical state of most bronze-level teams. The previous audacity to challenge a level 5 dungeon at level 4 was merely the bravado of the inexperienced. Generally speaking, bronze-level teams possess the capability only to challenge dungeons below their average level. Otherwise, they risk significant casualties. Of course, at this moment, your avatar is not preoccupied with contemplating higher-level dungeons, for with the arrival of the month agreed upon with Lin Ke, she has come as scheduled, accompanied by 9 members of the Iron Blood Society. Each of them is a remarkable talent among the newcomers, at least possessing the awakened silver-level talent of a genius. Under the watchful gaze of these prodigies, Lin Ke introduced your avatar to them, her expression one of disdain, as if it were a considerable burden for her. She conveyed that upon learning of her impending expedition to the wilderness for the Iron Blood Society's assessment, your avatar insisted on safeguarding her safety during this evaluation, and she found herself unable to refuse, no matter how hard she tried. Upon hearing Lin Ke's remarks, the members of the Iron Blood Society cast astonished glances at your doppelganger, clearly taken aback by the unexpected willingness of this somewhat renowned newcomer to assume the role of Lin Ke's flower protector. Out of respect for Lin Ke's benefactor, your doppelganger chose not to expose her. One of the leading members of the Iron Blood Society, unable to bear the sight of your doppelganger's silent sacrifice for love, spoke up to caution. Indeed, our team lacks a frontliner, but you must understand that the wilderness is fraught with unknown dangers. Given our current levels, venturing into the wild is a perilous endeavor. As members of the Iron Blood Society, we have the option to signal for help in times of peril. The worst outcome would merely be failing the assessment and thus not becoming core members of the Iron Blood Society. However, your situation is different as an external member. Should you insist on participating in the assessment, you can only do so in the capacity of Lin Ke's servant. The Iron Blood Society bears no obligation to ensure your safety, and any spoils acquired in the wilderness will not belong to you. Even the distribution of experience will be 0. You still have time to reconsider. Your affection for Lin Ke need not be expressed in this manner. I have already conveyed this message. Lin Ke interrupted him before his doppelganger could speak, casting a glance filled with veiled menace at the doppelganger who was about to voice his thoughts. She swiftly asserted, regardless of circumstances, he is undeniably concerned for my safety and insists on personally protecting me for his peace of mind. It's truly exasperating. He cannot be dissuaded. Although he is merely a lower-tier practitioner with awakened bronze-level talents, his abilities enhance vitality and provide damage resistance. This ensures not only his safety, but also offers some assistance in our assessment. Thus, I had no choice but to acquiesce to his request to accompany me during the evaluation, which would inadvertently benefit the entire group. Your doppelganger smiled, signifying agreement with her words. Under the distorted narrative presented by Lin Ke, he successfully infiltrated the team of elite peers as her gallant protector, embarking on a journey into the treacherous wilderness. Upon re-entering the wild, your doppelganger experienced a surreal sense of déjà vu reminiscent of the simulated S1. The pervasive danger instilled a palpable tension, as even the wild grasses by the roadside seemed poised to transform into monstrous entities, ready to launch a surprise attack. After 7 years of simulated time, he once again found himself embodying his doppelganger, in stark contrast to the ease and fluidity of your doppelganger state. The elite members of the Iron Blood Society appeared grave and vigilant, as if facing an imminent threat. In this realm, everyone is acutely aware of the perils the wilderness harbors. Individuals who have long roamed the wilds, whether they be freelance practitioners, mercenaries, or even armies propelled by national power, have never been able to meet a natural end. The only distinction lies in the duration before their downfall. The territories chosen by the Iron Blood Society, while adjacent to the safety zones of human cities and featuring a relatively manageable level of monstrous threats, are merely deemed safe in comparison to the mercenaries and military forces. For the newcomers of the Iron Blood Society, fresh from their awakening as practitioners and barely a month into their journey, this realm remains a brutal hell where death lurks at every corner. Within the span of just 2 hours upon entering the wilderness, the entire assessment team of the Iron Blood Society encountered wave after wave of wild monsters. Although these creatures were of relatively low rank, averaging around levels 3 or 4, their assaults came with no forewarning, and on several occasions, they nearly inflicted harm upon the team members. Reality is starkly different from the confines of a dungeon. In a dungeon, all elements are governed by rules that transform them into mere numerical values. As long as one's health points remain intact, practitioners suffer no tangible harm. However, in the realm of reality, injury entails far more than the loss of health points. It brings forth excruciating pain that diminishes combat efficacy and may even lead to permanent disability. Even if healing spells restore health, the reality of recovery merely results in the swift closure of wounds without further blood loss, while severed limbs remain irreparable. Certainly, within the realms of both the copy and the wilderness, there exists an abundance of wondrous artifacts and rare skills. The world is replete with an array of peculiar talents, and the ability to regenerate severed limbs is not an insurmountable challenge for practitioners. However, the common drawback of these methods is their exorbitant cost, far beyond the means of ordinary professionals. Moreover, disabilities severely impair current combat effectiveness, leading to the potential of being abandoned by one's team or even succumbing to the perils of the wilderness. Chapter 13. Strategy for the Monster Den. No one wishes to suffer injuries in the wilderness, and consequently, everyone exhibits extreme caution. Lin Ke clings tightly to the back of your avatar, seemingly regarding it as a dependable shield. Fortunately, the assessment team comprises a group of exceptional professionals. Although their experience may be somewhat immature, they are capable of swift retaliation against the oncoming monsters. Your avatar, while assisting the assessment team in fending off a few wild creatures that had the audacity to approach, felt little undue pressure. This continued until they approached the target location of the assessment, a den occupied by level 5 wilderness monsters known as goblins. Gazing at the den overrun by goblins, your avatar could not help but inquire of Lin Ke, "Is this den truly the objective of your assessment?" Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Lin Ke, your avatar's heart surged with excitement. It was a testament to the Iron-Willed Society that would eventually establish a battle group, as even the evaluation of prospective core members involved the formidable task of conquering a wilderness monster den. One could not help but wonder if the individual orchestrating this assessment harbored some grudge against the newcomers, compelling them into perilous circumstances. The term wilderness monster den refers to a specific type of gathering point for wild monsters. Generally, wilderness monsters lack fixed gathering locations, roaming freely, with stronger creatures tending to distance themselves from human settlements. However, once monsters congregate, they form gathering places such as monster dens. If left unchecked for an extended period, the creatures within a monster lair will continually grow in strength, drawing higher-level monsters closer, ultimately resulting in an ever-expanding congregation of beasts. This burgeoning horde not only encroaches upon the living space of humanity, but, upon reaching a certain magnitude, may even launch direct assaults on human cities. The primary objective of adventuring parties and military expeditions is, in fact, to eradicate these monster dens, thereby alleviating the threat posed to urban areas. Before us lies a goblin lair, merely a nascent gathering of monsters, with the highest level reaching no more than level 8. Yet even so, it undoubtedly harbors a multitude of wilderness creatures. The term multitude here signifies not just a few dozen insignificant monsters, akin to those found in dungeons, but rather a potential count in the thousands. To send a group of novice adventurers into such a lair borders on madness. It can only be described as a significant folly. Even if this inexperienced team comprises elite individuals with silver-tier talents, it does not disguise the fact that they remain novices. Regrettably, for the avatar already within the lair, escape is no longer an option. He can only jab Lin Ke's back insistently, whispering that this task is excessively perilous and warrants additional compensation. Lin Ke, irate, retorts that he is out of funds. The avatar, undeterred, directly informs him that without an increase in payment, he shall not be held accountable for his efforts and cannot guarantee Lin Ke's safety. Lin Ke gazes incredulously at the avatar's familiar yet alien visage, gritting his teeth as he promises to augment his payment by 10,000 upon his return. At least at 20,000. Clone. Are you leaving? Will you add it? The clone cast a sidelong glance. Just at that moment, a horde of goblins surged forth from their lair, howling ferociously, which immediately shattered Lin Ke's psychological defenses. I'll add it. You hurry and take the front. Lin Ke capitulated. With the promise of a clone, he joyously charged ahead. How can you still call me a sycophant? What makes you any better than a sycophant? Lin Ke could not help but scoff. Yet, the clone in the simulation offered no retort. Thus commenced the brutal campaign. As the assessment team entered the lair, countless goblin creatures, sensing the presence of humans, rushed forth as if driven mad. Your clone and the assessment team were instantly embroiled in a fierce battle. Fortunately, your clone was actually a level 10 first-tier warrior who had learned the bronze-level skill bullying, specifically designed for dominating weaker foes. This granted your clone remarkable damage immunity against these goblins, most of whom were only level 5. The goblin's claws merely scraped the surface of the clone's skin, failing to inflict any injuries that could not be healed by restorative spells. Although pain was inevitable, your clone was devoid of physical sensations, fear, or any emotions that might hinder its combat prowess. Minor flesh wounds barely warranted a frown, let alone causing it to falter like an ordinary human combatant under attack. Your doppelganger stands unwavering, akin to a steadfast pillar amidst the tumultuous onslaught of monsters. In stark contrast, the members of the assessment team, endowed with greater natural talents, retreat in fear of pain. In the blink of an eye, you, an auxiliary figure, have become the vanguard shield of the entire evaluation team. Upon witnessing this scene, the team captain swiftly suppresses his astonishment and commands all members to form a stable front line behind your doppelganger. The formidable firepower of the silver and even gold-tier talent professionals is unleashed. After a brief moment of chaos, under the captain's guidance and with the successful resistance against the monster's assault, the doppelganger secures a precious moment for regrouping, allowing the team to retaliate with renewed vigor. In an instant, an array of invaluable bronze-tier skills descends upon your doppelganger like a torrential downpour, swiftly annihilating the level 5 goblins in droves, thereby alleviating the pressure on your avatar. Subsequently, your doppelganger, accompanied by the members of the assessment team, advances while engaging the enemy, ultimately establishing a defensive position at the entrance of a narrow passage. Reality is not a model overlapped in a network game, and the goblins lack the ability to alter the terrain. Thus, by leveraging the advantages of the landscape, the overwhelming numerical superiority of the goblins is effectively curtailed. Regardless of their countless numbers, they are compelled to approach one by one, allowing your doppelganger to achieve a remarkable feat akin to a lone hero holding the line against an army, relying on the terrain. The previously precarious situation swiftly transformed into one of remarkable ease. The assessment teams, regaining their composure, adeptly executed the combat techniques they had acquired during their training. Organized in groups of 3, they alternated between engaging in battle and recuperating. The ordinary monsters, mere level 5, could not even approach this elite assembly of adventurers, each boasting a minimum level of 7 and equipped with a near-complete set of bronze, silver, or even golden gear, all of whom had mastered bronze-level skills ahead of time. Even Lin Ke, regarded as a mere trifler in the eyes of your avatar, showcased the formidable prowess befitting one with golden-level talent. As a possessor of the mana source talent, she not only wielded 5 times the mana of an ordinary practitioner, but also restored her mana at 5 times the usual rate. With the aid of certain equipment designed to accelerate mana recovery, she could even unleash low-level spells without limit. At this juncture, your avatar was replaced. For as the situation stabilized, the onslaught of monsters no longer posed a threat to the assessment teams. Instead, it had become a veritable feast for experience acquisition. Even with the level suppression of 2 levels or more, which reduced their experience gain to a mere 25 of the initial value. The overwhelming number of kobolds was simply too great. Under such sheer numerical superiority, even if each kobold yielded only 2 experience points per individual, the hundreds amassed would suffice for them to level up. Naturally, they would not allow your avatar to partake in the spoils of experience. Your avatar remained silent, acknowledging the inherent inequities of the world. Regardless of his outstanding performance, a bronze-level talent remains merely a bronze-level talent, serving as a competent cannon fodder. He could never ascend to the status of an equal comrade, fighting alongside them. However, as a mercenary, he never anticipated receiving the privileges of a regular army. For him, the promise of monetary gain sufficed. This grand harvest of experience persisted for a full 17 hours. During this interval, numerous goblins, including those of higher ranks, relentlessly attempted to breach the assessment team's defenses. Yet, under the seamless cooperation of the assessment team, all their efforts proved futile. By the time the last goblin fell, whimpering at the hands of the team, the monstrous lair before them had nearly exhausted its capacity for resistance. All that remained was to obliterate the magic crystal at the heart of the nest, ensuring the complete annihilation of the gathering place, which would prevent any significant monster congregation in the surrounding area for at least several years to come. Aside from his own gains, every member of the assessment team reaped substantial rewards. Not only were they on the verge of completing the assessment to attain core membership in the Iron Blood Society, but each member also experienced breakthroughs in their levels during the skirmishes. Additionally, they collected a plethora of loot. Although the majority comprised worthless equipment lacking even a grade, they occasionally unearthed precious ores like gold and mithril, with the extracted metals fetching prices ranging from 500 to 20,000 federal coins per gram. Even when calculated at the rate of 1 ton of, or yielding a mere 10 grams of precious metal, the value of the fallen ore would exceed 500,000 federal coins. Everything appeared to be progressing smoothly, and it seemed that this assessment task would conclude perfectly. However, as the evaluation team ventured into the core region of the monster's lair, your doppelganger harbored an unsettling premonition that matters would not unfold so simply. It is crucial to remember that this is a monster's den. If such lairs could be so effortlessly destroyed, would there be any need for a battle group to cleanse them? Surely, even a mere team of civilian professionals who had achieved their first promotion could eradicate the nests, and they would not be able to exist on such a grand scale, becoming a significant threat to humanity. With this disquietude weighing heavily on his mind, your doppelganger subtly lagged a few steps behind the assessment team. Although he had indeed accepted Lin Ke's payment, the doppelganger possessed no sense of contractual obligation. The notion of "you can only harm me over my dead body" was merely talk. In the face of danger, he would flee faster than anyone else. Yet, immersed in the joy of their bounty, the evaluation team remained oblivious to the doppelganger's peculiar behavior. To them, it seemed that the monsters within this lair had been thoroughly eradicated. Even if a few stragglers remained, they posed no threat. Thus, no one cared whether the doppelganger continued to pave the way for them. True to the adage, joy leads to sorrow, although not an exact parallel. The ensuing events bore a similar weight. Just as the members of the assessment team surged triumphantly into the core heart of the monster's lair, they were on the brink of reaching the location of the magical crystal. A dragonborn Knoll warlock named Dolanir, boasting a formidable level of 10, suddenly emerged from the depths of the cavernous darkness, heralded as a boss. Though not a lord, a boss with a distinct name is far from the ordinary. Moreover, the wilderness boss lacked any strategic guides, rendering the encounter shrouded in uncertainty. In mere moments, the assessment team, comprising thousands of gnolls, suffered devastating casualties. 2 frontline warriors, positioned too closely, were struck directly by Dolanir's dragon breath. While the actual damage inflicted by the dragon breath was insufficient to endanger their lives, the agony of the searing flames was beyond what any ordinary person could endure. The 2 frontline warriors collapsed to the ground, howling in torment. their suffering compelling them to writhe helplessly, oblivious to the catastrophic repercussions their actions would impose upon the entire group, with no frontline defenders to impede him. The Dragonborn Noel Warlock Dolanir charged towards the remaining members of the assessment team. The two surviving frontline fighters, a scout and a swordsman, seemed as fragile as children, falling at the slightest touch. In almost an instant, Dolanir closed the gap to the rear-line practitioners, who were just beginning to muster an attack against him. Unlike the dungeon bosses, whose damage is explicitly recorded during encounters, the strikes upon Doraline appeared merely as gentle scratches upon this formidable foe. Doraline advanced into the ranks of the assessment team, seemingly unfazed, as torrents of dragon breath erupted forth, manifesting as fiery serpents that roared through the cavern. In an instant, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the assessment members, rendering any notion of organized retaliation futile. A clone, having lagged a few paces behind the assessment team, narrowly escaped the chaos and instinctively turned to flee. Yet, after only a few strides, it abruptly halted its retreat and resolutely pivoted back towards the formidable Doraline, who was poised to deliver a lethal blow to the incapacitated members of the assessment team. This was not an act of self-sacrifice fueled by noble intentions. Rather, the clone was stirred by a recollection. In the previous simulation, upon being forcibly dismissed, it distinctly witnessed Lin Ke, having reached level 15, nestled in the embrace of a man. If Lin Ke had survived to level 15 in the first simulation, there was no reason to believe that this incarnation of her would perish during the assessment. Furthermore, this was merely an internal evaluation within a student organization. Even though the president of the Iron Blood Society was Zhong Hong, the illustrious top-ranking student of Donghua University, he remained a student himself, lacking the audacity to jeopardize the lives of so many alumni for mere amusement. Moreover, they are a group of alumni possessing talents akin to silver or even gold level. The illogicality of the situation indicates that everything is merely an illusion, regardless of how fearsome Dolaniel may appear at present. The evaluators present are certainly not at risk of losing their lives. If he were to truly flee upon Lin Ke's return, I would inevitably have to compensate her threefold for the breach of contract. 80,000 multiplied by 3 amounts to 240,000. Such a penalty could very well cost me my life. With this realization, I, now emboldened, boldly advanced toward Dolaniel and called out to the members of the evaluation team, urging them to overcome their fears and resist valiantly. Chapter 14. 4 Years of University. Your clone has bet right. As your clone exerted every effort to entangle the formidable Dolaniel, its health plummeted under the relentless onslaught of the foe. Just as it seemed on the verge of collapse, several powerful attacks suddenly surged forth from the corridor behind the clone, striking Dolaniel with tremendous force. Prior to this moment, no matter the ferocity of the attacks endured, it appeared as if they were merely a tickle to Dolaniel. However, under the impact of these skills, it emitted a mournful wail, its massive form staggering backward with each blow. It only came to a halt upon colliding with the rocky wall of the mine. Soon after, several figures emerged from the depths of the mine's passage, fully armored warriors, scouts lurking in the shadows, and a priest clad in sanctified garb. Yet, the most captivating among them was a mage wielding a redwood staff, with hair that danced like flames in the air. Zoning, your clone instantly recognized this illustrious figure from Donghua University, the possessor of the celestial level talent, Flame Lord, who, upon unleashing any fire-based magic, could disregard the enemy's magical defenses and fire resistances, while designating 3 personal fire magic spells to amplify their power by 1,000 and reduce their cooldown by 50. Surrounding him were undoubtedly the formidable allies who had battled alongside Zonghung since his freshman days. Without exception, they were all endowed with talents of earth-shattering or even sky-reaching proportions. The lowest among them were seasoned golden-class professionals, having completed 3 job transfers. During the initial simulation, they constituted the absolute core of the Iron Blood Legion. Under their leadership, even the formidable Wild Lord fell victim to their relentless assault, unable to withstand the onslaught for more than 3 minutes. Although Dolaniel was a level 10 named boss, surpassing the level 5 Lord they had previously faced in the last simulation by 5 levels, Zonghung and his companions had yet to evolve into the leaders and core members of the Legion they would later become. The disparity between a lord and a named boss was equally vast, rendering any comparison utterly inconceivable. Under the power of the Fire Lord's flame magic, amplified to 10-fold intensity, Dolaniel was rendered almost defenseless. Within mere minutes, the once dominant Dolaniel, who had annihilated the entire assessment team single-handedly, succumbed without resistance, leaving behind 2 items radiating a pure white glow, which were all too familiar to the avatars. Fortune smiles upon us, as we have acquired 2 pieces of stellar-grade equipment. Alas, their levels are too low. Let us reserve them for future newcomers, remarked the warrior who felled Dolaniel. At that moment, Zhongheng turned his gaze to the battered form of his avatar. With a silent gesture, the priest, adorned in sanctified vestments, immediately cast a powerful healing spell upon the avatar. It is merely a skill. Your doppelganger instantly recovers from all the injuries it previously endured. At this moment, it is also rewarded with a reverse scale dropped by a Duraniel, an item of remarkable quality, reaching the esteemed Earth grade. This scale can serve as material for a future promotion to Silver Rank Warrior, with a market value exceeding 50,000 Federation coins. Yet, in comparison to the worth of Stardust-grade equipment, such recompense is undeniably trivial. Your doppelganger does not engage in haggling, fully aware that the weak possess no bargaining rights when confronting the strong, let alone someone like Zhongheng. Even the members of the Iron Blood Society's assessment team, who now lie on the ground lamenting, are an unattainable echelon for him. Most importantly, the doppelganger has already received an 80,000 reward from Lin Ke. This scale from Duraniel is merely an unexpected delight. With a profound sense of self-awareness, the doppelganger swiftly stows the scale into its backpack, then awaits Lin Ke's recovery to remind her not to forget the final payment upon their return. To the doppelganger's surprise, the notoriously unreasonable Lin Ke shows no inclination to default on her debt. Although her tone and demeanor remain harsh, she does not deny the promised 20,000 Federation coins. Following this brush with death, it seems Lin Ke has undergone some transformation. What change could possibly occur in that vixen? Lin Ke scoffs, dismissing the notion with indifference. Whenever Lin Ke reminisced about the initial moments of his journey through time, he couldn't help but recall the acerbic demeanor displayed by Lin Ke on the awakening platform. It became evident to him that there was something amiss in her mind. Her thoughts and values were steeped in an extreme utilitarianism. No matter how much she might change, her intrinsic nature would never transform her into a virtuous person. Fortunately, the avatar remained indifferent to Lin Ke's metamorphosis. For the avatar, as long as Lin Ke adhered to their agreement and provided the promised compensation, that was all that mattered. The future trajectory of Lin Ke held no relevance for him. Simulation, after all, was merely simulation, even if he sought to avenge the harm inflicted upon the original body by Lin Ke. That was a matter for the original to contemplate. His sole responsibility as an avatar was to strive relentlessly to grow stronger within the confines of the simulation. Harboring such thoughts, the avatar, having returned to a semblance of normal life, concealed this interval of interaction with the Iron Blood Society's assessment team. Under the avatar's aloof demeanor, the members of the assessment team, who had already added him as a friend, gradually ceased their communications with him. Only the team leader, Shinchin, occasionally sent greetings to the avatar. By the second month following the initiation of the simulation, the average level of the Crimson team, to which the avatar belonged, finally surpassed level 8, prompting them to challenge the level 7 campus dungeon, the Resting Graveyard. By the 4th month of the simulation, despite facing a daunting experience penalty, the avatar's level finally ascended to 11. The members of the Crimson team also began to break through level 9 in succession, as the level 7 campus dungeon, the Resting Graveyard, could no longer satisfy the strategic needs of the avatar and his team. You have begun to prepare for the challenge of the level 8 dungeon, the Wandering Night Town. However, before embarking on this endeavor, a momentous event has transpired for your avatar, marking a significant milestone. As time progressed, your avatar's first semester at Donghua University has finally concluded. Unlike the previous life where the director expelled him, this time, although your avatar has merely awakened a bronze-tier talent, he has excelled among the typical student populace. The Crimson team, to which your avatar belongs, ranks among the top teams of his grade. Consequently, rather than being expelled, your avatar has been awarded a scholarship of 10,000 federal coins. News of this achievement has spread to your village, filling the hearts of the villagers with pride. Upon hearing this, Link cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It is astonishing how simple the villager's satisfaction is. Fortunately, he activated the system panel, which has opened the door to a potential change in his destiny. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to face those villagers who had collectively supported his admission to Donghua University. Meanwhile, Link has finally grasped the disparity between practitioners who have awakened bronze-tier talents and those who possess golden tier talents. The Crimson team stands out among bronze tier teams. Yet after an entire semester, their average level barely reaches level 9. In stark contrast, Lin Ke, the owner of a golden tier talent, boasts a level of 15. This represents a significant gap of 6 levels. In reality, bridging this gap may require more than 2 semesters of effort. As the levels progress, the challenge of advancement intensifies. What appears to be a mere 6 levels conceals a vast chasm of experience disparity. The fact that your duplicate managed to elevate its level by only 1 in a semester attests to this reality. From this perspective, the pronounced emphasis on innate talent within the professional community is quite justifiable. Not being expelled from Donghua University holds significant implications for your duplicate. It signifies that your duplicate is no longer required to venture into the wilderness for training, but can, like any ordinary student, safely remain on campus for a full 4 years across 8 semesters. By utilizing the relatively low-risk dungeons within the university, it can steadily elevate its level to at least 20. The unfolding events indeed transpired as your duplicate anticipated. 8 months into the simulation, the entire Crimson team surpassed level 10, and your duplicate embarked on a month-long endeavor to assist team members with their job transition tasks. During this period, to address the sharply increased difficulty of dungeons post-transition, the Crimson team recruited 2 additional members, a swordsman and a hunter. 12 months later, your duplicate and the Crimson team advanced to the 2nd year, with your duplicate reaching level 13, while the other members of the Crimson team also achieved levels exceeding 11. Some have begun to refer to your avatar as senior, and new students even seek your avatar's counsel regarding strategies within the campus dungeons. Additionally, a few charming underclassmen have sent love letters to your avatar, who, lacking any interest, has resolutely declined their advances. Consequently, rumors have emerged within the campus suggesting that your avatar's sexual orientation may be questionable. 2 years later, your avatar, now in the 3rd year, has reached level 16, while the average level of the members of the Crimson Squad has also surpassed level 15. With the increase in levels, your avatar's role within the team has diminished in significance. The premonitions of your avatar have transformed into reality. Team members, aided by their parents, find themselves in a relatively affluent position, allowing them to acquire more luxurious gear and skills, even utilizing disposable items that can temporarily boost combat power. In stark contrast, your avatar relies almost entirely on the distribution of loot from the team. To this day, they have not managed to assemble a complete set of bronze-level equipment exceeding level 10. The thought of using expensive potions or disposable items in critical moments is far from feasible. Whispers of discontent have begun to circulate among the team, as some express frustration over your avatar's unwillingness to invest in themselves. They cannot fathom how a distinguished student of Donghua University could lead such a frugal existence, unwilling to spend on potions, enchantments, or items, leaving the front line of battle to someone who, despite possessing first-rate bronze-level talent, may ultimately prove less capable than an ordinary bronze-level talent holder. Ultimately, the current avatars can no longer withstand the relentless onslaught of the boss with the same prowess as before, relying solely on their own strength. If this continues, to ensure the efficiency and safety of the team's endeavors, they will have no choice but to recruit an additional frontline member to maintain stability. However, this increase in personnel will inevitably lead to a further division of spoils. The benefits that were originally shared among 9 will now have to be divided among 10. Undoubtedly diminishing the enhancement potential for the members of the Crimson Squad. Accustomed to the near-guardian strength of the early avatars, the members of the Crimson Squad are understandably discontent with the current capabilities of the avatars. Yet, under the system of absolute equitable distribution, the team members cannot strip the avatars of their rightful share of the loot. They can only continue to exert pressure on their leader, Zhang Jingyi. This is particularly true for the 2 new members, who have not experienced the benefits of the early avatar's assistance and are more dissatisfied with their perceived stinginess. Fortunately, Zhang Jingyi has effectively quelled the discord within the team, ensuring that the avatar's position as the primary tank remains unshaken. But how long can she maintain this order? Link scoffed, already losing faith in the avatar's standing within the Crimson Squad. The final semester at Donghua University also marks the crucial sprint towards completion. Upon concluding this semester, students with a level exceeding 15 will graduate with satisfactory results, thus enabling them to assume prominent roles within various civil organizations. Those who surpass level 20 and complete their second job transfer may be directly recruited by the federal government, becoming federal police officers, agents of the Investigation Bureau, or military officers, thus paving a path of boundless potential. Furthermore, maintaining a stable team of fixed members until graduation holds extraordinary value. Even battle groups are eager to welcome such teams. The ultimate goal of the Crimson Squad is precisely this. With their bronze-level talents, the theoretical ceiling for them is merely that of lower-tier officials within the Federation, making entry into a battle group nearly impossible. However, should all members elevate their levels beyond 20, the intrinsic value of their team could attract the attention of a battle group, allowing them to become an independent squad subordinate to it, thereby acquiring a transcendent status and authority that surpasses grassroots governance. This is not an insurmountable goal. With the conclusion of the 7th semester, the average level of the Crimson Squad has astonishingly reached 19. The rapid progress can be attributed to the fact that during the 7th semester, the Crimson Squad has moved beyond merely conquering dungeons. They have begun to venture into wilderness areas previously ravaged by battle groups for training. Chapter 15. Joining the police department. Although the spoils of battle in the wilderness sometimes pale in comparison to the losses of potions and items, the experience gained is undeniably tangible. This is the reason why the Crimson Squad has consistently distinguished itself among ordinary teams. According to Captain Zhang Jingyi, representatives from battle groups have begun to reach out to her. Should the Crimson Squad succeed in having all its members achieve their second-class promotion in the final semester, it could become an independent team under the banner of the battle group. This is undoubtedly a tantalizing temptation. While joining the battle group and becoming an independent team may not confer the same prestige as being a core member, it nonetheless places them among the battle group's direct affiliates. Their status would far surpass that of local factions, and the benefits reaped from pioneering alongside the battle group would vastly exceed those of the average individual. In pursuit of this objective, the entire Crimson Squad is brimming with enthusiasm during this final semester, including your avatar. Soon, through the relentless efforts of the Crimson Squad, what was originally projected to take 3 months to reach level 20 was astonishingly accomplished in just 70 days. This early achievement of 20 days granted the members of the Crimson Squad ample time to prepare for their class transitions. Even your avatar was quite exhilarated, as possessing the reverse scale of Dolanial ensured an abundance of the silver tier boss materials required for the transition. With the assistance of the team members to complete the class transition challenge, you would ascend to become a silver tier practitioner, a distinction even among the broader human society. As for the more distant path, your alter ego has not contemplated further. He merely understands that, even if he drifts along with the tide, becoming a member of an independent squad under the banner of the Crimson Legion, his future is unlikely to be bleak. It is even possible that, with a bronze-level talent, he may touch upon the realm of golden-tier warriors. Alas, hope is a beautiful illusion, while reality is often harsh. When your alter ego applied for a class change quest on the Awakening Orb within the school, submitting the necessary materials and receiving the trial task of slaying a boss of any level exceeding 20, he faced a request for assistance from squad members to help complete this quest. After a moment of silence, Captain Zhang Jingyi delivered news akin to a thunderclap, following the suggestions of the majority of the Crimson Squad members. They had decided to gradually expel the increasingly mediocre alter ego from their ranks, opting instead to welcome a new member, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, the owner of the silver-level talent of tenacity, is a silver knight whose level has reached 21. Previously, he was a key frontline member of a silver-tier squad. However, due to internal strife with his teammates, he began to operate independently in his 3rd year, subsequently wandering among various squads while maintaining his individual identity. Although the tenacity talent is rather unremarkable among silver-level talents, as a rare frontline knight, Zhou Hao remains a sought-after candidate among major silver-tier teams. Generally speaking, even if Zhou Hao were to choose a squad to join, it would hardly be one as humble as the bronze-level Crimson Squad. Yet, circumstances have shifted dramatically. Firstly, Zhou Hao's departure from his previous silver-tier team was marked by a considerable lack of decorum, offending his former teammates. Consequently, many silver-tier teams are now hesitant to recruit Zhou Hao, mindful of the repercussions stemming from that silver-tier group, which precludes them from offering him satisfactory terms. Secondly, the Crimson team has now secured the coveted entry ticket to the independent squads under the jurisdiction of the War faction. Although the Crimson team still holds the status of a bronze-tier team, in terms of standing, it no longer pales in comparison to ordinary silver-tier teams. Furthermore, The Crimson team may be willing to make certain concessions for Zhou Hao's potential benefits. For someone like Zhou Hao, who has languished without a team and fallen behind his contemporaries with silver-tier talents, the prospect of accepting an invitation from the Crimson team has become a viable option. Upon learning of these developments, the Avatar experienced a surge of absurdity, unable to comprehend how swiftly human sentiments can change. Do they not realize that the Crimson team's ascendance among bronze-tier squads is largely attributable to his assistance? Without his sacrifices as a level 10 bronze warrior in the initial stages, and without his leadership in pushing the Crimson team to undertake high-level dungeons, how could they possibly maintain an edge over other bronze-tier teams? Is it merely due to their so-called principle of absolute equitable distribution or their unremarkable bronze-tier talents? No, perhaps they are aware, yet the Avatar finds himself unable to continue guiding them to the forefront. Thus, they cast aside the doppelganger, which had lost its value and was gradually becoming a liability for the team, and instead embraced a more formidable frontline professional. Their decision appears to be quite rational, especially as the Crimson Squad is on the verge of graduation and facing recruitment from various factions. It is entirely understandable that the Crimson Squad seeks to enhance its value and strengthen its roster. However, it is indisputable that the doppelganger became the sole casualty in this scenario. What further incensed the doppelganger was Zhou Hao's insistence on not accepting an equitable distribution of spoils upon joining the Crimson Squad. He demanded an additional share of the loot, while the Crimson Squad, which upheld a principle of absolute fairness in distribution, did not extend this policy to Zhou Hao, acquiescing instead to his demands. This duplicity, catering to individual interests, starkly illuminated the absurdity of the doppelganger's prior concessions. Especially disheartening was the fact that even Zhang Jingyi, the idealistic captain in the eyes of the doppelganger, tacitly endorsed this alteration of rules, revealing the darker aspects of human nature. The doppelganger chose not to dispute or raise a commotion, having been expelled from the team and stripped of all advantages. It recognized that no one would champion its cause in this seemingly harmonious, yet fundamentally predatory world. Engaging in futile retaliation would likely result in nothing but further humiliation. The doppelganger buried its grievances deep within, accepting that this simulation left it powerless against the Crimson Squad. Yet, this does not imply that in future simulations, or even in reality, it will not have the opportunity to repay the humiliation it has endured 100-fold. Indeed, that is my doppelganger. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ke erupted into hearty laughter. He held no concern for the despicable nature of the Crimson Squad. Long before the Avatars sacrificed their own interests to maintain the stability of the team, Lin Ke had already lost faith in the fate that awaited the Avatars within the Crimson Squad. What truly preoccupied him was the attitude the Avatars would adopt towards the Crimson Squad after all that transpired. Should the Avatars still exhibit an irredeemable compassion for their adversaries, Lin Ke would indeed have to contemplate restricting their autonomy within the simulation. Fortunately, while the Avatars could comprehend the choices made by the Crimson Squad, they had not extended forgiveness. Empathy is one thing, yet acceptance is an entirely different matter. The Avatars remained acutely aware of this distinction. As for Lin Ke's stance, it goes without saying. If the Crimson Squad chose to inflict harm on my Avatars to enhance their own leverage and secure their future interests, they should not be surprised when I, the original, seek justice for my Avatars in due course. Even the Iron Blood Society cannot escape Lin Ke's meticulous accounting. So how dare a mere bronze-level squad engage in such reckless behavior within the simulation? It is truly astonishing how oblivious they are to the concept of mortality. It is imperative to note that this time, the Avatars within the simulation have already attained level 20. Level 20 signifies that the Avatars will be able to unlock the second-tier silver-level simulation in the next iteration. Consequently, they will gain the right to utilize silver-level talents during the simulation, without requiring any intervention from Lin Ke himself. The Avatars, equipped with silver-level talents, will be able to reclaim all injustices suffered in this simulation during the next encounter. Regrettably, that is merely a matter for the next simulation. At this crucial juncture, on the brink of graduation, the Avatar, having been cast out of its team, will undoubtedly suffer significant adverse effects in this simulation. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the Avatar's prospects in this instance have been irrevocably severed by the actions of the Crimson team. As anticipated, the Avatar, expelled at the final juncture, has no time to seek another team that would accept it and be suitable for its abilities. By the conclusion of the last semester's final time frame, your Avatar has yet to find a team willing to accommodate it. relegated instead to face campus recruitment as a level 20 solitary wanderer, having failed to complete its class transition. Although it has achieved level 20, it remains untransformed. Despite possessing a fixed team, it was ousted at the last moment. This circumstance, in the eyes of various departments and private organizations participating in campus recruitment, undoubtedly raises considerable concerns. They are unaware of the injustices your avatar endured within the Crimson Team and, consequently, assume it may harbor certain deficiencies. Fortunately, your avatar still boasts a commendable level 20, with its life resistance talent standing out among the bronze tier talents as an exceptional frontline attribute. Thus, it was not outrightly rejected, but rather offered a position with significantly inferior terms compared to a typical level 20 professional. After a series of struggles, your avatar ultimately accepted an invitation from the District 3 Police Department of Donghua City amidst the chaos. As a third-level police sergeant, I commenced my tenure at the District 3 Police Department of Donghua City, tasked with the responsibility of combating smuggling activities within the area. To the eyes of the layperson, securing a position within the police force is indeed a remarkable achievement, particularly when one ascends to the rank of sergeant upon entering, thereby becoming part of the esteemed ranks of officials. Your fellow townsfolk take considerable pride in your academic accomplishments. Yet, it is only within the professional circles that the true connoisseurs of the vocation discern that genuinely exceptional practitioners are invariably found amidst the battalions and military ranks. At the very least, they occupy positions within elite organizations or serve as high-level federal agents. To be relegated to a local police department, one might argue, is not much different from becoming a mere civilian practitioner, and the distinction between the two is far from clear. Though it may seem illogical through the lens of an earthling, this is simply the reality of the professional discrimination hierarchy in this world, where practitioners hold themselves in lofty esteem, transcending the ordinary. Even the most mediocre of practitioners, as long as they can continue to conquer dungeons and cultivate uncharted territories, are deemed powerful, valiant heroes capable of bestowing resources and contributions upon humanity. Conversely, upon entering the mundane realm and interacting with the common populace, one is relegated to the status of an ordinary individual. It is akin to the practitioners in fantasy novels, no matter how dismal the plight of the low-tier cultivators. They remain exalted practitioners, inherently entitled to look down upon those who merely navigate the pedestrian world. Link struck his palm with his hand, the expression of enlightenment illuminating his visage. However, this has become the most optimal choice for your alter ego. Although the grassroots organizations can still navigate the wilderness, they lack a comprehensive system and often employ practitioners without sufficient professionalism, primarily exploiting their value, resulting in a high casualty rate. Instead of greedily seizing the meager profits wrested from the hands of civilian practitioners, it would be wiser to serve within the federal local government, where at least there are internal instances available for exploration. Thus, on the 11th of March in the year following the awakening, your alter ego officially joined the District 3 Police Department of Donghua City within the federal government, becoming a third-level sergeant. Upon taking office, your alter ego was not particularly keen on engaging in the management of the police department. Aside from the tasks assigned by the chief and the squad leader, most of the time was spent exploring instance strategies within the precinct, waiting for the refresh of the shelter points before embarking on instance challenges. Due to a lack of sufficiently skilled teammates within the precinct, you were only able to team up with an old officer, a Black Iron level priest whose level had fortunately reached 15. This limitation hindered your alter ego's ability to challenge higher-level instances, significantly impacting the acquisition of experience and instance rewards. After 3 years in the police department, while your alter ego was promoted to second-level sergeant, he finally amassed enough funds to hire civilian mercenaries. Utilizing financial resources, your alter ego and the hired mercenaries successfully completed a job change challenge within a civilian instance, achieving the transformation into a silver-level warrior. This granted him an additional 100 attribute points and unlocked the qualification for advanced learning of golden-level skills. Regrettably, this qualification holds little significance, let alone being a golden-level skill. Even moderately potent silver-level skills are priced at over $1 million. Such an expense is far beyond the means of a mere constable. Without advanced skills, your avatar is merely a subpar entity among silver-level warriors. Coupled with the torment of lacking formidable allies within the precinct, the realization dawns that if this continues, one may never ascend to level 25, potentially languishing in mediocrity until death. Yearning for a more powerful avatar, a decision is made to take an unconventional path. During a mission to combat the smuggling of illicit subquest items, faced with the desperate pleas of a smuggler, your avatar coldly demands a reward of 100,000 federal coins. The smuggler, taken aback by your audacious proposal, is not merely shocked by the sum, but by the sheer incredulity of a silver-level professional serving as a mere deputy in a local police station. To audaciously extort from a shadowy figure such as himself is indeed a rarity among rarities. Chapter 16. Corrupt Police. As a sheriff, your doppelganger toils diligently for an entire month, accumulating various bonuses and allowances, yet his monthly income scarcely exceeds 20,000 federal coins. However, capturing a smuggler and granting him a modicum of mercy could effortlessly yield a ransom exceeding 100,000 federal coins. This amount is nearly half a year's salary for the sheriff. It is a temptation that is difficult for anyone to resist. Ordinary officers refrain from succumbing to such lures due to their fear of federal legal repercussions and oversight, for they harbor beliefs and aspirations that transcend mere monetary gain. Yet, the doppelganger dares to. Even if he is aware that once he reaches out, the day of exposure is inevitable, it remains merely a simulation. Moreover, when assessed, the risks of illicit gain are significantly less than those of honest toil. What is there to fear? Beliefs and aspirations? What faith or ambition could a mere doppelganger possess? Becoming stronger is my belief. Acquiring wealth is my pursuit. In this merciless world, rife with injustice and ungratefulness, it is unworthy of my guardianship. Having tasted the bitter and sweet of humanity in the first simulation, and having endured the harrowing experiences of being conscripted by the Iron Blood Society and betrayed by a devoted squad in this current simulation, the doppelganger is thoroughly disillusioned with this pathological world. Hey, that is not quite right, truly not right. There are still many good people in the world. Like our fellow villagers, for instance. Well, isn't that enough? Link hastily attempts to salvage the doppelganger's extreme thoughts. Your alter ego finds merit in your words. Yet regrettably, there is no turning back for him. Upon receiving the initial ransom, he forged a connection with a smuggler known as Fat Tiger. Each month, he devises various means to lavish substantial sums of money upon your alter ego, sometimes exceeding 100,000 federal coins, and at the very least, 5 to 60,000. All your alter ego must do in return is to provide advance warning during police raids. Under your alter ego's protection, Fat Tiger's smuggling enterprise flourished immensely. He even established a gang named Nightingale, recruiting a dozen seasoned practitioners. Nearly half of the smuggling operations involving secondary props in District 3 of Donghua City fell under the dominion of Fat Tiger and Nightingale. The entanglement between your alter ego and Fat Tiger deepened to an inseparable degree. However, your alter ego remains indifferent, for as his relationship with Fat Tiger grows increasingly intimate, the offerings from Fat Tiger become ever more generous, now reaching an astonishing 30,000 federal coins each month. Thanks to Fat Tiger's tributes, within just half a year, you acquired a coveted silver-level skill book. Silver Chi. This tome possesses the remarkable ability to transform the physical stamina of a warrior into energy, enveloping the wielder to mitigate damage or unleashing it as a powerful area attack. It is heralded as the most formidable silver-level skill among warriors. With its acquisition, your avatar can truly be deemed a genuine silver-tier warrior. On the very day of obtaining Silver Chi, your avatar ventured alone into the high-level 15 dungeon of the police precinct, known as Raging City. Armed with the ferocious Silver Chi, you cleave through adversaries with an ease reminiscent of slicing through melons, effortlessly dispatching the first dungeon boss, which had previously taken a day or two to conquer. After a fierce battle, you successfully vanquished the subsequent second dungeon boss. It was only upon confronting the third boss, boasting a level of 20, that you felt overwhelmed by its relentless onslaught and chose to withdraw. This encounter elevated your avatar's level to a remarkable 21. Additionally, within the dungeon, your avatar obtained a secondary item valued at 80,000 Federation coins. Alas, the spoils from the police precinct dungeon ultimately belonged to the precinct itself, leaving you with no rightful claim to these rewards, your only consolation being a slightly more generous bonus at the month's end. Fortunately, with the profits supplied by Fat Tiger, your avatar now regards such trivial amounts as inconsequential. After exiting the dungeon, your avatar reflected on the battle against the third dungeon boss, contemplating that with a bit more caution, refined maneuvers, and the aid of a supporter to restore health, victory over the third boss might not have been an impossibility. Regrettably, the restoration of protective value requires a full week, leaving your avatar unable to immediately validate this notion, and thus must temporarily set aside the pursuit of conquering dungeons. 2 days later, while idly passing time at the police station, your avatar stumbled upon an unusual breaking news segment. The report detailed a sudden global surge in the emergence of monstrous gathering sites and an abnormal proliferation of wilderness overlords, with numerous fringe cities facing an unprecedented onslaught of wild beasts, resulting in the obliteration of over 30 human settlements. However, before your avatar could thoroughly contemplate the implications of this alarming news, it swiftly transitioned to a status indicating that the publisher has deleted this content. It is no longer visible. Without further thought, your avatar dismissed the significance of the report. As night fell, your avatar made their way to the rural district of Zone 3, seeking out the now prominent gang leader, Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger recounted the troubles plaguing the Nightingale gang, revealing that a young troublemaker known as Lid was encroaching upon their business. He lamented that 2 of his dispatch professionals had gone missing while attempting to confront this rival. Uninterested in directly engaging in gang disputes, your avatar refrained from providing the response Fat Tiger had anticipated, merely advising him to exercise caution and promising to leverage the police department's resources to deal with this audacious young rogue. After collecting a substantial token of gratitude, your avatar departed from Fat Tiger's presence and was making their way back to the police station when, suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps surrounded them. To their astonishment, a group of masked thugs encircled them completely. Before the doppelganger could utter a word, a boy who stood a little over 6 meters tall, slender in build and seemingly no older than 16 or 17, with short hair, approached directly from the crowd. He boldly inquired, "You are the black cop behind Fat Tiger, aren't you?" Connecting the boy's words to those spoken by Fat Tiger, the doppelganger swiftly retorted, "You are the one referred to as Pot Lid by Fat Tiger, correct?" "Excellent. It appears I have not sought the wrong individual." Pot Lid replied, "This is a gang dispute, and your presence as a policeman poses a significant threat. Thus, I regret to inform you that I must eliminate you here." The doppelganger chuckled, gesturing towards the surrounding crowd of ordinary individuals, none of whom were even professionals. With a slight, almost imperceptible smirk of derision, Pot Lid seemed oblivious to the doppelganger's disdain and showed no concern for the doppelganger's status as a professional. Chapter 17, the conclusion of the second simulation. Your avatar has perished. Time of death, year 19 of awakening, February 1st. Link stared blankly at the abruptly halted simulation information. His mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Only when the system's settlement information illuminated the screen did Link finally snap back to reality, realizing that his avatar had met its demise during the simulation. The simulation has concluded. You may retain the following rewards for your avatar. 1. Life resistance, bronze level talent. 2. Attributes of avatar level 21. 3. Skills acquired by the avatar, including the silver level skill, silver aura, and the bronze level skill, bullying. 4. Equipment possessed by the avatar, including a level 20 bronze weapon, a level 15 bronze weapon, a level 15 bronze armor, a level 15 bronze bracer, a level 10 silver earring, a level 10 silver boots, and a level 10 bronze ring. Note: you may only select one of the aforementioned as your avatar's simulation reward free of charge. Should you desire additional rewards, extra simulation energy must be expended. Dead. How could this happen so suddenly? Link found it utterly unacceptable. Just a moment ago, was his avatar not perfectly fine? How could it perish? A distinguished silver-level professional, slain by a mere group of ordinary individuals? What folly is this? Setting aside the matter of rewards for the moment, system, I vehemently demand to view the death replay. Link protested. Ding! The death replay commences. With the chime of the system's prompt, a scene, distinct from mere simulation, unfolds immediately within Link's vision. In the dimly lit, deserted streets of the city, a doppelganger resembling Link stands expressionless at the center of the thoroughfare. Surrounding him lie over 30 corpses, their faces shrouded in masks. Apart from the doppelganger, the only other living creature on the street is a diminutive man, positioned less than 20 meters away. Are you a silver-level practitioner? The small man questions incredulously. A silver-level practitioner, no less. Hiding in the city instead of venturing into the wilderness to contribute to humanity, becoming a shield for malevolence. Is this your way of repaying the Federation and humanity? Is this your last testament? The doppelganger shakes his head, preparing to strike. Such moralistic rhetoric holds no weight for him. It does not burden his psyche in the slightest. He lacks even the inclination to engage in debate, for the man before him is on the verge of death. Speaking another word to a corpse would be a waste of breath. Yet, just as the doppelganger is about to act, the small man bursts out, "Last testament? Huh. The one who should be delivering a last testament is you." Accompanied by nearly frenzied words, a dark shadow suddenly emerges from behind the diminutive man, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal beast with wings sprouting from its back, its face adorned with sharp fangs. Mappus, level 19. Upon observing the information marked above the monster's head by the professional system, a profound sense of bewilderment arose within the avatar's mind. It was incomprehensible why a named boss would manifest within the confines of human civilization, and even more perplexing was the sight of the frail, seemingly powerless man before him, capable of summoning such a formidable named boss. It was no wonder that the two bronze-level professionals dispatched by Fat Tiger to confront this foe had gone silent. Faced with a named boss of level 19, even a bronze-level practitioner stood no chance. Indeed, even he, a silver-level professional who had surpassed level 21, would find himself utterly powerless. The Avatar was acutely aware of this reality, understanding that he could not possibly contend with a level 19 named boss. The mere thought of escape was a luxury beyond reach. The only path to survival lay in eliminating the frail summoner before him. Alas, all efforts ultimately proved futile. Despite his attempts to evade, the Avatar fell just shy of half a meter from the diminutive man, as the creature, Marpa, impaled his heart with a blackish-purple spear, pinning him to the earth. The playback concluded. Link could not help but reflect on the unexpected turn of events that had befallen the Avatar. Who could have anticipated that an obscure, foul rodent would possess the means to summon a named boss? Moreover, a boss of such formidable stature, level 19, rendered the demise of the Avatar, an otherwise capable silver-level professional, inevitable. Link was merely curious about the means by which the other party summoned and controlled the named boss. As a named boss, how could it appear unscathed within human cities? It is well known that human cities are protected by guardian fields, which not only prevent the spawning of monsters within their confines, but also inflict substantial, ongoing damage to wild creatures that dare to intrude. Typically, for wild monsters to invade a human settlement, they would require an army composed of millions to deplete the field's power through sheer numbers, thereby rendering the breach of the city possible. Yet, the simulated Donghua city evidently had not faced an army of monsters, as the field's strength remained intact. How then did the adversary manage to summon a named boss within the city? And why did the guardian field refrain from attacking this named boss? Unable to fathom the answers, Link decided not to expend any more mental energy on this trivial matter. After all, it was merely a level 19 named boss. The Avatar in this simulation was no match for him, although the next incarnation might prove more formidable. Judging by its appearance, the pot lid seemed to be no older than 16 or 17 in the 9th year of the simulation timeline, suggesting that it might be merely 7 or 8 years old now, a mere child. Regardless, it posed no real threat to Link's true self. Rather than dwelling on these distant future concerns, Link, having satiated his curiosity about how the Avatar was ultimately vanquished, shifted his focus back to the present. In this simulation, perhaps due to the higher achievements attained by the doppelganger, the system presented 4 options for reward retention. However, among these, the truly valuable choices are merely the life resistance talent and the level attained by the doppelganger after expending 9 years of effort. Although the subsequent equipment and skills are of considerable worth, their cumulative value may well exceed 2 million Federation credits. Yet, the more valuable an item is, the more it tends to be undervalued. During the first simulation, Link dismissed the Blood Knight set worth 5 million without a second thought. How much less, then, are the 2 rewards that together do not even amount to 2 million? This brings us to the question: if I wish to retain the life resistance talent and the doppelganger's level 21 achievements from this simulation, what quantity of simulation energy must I expend? Link inquired. Chapter 18. The Silver Warrior. Ding. The additional retention of simulated rewards depends on the simulated energy expended during this simulation. For each extra reward retained, the expenditure of simulated energy doubles. If the total simulated energy consumed in this instance is 100 points, retaining 1 additional reward would require the expenditure equivalent to the total energy consumed, that is, 100 points of simulated energy. Should one opt to retain 2 additional rewards, the energy required for the second reward would double to 200 points. This pattern continues, with the third reward necessitating 400 points of simulated energy and the fourth requiring 800 points. In essence, one would only need to pay an additional total of 1,500 points of energy comprising 100, 200, 400, and 800 to acquire all the rewards from this simulation. Upon realizing this, Link's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the requirement is merely 1,500 points of simulated energy, then acquiring all the rewards appears to be the most advantageous choice. After all, according to the system's recycling ratio for secondary items, one only needs secondary items valued at 50 federal coins in reality to exchange for 1 point of simulated energy within the system. Thus, 1,500 points of simulated energy equate to a mere 75,000 federal coins worth of secondary items. If this can be used to exchange for equipment and skills valued at 2 million federal coins in the simulation, would it not enable one to sell for 40,000 points of simulated energy, thereby achieving nearly 30 times the profit? Prompt: the equipment preserved from the simulation will be bound to the avatar, rendering it unsellable and non-transferable. With a system recovery value of 0, it seems the system has sensed Link's intention to exploit it. Promptly, a notification appeared. Even with a recovery price of 0, it remains entirely worthwhile. I cannot perpetually allow my avatar to exist as an unarmed warrior. Acquiring skill books and equipment is merely a matter of time. Paying no heed to the system's notification, Link glanced at the reward options and casually inquired, "System, may I select one option now in exchange for others once I acquire simulation energy?" The system responded, "Yes, host. Simulation rewards can be retained until the next simulation begins. As long as the avatar does not engage in the next simulation, the rewards from this simulation can be permanently retained." Huh, I knew you would be reasonable. Link's face brightened. Then I shall first choose my avatar's level 21 attributes. Ding. Your avatar has received your gift, and its attributes have changed. Binding subject: Link's avatar level, 21 experience, 020. 000 profession, warrior, silver level, native talent, none strength, 151 constitution, 146 agility, 46 magic, 16 equipment, none skills, none comprehensive rating. Lowest level silver warrior remaining simulation energy, 26. Simulation energy can be utilized to enhance the host's talent level. Replicate avatar talents, or exchange for avatar simulation opportunities or rewards. Simulated energy can be obtained through the recovery of equipment and items in reality. Remaining simulation attempts, 0. Simulation attempts automatically restore once each year, and can also be exchanged for simulated energy. It will take an additional 364 days to cool down until the next simulation. Dual attributes exceeding 100. It is evident that the attributes of a silver-tier professional who has undergone 2 job transitions are truly remarkable. Even without carrying any equipment or skills, the attributes gained from level enhancements and the points awarded for job transitions have already surpassed the majority of bronze-tier professionals. With the current attribute values of the avatar, one can easily conquer not only level 1 dungeons like the Bandit Hideout, but also single-handedly tackle the level 5 Goblin Tribe dungeon. If the avatar were to be equipped with skills and gear, its combat prowess would multiply several times. At that point, even the level 10 campus dungeon would be unable to withstand the onslaught of this fully realized silver warrior. It is no wonder that advanced professionals can, to a significant extent, disregard talent discrimination, for as long as their levels are sufficiently high and their number of job transitions ample. Even those awakened with the most mediocre black iron tier talent can compensate for most talent disparities through their formidable attributes and level suppression. Of course, exceptions exist for those who awaken talents of celestial grade or higher. Such prodigious professionals possess the potential to challenge opponents of higher levels, and their rate of level advancement is nothing short of astonishing. Taking Zongheng as an example, he had already completed his 3rd job transition before graduating from university. The cumulative effort of his 18 years, which had been simulated twice, pales in comparison to even a fraction of his achievements. However, Link's greatest virtue lies in his refusal to compare himself with those of a different caliber. Regardless of Zongheng's prowess, he is now a 4th-year student, while Link is merely a freshman, just embarking on his academic journey. Thus, his comparative benchmarks must naturally be his contemporaries. It is rumored that among this year's freshmen, the most gifted are 3 prodigies who have awakened sky-level talents. Yet, What can a single dungeon run truly elevate their levels to? Even if a sky-level talented individual possesses the ability to solo dungeons of equivalent difficulty, how much experience can they realistically gain from a single foray? At most, they might reach level 6. Can that possibly rival Link's level 21 Silver Warrior? What does it signify for a newly awakened freshman, barely 2 days into their journey, to wield a level 21 Silver Warrior avatar? To Link, it signifies nothing at all. He is indifferent to others' opinions. There is no need to wait for any restoration of sanctuary value. Link boldly ventures into the wilderness with his avatar in tow. His earlier reluctance to explore the wild stemmed solely from the lack of security provided by his level 10 Bronze Warrior avatar. However, the safety that a Bronze Warrior could not offer is certainly attainable with a Silver Warrior, as long as he avoids the perilous depths of the wilderness yet to be explored by the war groups. Link's current attributes and strength allow him to traverse the lower-level wild zones with utmost confidence. Furthermore, Link now possesses a clear objective: to infiltrate the Kobold Nest, the designated testing ground designated by the Iron Blood Society during the second simulation. According to the information gleaned from the simulation, although the Kobold Nest is teeming with numerous kobolds, the majority of these creatures are merely level 5 common foes. Even the elite kobolds rank only as level 8 ordinary elites. Given the current attributes of the avatar, it is entirely capable of sweeping through hordes of these adversaries. As long as it avoids the core area of the nest, where the named boss, Dolanir, resides, the avatar will reign supreme within the Kobold Nest, akin to a divine being. The possibility of failure is virtually non-existent. Chapter 19. Version Update Preview. Although for the avatars within the simulation, the wilderness is no longer an unfamiliar and mysterious realm, it marks Link's inaugural venture into the wild in reality. Just as he had absorbed knowledge about the wilderness from his predecessor's memories, the seemingly tranquil expanse is, in fact, rife with perilous threats. Even a seemingly inconspicuous little insect lurking in the roadside grass may very well be a creature of level 2 or 3, endowed with the lethal power to easily vanquish an adult. This is particularly alarming, considering that this area has already been explored by large factions and traversed by countless humans, rendering it a relatively safe zone near human settlements. If such a supposedly secure area is fraught with danger, one can hardly fathom the terrifying sights that await in the untouched barbaric lands, which have never been cultivated by human professionals. It is no wonder that even colossal factions occasionally report failures in their expeditions, sometimes resulting in total annihilation. The wilderness resembles an unfathomable abyss, teeming with unimaginable dangers. I have resolved that until I attain the strength of a sky-level warrior, I shall not set foot into the uncharted wilderness. With this spine-chilling thought in mind, Link cautiously lingered behind his avatar, only daring to advance once the avatar had effortlessly dispatched the surrounding monsters, ensuring a safe passage before he followed in its footsteps. Though his pace was somewhat sluggish, Lin Ke advanced with a relentless determination akin to uprooting weeds. Traversing the modest distance of approximately 10 miles from Donghua University to the Kobold Lair. Remarkably, through vanquishing wilderness monsters, he had elevated his level to 6. In just 2 days, he transformed from a fledgling newly awakened practitioner to a level 6 professional. Who would believe that Lin Ke was merely a talentless individual with a black iron grade aptitude? It would not be an exaggeration to regard him as a prodigy awakened with stellar grade talents. Even more daunting was Lin Ke's awareness of the formidable challenges that lay within the Kobold Lair. He understood that his current elevation and level was but the tip of the iceberg. According to the information gleaned from his simulations, the lair housed not only a named boss, Lin, who could drop 2 pieces of stellar grade equipment, but also thousands of kobold minions. These minions not only possessed ores worth a staggering 500,000 federal coins, but also offered an immense reservoir of experience, sufficient to elevate an entire assessment team of 9 members, each averaging level 7. By a level, Lin Ke could scarcely fathom the extent to which he could benefit from this experience alone. Would he ascend to level 9? Or perhaps even 10? The answer eluded him. Yet he was on the verge of discovery. Trailing closely behind his doppelganger, Lin Ke carved his way through the wilderness, ultimately arriving at the cavern that housed the Kobold Lair just before nightfall. He cast a glance at the foreboding darkness of the mine, where intermittent barks echoed ominously from within. At once, it was determined that this mine housed the very goblin lair depicted in the simulation. Confirming the accuracy of his assessment, Link murmured a silent amen and exchanged a knowing glance with his doppelganger. Without a moment's hesitation, the doppelganger plunged into the lair. In less than 2 minutes, Link, stationed at the entrance of the goblin den, was greeted by the sounds of a fierce battle and the anguished cries of goblins meeting their demise echoing from the depths of the mine. Shortly thereafter, Link noticed a flurry of notifications refreshing on his professional panel. Ding! Your doppelganger has slain a level 5 goblin minion and has allocated all experience points to you. Due to your level being 1 higher than the goblin minion, your experience gain will be subject to a 50 reduction penalty. You have received 50 experience points. Ding! Your doppelganger has slain a level 5 goblin minion 11. You have received 550 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased to level 7. Ding! Your doppelganger has slain a level 5 goblin minion 25. Due to your level being 2 higher than the goblin minion, your experience gain will incur a 75 reduction penalty. You have received 750 experience points. Your doppelganger has slain 2 level 8 goblin warriors. Since your level is 1 lower than the goblin warriors, your experience gain will receive an additional 50 boost. You have received 240 experience points. Your level has risen to level 9. Ding! Your doppelganger has slain. Ding! You have received. Ding! Your level has ascended to 10. Now, you may once again utilize the Awakening Orb to undergo a class transition, thereby acquiring newfound powers. Beep! The system has detected that the host is on the verge of surpassing biological limits. An update will occur after the host completes the transition. The specific details of the update should be perused by the host. Suddenly, a stark red message, distinct from the usual white text of the class panel, illuminated in Link's mind. Immersed in the exhilaration of his level increase, Link abruptly regained his senses and stared, astonished, at the simulation system that had forcibly displaced the class panel. Enraged, he exclaimed, "What do you have to do with my level increase? What are you meddling in? I am thoroughly satisfied with your system's functions. I see no necessity for an update. Here is a 5-star review for you. Now stay put. I have trusted you far too much." Link forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace than laughter. According to the conventional narrative tropes, whenever a system announces an update, it is essentially a forewarning that it intends to restrict the protagonist's advantages. Cloaked as an upgrade, it is, in reality, a means to tether the protagonist's potential. Those excessively powerful protagonists might endure such alterations, having at least enjoyed a brief surge of power under the system's support. But what of me? Merely a tool to assist the avatar, and now subjected to such treatment. How could I possibly escape this fate? If the cuts are too severe, I shall simply refrain from transitioning for the rest of my life. With a hint of determination, he thought, just a little more effort, and I shall thrive. Lin Ke hurriedly glanced at the update information posted by the simulation system. Within mere seconds, his previously sullen expression transformed dramatically, as he encountered the following significant updates in the announcement. 1. The privilege to upgrade the doppelganger talent to bronze level has been unlocked. After the main body completes its job transition, the host only needs to expend 10,000 points of simulation energy to elevate the doppelganger talent to bronze level. Once upgraded, the doppelganger will gain the following benefits. The host may summon a second doppelganger, which remains bound to this system and can participate in simulations. Bronze level simulations will be converted to free simulations, eliminating any additional charges. 2. The function to resurrect doppelgangers has been activated. After the main body completes its job transition, should the doppelganger tragically perish in the real world, the host can spend a certain amount of simulation points to revive it. This function cannot be utilized within simulations. Upon resurrection, the doppelganger will retain all talents, attributes, levels, and skills acquired prior to its demise, but will not inherit any external possessions. The number of simulation points required for resurrection will be determined by the doppelganger's overall rating. The higher the rating, the greater the cost. This function has a cooldown period of 15 days, which cannot be reduced by any means. Quick, help me up. Do not squander time with these wretched creatures. Let us proceed to change our profession at once. The spoils. Such treasures must be collected, for they represent wealth. One must never forsake their fortune. I shall await you at the entrance. Swiftly deliver the spoils to me. Lingering at the threshold of the Knoll's den, Link, fully aware of the formidable named boss lurking within, resolutely refrained from stepping further inside, shouting toward the manifestations within the lair. Chapter 20. Class Change and Skill Acquisition. That evening, at the Academic Affairs Office of Qilong College, Donghua University. Class Change Awakening? Raising his head, he glanced at the young man with dark hair before him. The student advisor, Zhang Neifeng, languidly moved the mouse, activating the computer screen in front of him, and then casually inquired, "What is your student ID?" 0587, Link. 0587, Link. He repeated the information provided by the young man. Zhang Nanfeng swiftly entered the student ID into the system and clicked to search. He had handled this type of task countless times. The total number of students across the 4 grades of Qinglong College, along with those preparing for postgraduate exams, exceeded 8,000. Even though a class change is a significant event that most students would only experience once or twice throughout their university life, Zhang Nanfeng found himself processing such requests dozens of times each day. Although it was somewhat bothersome to have students come at such late hours to apply for class change tasks, it was understandable that some eager professionals could not suppress their excitement at this crucial moment, which could greatly enhance their strength and social standing. Furthermore, the procedure was not cumbersome. Following the established protocol, he would input the college ID into the campus system, and as long as he could retrieve the corresponding student information from the system, he could grant access to the awakening room, allowing the student to enter and utilize the awakening orbs to receive their class change tasks. Beyond that, no further action was required on his part. Dullness. It is truly unbearable. In the role of an instructor, one finds oneself tirelessly repeating such monotonous tasks day in and day out. Had I known this would be the case, I might as well have remained in my hometown tending to the fields. The instructor, lacking any enthusiasm, sluggishly perused the information on the computer, monotonously reciting nearly formulaic content. Student ID 0587, Link, a first-year awakened student from Qinglong Academy. Is your identity confirmed? Are you indeed a first year? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhang Nanfeng gazed in bewilderment at the young man with dark hair before him. A surge of irritation rising within. What are you doing here at this hour to accept a job change quest as a first year? The awakening ceremony for first-year students was only a few days ago. It has barely been 2 days, and you're already here to claim a job change quest? Are you making a mockery of me? Is there a rule preventing first-year students from accepting job change quests? Link retorted. What did you say? Zhang Nanfeng's frustration was palpable. Do you not realize that the requirement to accept a job change quest is level 10? You, who have only just awakened as a professional less than 2 days ago, do you truly believe you have reached level 10? I apologize, but this pertains to personal privacy, and I cannot disclose that information, Link replied, raising his chin defiantly. Now that the information has been confirmed, I shall proceed to receive the quest. With that, Link turned on his heel and made his way toward the awakening chamber without a backward glance. Were it not for the fact that the awakening stone is a strategic resource for the Federation, and that alternative means of accessing awakening spheres are scarce in the short term, Link would not have risked exposing himself to such scrutiny. As the instructor Zhang Nanfeng stared in astonishment at Link's nonchalant departure, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words to express any form of reprimand. It was the first time a student had dared to speak to him in such a manner since he assumed the role of overseeing the awakening sphere at Donghua University. While Zhang Nanfeng simmered with indignation, Link, having entered the awakening chamber, was already in communion with the enigmatic force within the sphere. Ding. Level assessment successful. You have met the requirements for class advancement. Please select your class direction. 1. Warrior 2. Swordsman 3. Knight 4. Scout 5. Hunter 6. Mage 7. Archer 8. Priest 9. Warlock 10. Summoner. Strictly speaking, only after the first class advancement could one delineate their profession. Those who had not undergone this transition but referred to themselves as knights or mages merely indicated their aspirations for future career paths and self-identification. They could not truly claim the titles of knight or mage. Only upon completing the initial class advancement, acquiring the corresponding attributes, and obtaining the qualifications to learn the exclusive skills of that profession could one genuinely be regarded as a true professional. The 10 classes represent 10 distinctly divergent paths of power. However, the intensity among professions does not signify a clear hierarchy of superiority. As long as one possesses the appropriate talent and sufficient level, any class can unleash formidable strength. Thus, without hesitation, Link promptly selected Priest. Ding. Your class direction is Priest. The Priest, a profession characterized by support and enhancement, possesses primary attributes in constitution and magic power. Upon the first transition, one experiences an increase of 30 points in constitution and 20 points in magic power. Subsequently, with each level attained, constitution is augmented by an additional 3 points, while magic power receives a supplementary 2 points. The initial transition task entails the collection of bronze-grade auxiliary items. Indeed, as imparted by the knowledge acquired in academia, the difficulty of transition tasks prior to the golden grade is rather modest. The first phase predominantly involves gathering items corresponding to the designated transition quality, while the second phase merely requires the elimination of a boss of the appropriate level. However, tasks that appear deceptively simple are, in certain respects, quite intricate. Take, for instance, the collection of auxiliary items. At first glance, aside from the stipulation regarding the quality of the items, there seem to be no specific requirements concerning their level or quantity. Thus, even submitting a singular, rudimentary bronze-grade auxiliary item suffices to fulfill the first phase of the collection task. Yet, this does not imply that casually submitting any auxiliary item is the optimal strategy, although the task does not explicitly state any additional rewards. It is well established through the validation of countless seasoned professionals that upon completing a transition task, the transition system compensates the practitioner with a substantial amount of skill proficiency commensurate with the value of the auxiliary items submitted. Some affluent practitioners have even managed to utilize monetary means to acquire enough proficiency to elevate a bronze-grade skill from level 0 to its maximum after completing the first phase of the transition task. It is precisely due to the existence of this group of affluent and ruthless professionals that the seemingly inconsequential loot dropped by minor monsters maintains a consistently robust market value. Much like the insignia of brigands, which ostensibly bear no worth and merely serve as burdensome materials, there exists a faction of skilled crafters adept in the art of synthesis. These artisans can amalgamate 3 insignias of common brigands into a single black iron insignia, and subsequently, 3 black iron insignias can be fused into a silver-grade insignia, provided that their synthesis skill is sufficiently advanced and they possess ample materials for consumption. Even stellar-quality brigand insignias can be produced. This phenomenon explains why, despite over 100 million professionals across the Federation tirelessly engaging in wild dungeons, resulting in trillions of worthless materials annually, these discarded items continue to command a respectable price. The same principle applies to the second stage of challenging boss tasks. A level 10 boss is merely a prerequisite. Surpassing it naturally paves the way for your class transition. However, should you possess the capability to confront level 20 or level 30 bosses, or even renowned bosses and wilderness lords, the panel for professionals will not neglect your efforts. Instead, it will bestow upon you substantial experience point rewards, commensurate with the disparity in strength between you and the boss. Currently, the world record within the Federation is held by a scion of a super conglomerate, who, during a pivotal quest, expended an astonishing 500 million Federation coins to hire an entire B-class battle group to hunt a level 25 wilderness lord. Upon completing the transition, he astonishingly elevated his level to 15, thanks to the additional rewards from the quest. This elucidates why the advantages of the simulated avatar swiftly dissipate post-transition. The avatar, constrained by poverty, often manages only the bare minimum to complete the transition tasks, resulting in a significant lag in skill proficiency compared to others. While the skills of other team members often surpass level 5, the avatar languishes around levels 2 or 3 by the time a second transition approaches. The avatar's bronze level skill proficiency is outstripped by many who have merely completed their first transition. Admittedly, a mere 1 or 2 levels of skill proficiency difference has a negligible impact on strength. However, should this gap widen to 4 or 5 levels, or even surpass 5, the consequences become rather formidable. Such a disparity could be aptly described as a chasm. Fortunately, Link's avatar possesses the potential to inherit skill proficiency from simulations, allowing for the possibility of rectifying current deficiencies in future simulations, thus alleviating immediate concerns. As for Link himself, who relies on his avatar for sustenance, what need does he have for such elevated skill proficiency? Surely, one cannot presume that Link intends to linger at the bronze level for long. In merely 2 days, Link has successfully transitioned from a novice to an adept professional. Who dares to assert that in the future, Link cannot ascend to the silver rank within the same brief span? The prospect of effortlessly amassing proficiency in silver, or even golden skills, is indeed enticing. Who would still bother honing their bronze skills? However, I must acknowledge that my current financial situation does not permit such extravagance. Although Link did manage to accumulate a considerable fortune within the Goblin Lair prior to this, his expenditures are even greater. Simulation incurs costs, and preserving rewards for his avatars requires funds as well. Furthermore, Link aspires to elevate the talent level of his avatars, with hopes of eventually replicating their abilities. He also intends to acquire skill books and equipment, while reserving startup capital for his avatars within the simulation. One task after another, the total worth of the 500,000 federal coins worth of ores from the Goblin lair scarcely lasts. Link cannot fathom how those predecessors who traverse dimensions managed to spend money so freely. At least, given the current circumstances, earning federal coins through legitimate means seems exceedingly challenging. Although harvesting wealth from the Goblin lair appears straightforward, locations such as these, where low-difficulty monsters congregate, are rare and fortuitous finds, attainable only by elite factions like the Iron Blood Society of Donghua University. For an ordinary individual, encountering such a stroke of luck may very well be a once-in-a-lifetime event. Is it possible that the only path available to the common folk is one fraught with dubious means? Reflecting on the achievements of the simulated doppelganger, who, through the privileges of his position, could amass a staggering 30,000 federal coins in a single month, Link found himself confronted with the stark contrast of his own impoverished existence. Initially opposed to the doppelganger's illicit pursuits, he felt a flicker of temptation stir within him. Fortunately, this wavering was swiftly extinguished by his sense of crisis. Given the current stability of the Federation's overall situation, the risks associated with acquiring wealth through illegal means remained excessively daunting. Reality is not a mere simulation. While the doppelganger could boldly indulge in reckless endeavors, knowing that failure merely cost a chance at simulation, real-life entanglements were far more perilous, akin to an unremovable affliction. For now, enduring a phase of hardship seemed preferable, and Link remained resolute that, as his doppelganger's strength burgeoned, he would not be overcome by financial woes. After completing the first phase of a quest with an item valued at a mere 160 federal coins, Link refrained from hastily embarking on the second phase of the boss battle. Instead, he returned to his dormitory for a restful slumber. The following morning, he began to list the ores acquired from the lair on the campus marketplace for monetization. Due to their pricing being significantly lower than the average market rate, the sale of his ores progressed swiftly, with nearly all being sold out within 2 hours. Upon withdrawing the earnings, Link's bank account balance soared to an impressive 520,000. This undoubtedly constitutes a substantial sum. The purchasing power of the federal coins in this world is nearly equivalent to that of the renminbi on Earth in a past life. It is indeed exhilarating for a freshman to amass such wealth. With his newfound riches, Link's foremost expenditure was the acquisition of 3 fundamental skills befitting the priestly vocation: healing, blessing, and light sphere. Healing LV 1. After a chant of 0.5 seconds, it restores the health of a single target. The amount restored is determined by the caster's constitution and magical power, costing 15 mana points, with a cooldown period of 8 seconds. Blessing LV 1. Following a chant of 10 seconds, it enhances the attack and defense of a single target. The magnitude of the enhancement and its duration depend on the caster's constitution and magical power, costing 50 mana points, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Light Sphere LV 1. It releases a sphere of light energy that inflicts damage upon the target, dealing double damage to creatures of darkness, evil, and the undead. This skill costs 15 mana points and has a cooldown of 8 seconds. Additionally, he expended 50,000 federal coins to procure 2 bronze skill books for the priestly class and 1 for the warrior class. The priestly bronze skill books include the passive skill Devout Faith and the active skill Holy Shield, while the warrior skill is named Rampage. Devout Faith. Passive. Upon reaching maximum proficiency in your skills, your casting time is reduced by 2.5 seconds. Skills with a casting time of less than 2.5 seconds no longer require chanting. Holy Shield LV 1. Chanting for 1.5 seconds bestows a protective holy shield upon the target, capable of absorbing damage influenced by one's own physique and magical power. Mana cost 50 points. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Devastating Strike LV 1. Wielding a weapon inflicts physical damage upon all targets within the vicinity, simultaneously restoring one's own health based on the actual damage dealt. Cooldown time 25 seconds. It must be noted that the clone endured a rather tragic existence within the simulation. The Silver Warrior possesses 5 black iron skill slots, 3 bronze skill slots, 2 silver skill slots, and 1 gold skill slot. However, due to extreme poverty, acquiring gold-level skills or even filling the silver-level slots proved impossible. By the conclusion of the simulation, the clone possessed only the single bronze skill of bullying, with 2 bronze skill slots remaining vacant. Even with the addition of the devastating strike, the clone still lacked one bronze skill. The reason for not filling this bronze skill slot was that Link intended for the clone to make a choice based on the circumstances during the simulation. As for the silver level skills, they were entirely unaffordable. Even the cheapest silver warrior skill commanded a price of 200,000 Federation coins, with minimal practicality, far inferior to the silver fighting spirit the clone had acquired in the simulation. Regarding the price of silver fighting spirit, Link glanced at it and promptly closed the website. The lowest price online, 150,000 Federation coins. Chapter 21, Silver Level Talent. Undoubtedly, the higher the value of silver fighting spirit, the more it signifies the worth of preserving this silver fighting spirit through the utilization of simulation points. After expending 50,000 federal coins on several skill books, Link found himself with a remaining balance of 470,000 federal coins. Setting aside 20,000 federal coins for unforeseen circumstances, Link exchanged the remaining 450,000 federal coins for an array of replica materials, which bore a value akin to that of a common brigand's token, remarkably low. Through the recycling function of the simulation system, these materials were converted into simulation energy. The total of 450,000 federal coins worth of replica materials ultimately yielded 855 points of simulation energy. The reason for this lesser amount than anticipated was due to Link's extensive shopping spree, which had exhausted the lower-priced replica materials. Consequently, he was compelled to purchase some slightly more expensive items. Nevertheless, 855 points of simulation energy represented a considerable fortune for Link at this juncture. Ample enough for him to unleash his full potential. System, I wish to retain all reward options for my avatar within the simulation, Link proclaimed with an air of affluence. Ding. Would you like to spend an additional 200, 400, or 800 points of energy to retain your avatar's talents, skills, and equipment from the previous simulation? Wait, why is it so exorbitant? Wasn't the cost of the last simulation merely 100 points? Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Link abruptly hit the brakes. Due to your selection of the bronze-level simulation, you have incurred an additional cost of 100 simulation energy points, along with the expenses associated with purchasing simulation attempts. Consequently, the actual cost of your last simulation amounted to 200 simulation energy points. Link, momentarily taken aback, soon reflected upon the worth of the silver fighting spirit, valued at a staggering 1,000,000 federal coins. In comparison, the mere 1,000 points of simulation energy seemed trivial, an insignificant amount. Resolving not to dwell on the minor additional expenditure of several hundred simulation energy points, he chose to proceed. Ding! Your avatar has received your generous offering. With the sound of the simulation system's prompt, the avatar panel in Link's mind underwent a dramatic transformation. Bound entity, Link's avatar level, 21 experience, 0, 20,000 class, warrior, silver tier, innate talent, life resistance strength, 236, base 151 equipment 85, constitution, 259. 2, base 146 equipment 70 talent life bonus 43. 2, agility, 71, base 46 equipment 25, magic, 21, base 16 equipment 5, equipment, decapitating greatsword, bronze 20. Warrior's flying axe, bronze 15, ranger's half armor, bronze 15, town guard's boots, silver 10, Lilith's blessing, silver 10, skills, bully, bronze LV, 7, silver chi, silver LV 2, slaughter, bronze LV, 1, charge, black iron max level, strike, black iron max level, roar, black iron max level, overall rating, lower silver tier warrior. Is this truly the disparity that arises from equipping gear? Merely by assessing the attribute panel, there exists a staggering difference of 200 attribute points. Yet, even so, the overall rating among silver tier professionals remains confined to the realm of a lower tier warrior. Glimpsing the newly acquired attribute panel of the avatar, upon encountering the words lower silver tier warrior, Link could not suppress a wave of helplessness and exasperation. With the combination of equipment, skills, and talents, the avatar's attributes surged by nearly 200 points, surpassing the benefits gained from a single class advancement. Moreover, the multitude of skills acquired has significantly enhanced one's overall combat prowess, rendering it several times greater than in its unadorned state. Yet, curiously, within the confines of the system's evaluation, This advancement merely elevated the rank from the lowest tier of Silver Warrior to a lower-tier Silver Warrior, ultimately still categorizing it within the lower echelon of Silver Warriors. Although the avatar's performance in the simulation was somewhat lackluster, with a level of merely 21, and its standing was rather unimpressive, it hardly warranted such a degree of underestimation. After all, it possesses a silver combat skill valued at 1 million, setting aside innate talent. The equipment and skills of the avatar hold a tangible worth exceeding 2 million in reality. It is difficult to fathom the extraordinary capabilities of those classified as intermediate and advanced Silver Warriors by the system. Poverty has undoubtedly constrained Link's imagination, prompting a humbling reflection on his own insignificance in this world, reinforcing the necessity for continued diligence. Of course, even the weakest Silver Warrior is still a Silver Warrior. While one may not claim dominance over the Bronze ranks, they would indisputably outperform 99 of Bronze practitioners, making the task of fulfilling Link's class transition quest a mere trifle. Adhering to a philosophy of prioritizing safety and frugality, Link harbored no inclination to recklessly challenge advanced bosses. For other professionals, the ambition might be to vanquish higher-level bosses in pursuit of additional experience after completing their advanced class change tasks. This endeavor is seen as a means to swiftly elevate their levels. However, for Link, who possesses clones, the concept of experience is rather trivial. Does one comprehend the true value of ascending to level 10 in merely 2 days? Therefore, Link has no intention of expending extra efforts to pursue the defeat of formidable bosses. His sole aim is to safely complete the second phase of his class change task with the utmost minimal risk. When it comes to safety, the most prudent approach is to utilize the weaker bosses within dungeons to fulfill his class change requirements. Yet, his sanctuary value still requires 5 more days to replenish, rendering him unable to proceed with the task at this moment. He glanced at his sanctuary value, which had just recovered to 33. Hence, Link stifled the impulse to complete the class change task immediately and resolved to wait until his sanctuary value was restored. Although he could send his clone into the wilderness to seek out suitable bosses for assistance with his class change task, the risks involved for the clone are exceedingly high. A single misstep could render the clone lost forever. The safety of the Kobold Den stems from the presence of the clone, which navigates the terrain in a simulation, coupled with the likelihood that the Kobold Den is intentionally designed as a trial ground by the Iron Blood Society. The regions traversed are predominantly near human cities, constituting relatively safe zones where the emergence of high-level wilderness monsters is almost improbable. It is for this reason that Link dares to take his clone into the Kobold Den for a brief excursion. The wilderness bosses are indeed a different breed. Generally speaking, any area that has been explored by battle groups and armies is unlikely to harbor high-value targets such as boss creatures. This indicates that in order to locate wilderness bosses exceeding level 10, one must venture into uncharted territories that have not been previously explored by battle groups. Alternatively, one may seek areas that, although previously explored, remain unoccupied by humans. Only in such places is there a possibility for boss creatures to re-emerge. This notion stands in stark contrast to the safe zones Link traversed on his way to the Kobold Lair. While those areas are also wilderness, they are frequently visited by human adventurers, preventing monsters from maturing. Consequently, their levels typically hover around 2 or 3, posing little threat to Link, who is shielded by his silver-tier warrior avatar. However, the wilderness capable of spawning bosses above level 10 presents a different scenario altogether. Such regions are perilous locales, long devoid of human adventurers or scarcely trodden by them. In these territories, encountering monsters of levels 20 or 30 is not uncommon, and to venture into such a domain alone could lead to dire consequences. Should the resurrection ability of his avatar be activated, Link could afford to be more audacious. Even if his avatar were to meet an unfortunate fate, he could revive it through simulation points. Yet at present, he has yet to complete his job change, and the resurrection function remains dormant. The moment Link's doppelganger encounters an unforeseen mishap, it is akin to a thunderbolt on a clear day. With merely a few days to spare, Link possesses ample patience and sees no necessity in inviting unnecessary risks. As for confronting the titular boss, Dolaniel, it would be prudent to refrain. This formidable adversary withstood numerous attacks from a level 30+ champion, surviving unscathed, with health points likely exceeding 100,000. Thus, sending his doppelganger into battle would be tantamount to a sacrificial offering, casting aside the incessant stream of thoughts that had begun to flood his mind. Link turned his attention to the simulation panel within his consciousness. Upon noticing that after redeeming the simulation rewards, he still had over 7,400 points of simulation energy remaining. He pondered briefly before swiftly issuing a command to the system. System, I wish to purchase additional simulation attempts. Indeed, with time to spare. Link resolved to allow his doppelganger to continue simulating. Although the current doppelganger could not contend with the formidable Dolanial, who knows what enhancements might occur post-simulation. If the doppelganger were to significantly increase its prowess, he could bypass the need to wait for the restoration of his protective value and directly engage Dolanial to complete his class advancement quest. He distinctly recalled that Dolanial had dropped 2 pieces of stellar-grade equipment during the simulation. Even if the worth of these 2 stellar items did not match the exceptional ring he had acquired during his initial simulation, which boasted a percentage-based health restoration skill, the potential rewards remained tantalizing. Yet, the quality of celestial-grade equipment remains indisputable. Even the most inferior celestial-grade item, a level 10 piece, cannot be valued at less than 1.5 million. Should I have the opportunity to procure these 2 celestial-grade items for myself, I would find myself free from monetary concerns for a considerable duration. Ding. Would you like to exchange for simulation attempts now? Please note that upon completing your job change and enhancing your avatar's talent level, you will be entitled to complimentary bronze-level simulations without the need for additional energy expenditure. Who would still regard bronze-level free simulations with any esteem? This time, I shall opt for the silver level. With a dismissive wave, Link reiterated, exchange for simulation attempts. Ding. Would you like to expend 200 simulation energy to acquire 1 simulation attempt? Has the price increased? Link, ever sensitive to costs, pondered. As the number of simulation attempts rises, so too does the associated expense. The system confirmed this. Very well, an increase of merely 100 points is still tolerable. With 7,400 simulation energy at his disposal, Link scoffed. The miserly system reeks of poverty even in its extortion. A mere 100 points of simulation energy is inconsequential. Just exchange it for me. Then, initiate the simulation directly. Ding. Consuming 200 points of simulation energy, you have successfully acquired 1 simulation attempt. Ding. Please select a simulation level. 1. Free simulation. No additional energy expenditure required. During this simulation, your avatar will receive a random black iron level talent as a gift. 2nd. Bronze level simulation. An additional expenditure of 100 energy points is required to conduct the simulation. In this simulation, your avatar will acquire a bronze level talent as a gift. 3rd. Silver level simulation. An additional expenditure of 1,000 energy points is required for the simulation. In this instance, your avatar will receive a silver level talent as a gift. 4th. Gold level simulation. The silver level simulation. The system was abruptly interrupted, cutting off any further superfluous information. Although the cost of the silver level simulation, escalating from the bronze level's 100 energy points to 1,000 points, caused a pang of discomfort for Link. He could hardly muster the courage to question the system about such an outrageous increase after just having internally derided it. Resolutely, he decided to push through. Furthermore, questioning would yield no results. Since the inception of the system, it had only offered explanations to Link's inquiries without ever altering its stance. It was a futile endeavor. A waste of breath. What of it, after all? It was merely 1,000 energy points. It was not as if he could not afford it. With a mindset of abundance, Link thought to himself, while his gaze remained earnestly fixed on the simulation panel. This was a significant investment of 1,000 energy points. Should he receive a subpar talent for his avatar, he would certainly have a few choice words for the system. As Link's focus sharpened, the information from the simulation system began to materialize in his mind. Ding. Initiating silver level simulation, consumption, 1 simulation attempt, 1,000 energy points, remaining simulation attempts, 0. On October 1st, in the 11th year of awakening, your avatar calmly opened its eyes, surveying the surrounding environment, realizing that it had once again entered the simulation. Your avatar was bestowed with a gift from you, the silver tier talent, Ashes of the Phoenix. Ashes of the Phoenix, a silver tier talent that enhances life recovery speed by 300. Increases any life recovery effect received by 100, grants 35 resistance to abnormal states, and upon death, transforms into a defenseless phoenix egg. If the phoenix egg remains undestroyed for 7 days, resurrection will occur. Chapter 22. Addiction to unconventional gains once again. A T0 level talent. Upon witnessing the T0 level talent drawn by his doppelganger during this simulation, Link immediately straightened his posture, unable to believe how remarkably benevolent the system had been towards him, bestowing him with 2 consecutive T0 level talents in successive simulations. Although the effect of the Phoenix Embers primarily manifests in its life-preserving capabilities, the resurrection mechanism is rather stringent. Nevertheless, the unique effect of the Phoenix Embers offers its possessor the chance to start anew after encountering unforeseen calamities. Provided there are reliable allies to safeguard the Phoenix Egg that emerges upon death, the likelihood of successful resurrection significantly increases. While the chances of encountering trustworthy companions in the simulation are exceedingly slim, given that this world is rife with treachery, reality presents a different scenario. Link and his doppelganger are undoubtedly the most dependable allies. Naturally, it is unrealistic to expect Link to shield his doppelganger during resurrection. Moreover, once his transformation is complete and the system upgrade is executed, the simulation system itself will possess the capability to revive doppelgangers, rendering the resurrection effect of the Phoenix Embers somewhat superfluous for them. However, Link has not forgotten that he can utilize the talent of duplicating his doppelganger for his own benefit, although this entails a considerable expenditure of simulation energy. If he were to replicate the Phoenix Embers talent for himself, Link can easily envision the extraordinary sense of security that would ensue, even if his doppelganger were to momentarily falter and fall prey to an ambush. Upon regaining composure, the avatar was fully capable of safeguarding the egg it had transformed into, ensuring its own resurrection. Splendid, this talent is reserved for me. Silently, I placed my order in my heart. Link eagerly turned his gaze towards the upcoming simulation of the avatar, due to the avatar possessing the bronze-level talent of life resistance. And in light of the rule that each practitioner in this world may possess only one talent, the avatar was required to choose between the bronze-level life resistance and the silver-level talent of Phoenix Ashes. Note, following a system upgrade, more formidable functions can be acquired. This will, to some extent, counteract the restrictions imposed by the rules of this world, thereby increasing the number of talents available to the avatar, allowing it to possess multiple talents simultaneously. During this period, any talent replaced by the avatar can be retained in the talent reserve pool, and by expending simulation energy, one can directly exchange the desired talent from this pool without the need for further draws. Link barely managed to suppress his expletives. Your avatar has opted for the silver-level talent of Phoenix Ashes, replacing the bronze-level life resistance, which has now entered the talent reserve pool. In this life, your avatar has become an elite student awakened with silver-level talent. As the possessor of the Phoenix Ashes talent, your avatar promptly received solicitations from various student societies, including the Iron Blood Society. A question mark appeared above Link's head. Although the Iron Blood Society is a student organization founded by the esteemed Zongheng of Donghua University, based on the establishment of a battle group, the criteria for recruiting members are exceedingly stringent. However, individuals who awaken high-level talents are ultimately a rarity. To ensure the numbers within the battle group, Zongheng had no choice but to relax the admission standards. Consequently, the avatar that has awakened the embers of the Phoenix was approached by the Iron Blood Society, in contrast to the enthusiastic recruitment efforts directed towards Lin Ke, a possessor of golden-level talent. The Iron Blood Society exhibited a conspicuous lack of sincerity in their pursuit of you. They offered no resources or guarantees of future membership in the battle group. Nevertheless, this still signifies that the value of your avatar, possessing silver-level talent, has surpassed that of its counterpart in the previous simulation. Even your goddess, Lin Ke, refrained from ridiculing your avatar following its awakening to silver-level talent. To this day, she continues to use insipid flattery to entice the avatar, even expressing a desire to join forces with it in the Iron Blood Society, fighting side by side. Your avatar, however, was not deceived, drawing from the experiences of the previous 2 simulations. It was acutely aware that mere silver-level talent could hardly penetrate the heart of someone as contemptuous as Lin Ke. Her current display of enthusiasm was merely a reflection of the avatar's perceived value as cannon fodder. Your avatar rejected both Lin Ke and the overtures of the Iron Blood Society, despite the fact that past simulations had already demonstrated Iron Blood's potential for future success. However, possessing merely silver-level talent renders it exceedingly arduous for one to establish oneself within a burgeoning faction such as the Iron Blood Society. The avatar is reluctant to endure the humiliation of once again being eliminated due to an inability to keep pace with the team's progress. Furthermore, This avatar is now entirely unsuitable for any novice group. Ostensibly a freshman avatar, it secretly boasts an impressive level of 21 and has already undergone a second job advancement. Although the system classifies it merely as a low-tier silver warrior, a low-tier silver warrior is indeed a genuine silver warrior. Partnering with novices. Under the stringent experience sharing and penalty system, this avatar might not even acquire a single point of experience. Should it continue to team up with these newcomers, it could very well repeat the humiliating fate of its previous simulation, relegated to the role of a free caretaker within the novice group. Joining forces with seasoned players is equally implausible. The avatar cannot reveal its astonishing level to others, nor can it adequately explain how it accomplished a second job advancement merely 2 days after awakening. After much contemplation, the avatar is astonished to realize that the esteemed Donghua University, which it had once strived so fervently to remain at, has now become a burden. Although it has not reached the point of considering withdrawal, the dungeons within Donghua University still retain some value for the avatar. Nevertheless, it is acutely aware that if it wishes to continue growing stronger and not squander these years at university, it must seek opportunities beyond its academic confines. Whether that entails covertly joining a clandestine guild of adventurers or engaging in other less savory endeavors, the path ahead is clear. In conclusion, one cannot solely rely on soloing dungeons within the university to enhance their strength, as that would be an exceedingly slow process. Your avatar recalled the smuggler, Fat Tiger, apprehended during the last simulation. Although Fat Tiger had revealed in his confession that at this current time, he was merely a fledgling in the underworld and could not swiftly ascend to become a gang leader with the support of your avatar. As he had in the latter stages of the previous simulation, your avatar did not harbor expectations of substantial profits from Fat Tiger this time. Instead, he yearned to personally engage in the endeavor. Fat Tiger merely needed to introduce him to the underbelly of this world. Are you seriously addicted to this illicit business? Link could not help but comment. While engaging in such underhanded dealings is shrouded in secrecy and fraught with uncontrollable risks, any aspiring professional would typically harbor disdain for such morally bankrupt pursuits. However, having savored the sweet fruits of this shadowy trade in a past life, your avatar was acutely aware of the immense profits that lay within this seemingly disreputable field. As for the risks, it remains true that the dangers of venturing into the wilderness and breaking new ground are, if not greater, certainly comparable to those of engaging in illicit activities, while the rewards pale in comparison to the bountiful returns of the latter. Of course, while such undertakings can yield a significant amount of money, they do not provide the invaluable experience coveted by professionals. Nonetheless, at present, your avatar's primary concern was merely to avoid squandering these years at university. Upon graduating from university, one could amass considerable wealth through dubious means to fortify oneself, significantly enhancing personal combat prowess before venturing into the wilderness, thereby increasing survival rates and combat efficiency. This is akin to sharpening the axe before chopping wood. Do not squander the wisdom of great civilizations on such trivial pursuits, you fool. On the evening of October 2nd, after a day of preparation, my alter ego sought out the plump figure, Fat Tiger, who still resided in a rented room, resembling a mere henchman. Under the intimidation of my alter ego, now a silver-tier warrior, Fat Tiger readily knelt before him, voluntarily acknowledging my alter ego as his superior. Upon learning that my alter ego intended to dabble in the smuggling of secondary props, an uncontrollable expression of astonishment crossed Fat Tiger's face. How could a dignified silver-tier professional, a beacon of civilization destined to fight for humanity in the wild, engage in such sordid business? Is there any difference between this and a graduate of prestigious universities soliciting for immoral services? Of course, while astonished, Fat Tiger, upon realizing that my alter ego was not jesting, willingly divulged the complete process of smuggling secondary props. The term smuggling of secondary props is merely an elaborate label created by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, in Fat Tiger's words. Their essence is no different from that of petty traffickers. They simply purchase secondary props from grassroots professionals and sell them to illicit practitioners or to ordinary citizens who lack the qualifications to acquire such items. It is imperative to note that not all practitioners are legitimate, nor can everyone aspire to become a practitioner. According to federal law, only those citizens who have successfully completed university education and undergone the awakening process through the institution's sanctioned awakening spheres are recognized as legitimate practitioners by the Federation. Conversely, Practitioners who engage in unauthorized awakenings outside the federal university system, using unregulated awakening spheres, are deemed illegal practitioners. Illegal practitioners, alongside ordinary individuals who have failed to gain admission to university and thus have not undergone the awakening process, are prohibited from entering the wilderness or dungeons, and are furthermore barred from trading in secondary items. In the words of the Federation, this is to safeguard its citizens from danger. As the wilderness and dungeons pose significant risks, unauthorized practitioners and ordinary individuals, lacking systematic training from the university, are ill-equipped to navigate the perils associated with dungeons, the wilderness, and secondary items. However, public sentiment diverges from this stance. Despite the Federation's repeated prohibitions, a considerable number of illegal practitioners continue to emerge through illicit channels. Additionally, many ordinary individuals, unable to awaken their practitioner potential, yearn to harness the power of secondary items for strength or offensive capabilities. Due to their exclusion from dungeons and the wilderness, and their inability to engage in legitimate practitioner transactions, these individuals face immense difficulty in acquiring secondary items and resources. Consequently, they are compelled to resort to illegal means to procure weapons and equipment, thereby giving rise to a thriving black market for smuggled secondary items. The methods of smuggling are rather straightforward. One merely needs to enlist the services of a legitimate professional. By acquiring the necessary tools or equipment from the legal market and subsequently reselling them at a markup to those in the illicit profession, the smuggler, acting as an intermediary, can reap substantial profits. Items that may be valued at merely 1,000 federal coins in the legal market can fetch as much as 2,000 federal coins in the black market, resulting in a doubling of profit upon resale. More sophisticated smugglers, or perhaps smuggling syndicates, engage in transnational smuggling operations. It is said that formidable smuggling groups are capable of clandestinely transporting materials deemed strategic by nations worldwide, including stellar-grade equipment and rare resources. However, such syndicates invariably operate under the aegis of formidable forces, potentially even an A-level battle group. At this elevated tier, smuggling transcends mere illicit trade. It likely intertwines with the geopolitical machinations of nations, rendering further speculation unnecessary. For the average smuggler, the challenges they face boil down to two primary concerns. The first is the punitive measures imposed by federal law, depending on the scale of the smuggling operation. An apprehended smuggler could face a minimum sentence of 15 years of imprisonment, with profits exceeding 500,000 federal coins resulting in the death penalty. This implies that nearly every smuggler apprehended is likely to meet the criteria for capital punishment. The second concern pertains to clientele. It is not particularly difficult to locate legitimate professionals willing to take such risks. Even those exceptional individuals who have graduated from university often awaken with only a black iron level talent, rendering them powerless to progress further along the path of professional practitioners, leading to a profound sense of frustration. Such individuals are easily swayed, willingly feigning ignorance in exchange for monetary compensation. However, clients are an entirely different matter. Under the oppressive weight of federal law, each individual meticulously conceals their identity as an illegal practitioner, making it nearly impossible for the ordinary populace to perceive the vast existence of this clandestine group. The doppelganger, unfazed by the repercussions of federal law and operating as a legitimate practitioner, can bypass the stage of seeking out supply practitioners altogether. Consequently, the singular challenge facing the doppelganger lies in acquiring clients, a feat that even the overweight tiger cannot assist with significantly. As a newcomer in the field himself, he possesses only a meager clientele that fails to meet the doppelganger's demands. Nevertheless, the overweight tiger does illuminate a promising path for the doppelganger. Currently, the most significant smuggling operator in District 3 of Donghua City is known as the One-Eyed Man, who controls over 1/3 of the smuggling trade in the area. If we can eliminate him, we would be able to seize and monopolize his channels, thereby taking his place. The overweight tiger urged enticingly. Chapter 23. Actions speak louder than words. Your avatar endorsed the proposal put forth by Fat Tiger. In the absence of any feasible means to navigate the situation, eliminating the existing beneficiaries to seize their interests undoubtedly presented itself as the most straightforward and expedient approach. The Avatar did not perceive a mere local gang leader as a formidable adversary to their silver-tier status. The only concern that lingered was the potential repercussions from the federal authorities. Federal risks? The avatar meticulously recalled the capabilities of the police force in District 3 of Donghua City during the last simulation. It appeared that the strongest among them was merely a veteran officer, barely at level 15. Thus, there was little to fear. The strength of civilian forces was limited. As long as significant interests were not jeopardized, those lofty battle factions and professional teams would hardly expend their precious energies on trivial local skirmishes. Having reached a decision, the avatar inquired with Fat Tiger about the physical characteristics and residence of the one-eyed individual. The following evening, the avatar stealthily infiltrated the abode of the one-eyed man. After dispatching a low-level guardian stationed outside the door, the avatar successfully located the one-eyed man, engrossed in a film within his quarters. Upon the sudden appearance of the avatar, the one-eyed man expressed his astonishment, questioning the avatar's uninvited presence. Instead of responding to the inquiry, the avatar summoned the beheading greatsword from the equipment panel, demonstrating their intentions through action. Realizing the avatar's purpose upon seeing the weapon drawn, the one-eyed man swiftly reached for a secondary item to mount a defense. Regrettably, at his core, he was merely a mortal, possessing only a modicum of the powers of a professional through the smuggling of auxiliary items. In the face of the avatar wielding the might of a silver-ranked warrior, he stood utterly defenseless, with but a single strike. The auxiliary item in his possession was shattered to smithereens, and before he could utter a plea for mercy, his head was severed by the avatar's sword. The sound of his demise attracted the attention of two bronze-ranked guardians, both merely in their teens in terms of levels. Upon witnessing the avatar radiating with brilliant silver energy, they were seized by terror, instantly recognizing the peril of confronting such a formidable silver-ranked professional. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Yet the avatar afforded them no opportunity to escape, with a speed so swift that even the most agile scouts could not evade. The avatar appeared behind the two guardians as if teleporting. Before they could react, a single stroke of the blade claimed the life of the nearest melee guardian. The second guardian, witnessing this horror, immediately fell to his knees, desperately pleading for his life. Alas, the avatar had resolved to eradicate every threat and felt not a flicker of compassion. In the midst of the guardian's terror-stricken visage, the avatar slowly raised the executioner's greatsword, then brought it down with ferocity. With a sickening thud, accompanied by a spray of warm blood, a headless corpse lay sprawled upon the ground. Your doppelganger meticulously wiped away the blood that had stained the greatsword, then conducted a thorough search around the lair of the Cyclops, ensuring no detail was overlooked before calling Fat Tiger to prepare for the takeover of the channels left behind by the Cyclops. In this moment, Lin Ke, who had been a mere observer in reality, finally grasped the meaning behind the system's assertion during the simulation that the doppelganger lacked the human emotions that could render itself vulnerable. Indeed, it embodied a ruthless demeanor, executing decisions with unwavering resolve and no hint of mercy. From this perspective, the adage that villains perish due to excessive verbosity seemingly does not apply to the doppelganger. The simulation continued. In the ensuing days, with Fat Tiger's assistance, your doppelganger resorted to brutal and sanguinary methods to eliminate several diehard loyalists of the Cyclops, ultimately assimilating the channels under the Cyclope's control. Although the process inevitably incurred certain losses, according to the statistics compiled by the doppelganger and Fat Tiger. Even after accounting for these losses, the smuggling channels forcibly seized from the Cyclops still yielded an impressive monthly revenue of approximately 450,000 federal coins. This monthly revenue, with a mere profit margin of 50, translates to an extraordinary gain exceeding 225,000 federal coins from this smuggling venture. Certainly, while an income of 225,000 federal coins per month may be considered a substantial sum for the average person, it falls short of satisfying the voracious appetite of a silver warrior, whose doppelganger collected a staggering 300,000 federal coins in protection fees during the last simulation. A mere 450,000 federal coins in market share is trivial. Having chosen this irreversible path, the doppelganger's insatiable hunger will not be easily quelled. Although the Cyclops is the largest smuggler in the 3rd district, he merely commands 1/3 of the total smuggling share. The remaining 2/3 are predominantly dispersed among individual smugglers like the portly tiger. The next objective for your doppelganger is to acquire that remaining 2/3, thereby achieving a complete monopoly over the smuggling industry in the 3rd district. Upon conveying this ambition to the portly tiger, it comes as no surprise that this novice smuggler is utterly astonished by the doppelganger's aspirations. Although, during the previous simulation, the gang Nightingale, which he formed in collusion with the doppelganger, once monopolized the smuggling operations in the 3rd District. This was the result of a collaborative effort. On the federal side, with the doppelganger acting as the chief anti-smuggling officer, all smugglers in the 3rd District, aside from those under the Portly Tiger's command, would face severe repercussions for any smuggling activities. Conversely, the Portly Tiger and his associates would encounter no such obstacles, allowing them to engage in smuggling activities with impunity. In the realm of gangs, Fat Tiger has gathered a substantial number of smugglers to establish the Nightingale Gang. Through these subordinates, who were already engaged in smuggling, Fat Tiger's Nightingale Gang has managed to dominate the smuggling industry in District 3. However, correspondingly, Fat Tiger must allocate a significant portion of the profits to the members of his gang. Rather than claiming he monopolizes the smuggling operations in District 3, it would be more accurate to say he has integrated the smuggling activities within that region, without the protection of the Federation or the esteem of organized smugglers. How could he possibly monopolize the smuggling trade? Is it merely through brute force? Fat Tiger finds such an assertion utterly absurd. Although the law enforcement in District 3 of East Hua City is limited and may struggle against a deranged silver-tier professional, the essence of the Federation lies in its very name. As a national institution, even when dealing with ordinary citizens, in the face of insurmountable malign events, a desperate police department possesses the full authority to summon the military or even strike forces to eradicate bandits, while silver-tier professionals may appear unattainable within the realm of mortals. It ultimately depends on whom they are compared to. Attempting to confront a federal institution without adequate self-awareness would inevitably lead to a futile struggle akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Chapter 24. Achieving first place in the monthly exam for the 3rd consecutive time, Fat Tiger believed that his doppelganger would not be so utterly foolish. After all, he was a silver-tier professional. It was quite arduous for a fool to attain such a rank. In response, your doppelganger offered no rebuttal, instead urging Fat Tiger to gather the willing smugglers and form an underground syndicate primarily focused on smuggling for profit. What shall we name the gang? Fat Tiger inquired. Let us call it Nightingale, replied the doppelganger, lazily adopting the name from the last simulation where Fat Tiger had established a gang. Upon hearing the name, Fat Tiger felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if his destiny was intertwined with the very word Nightingale. In the following period, aside from the weekly restoration of his protection value and engaging in a solitary challenge of the level 10 Dungeon Knight town, your doppelganger devoted the majority of his efforts to nurturing the growth of Nightingale. Under the direct support of this silver-tier professional, Nightingale's smuggling operations expanded by over 50% in less than a month. However, this rapid growth drew the attention of the police, and as your doppelganger traveled between Donghua University and the gang's base, he keenly sensed the presence of a follower. Although your doppelganger effortlessly evaded the pursuer, thanks to his extraordinary physique as a professional, he was acutely aware that the real trouble was only just beginning. In November, akin to the previous simulation, Lin Ke sought out your doppelganger, desiring protection as she undertook the core member assessment of the Iron Blood Society. However, unlike the prior simulation, the doppelganger now possessed the capacity to refuse Lin Ke, rendering her incapable of commanding it as she had before. The reason for this transformation is straightforward. In this simulation, the doppelganger is the bearer of the silver tier talent, Phoenix's Ashes. As a T0 level talent within the silver tier, the potential demonstrated by your doppelganger is already comparable to that of an ordinary gold tier talent wielder. Furthermore, during the academy assessment at the month's end, your doppelganger achieved absolute supremacy, securing first place among the first-year students of the Qinglong Academy. Even the prodigious Shangwan Lingwei, who possesses a sky-tier talent, was bested by your doppelganger. At this moment, your doppelganger's reputation within Qinglong Academy is resplendent, attracting teams and societies, including elite squads of Earth and even sky-tier caliber. Although Lin Ke is a gold-tier talent holder, the significant disparity in strength renders the one-tier difference insignificant in the face of your doppelganger's overwhelming prowess. As long as your doppelganger remains unwilling, no one within Qinglong Academy can compel it to act against its will. While Lin Ke is a woman of stark realism, she is by no means foolish. Thus, her demeanor is notably gentle, exuding an aura reminiscent of a heart-stirring moonlight. Fortunately, your doppelganger possesses a formidable will, devoid of the mundane desires that plague ordinary beings. Were it the original self, that man governed by base instincts, he would likely falter in a mere exchange, easily subdued by this woman. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your thoughts? Let me reiterate, The one governed by base instincts is not I, but another individual within this world. Link endeavored to rectify the misconceptions harbored by his doppelganger. Alas, the simulated counterpart seemed impervious to Link's protests. In its clarity of mind, your doppelganger discerned Lin Qingyu's machinations, resolutely rejecting her advances and unhesitatingly informing her that he was no longer the devoted admirer of yours, advising her to keep her distance. Otherwise, he would ensure she experienced the might of his formidable fists. Although Lin Qingyu was unfamiliar with the term bitch, she grasped the doppelganger's stance and enmity through the implicit threat of force. Accustomed to being cherished by the original, Lin Qingyu found herself momentarily unable to accept the doppelganger's abrupt shift in demeanor. Enraged and humiliated, she cast aside any semblance of reason or prudence and unleashed a torrent of invective upon your doppelganger. In turn, your doppelganger did not shy away from retorting, and their heated exchange quickly attracted a multitude of onlookers among the students. As their verbal sparring unfolded, the saga between you and Lin Qingyu swiftly circulated throughout Donghua University, even reaching the ears of upperclassmen who eagerly indulged in this juicy tidbit of gossip. As a result, the reputation of your avatar and Lin Qingyu at Donghua University has been somewhat affected. However, your avatar remains indifferent to this, showing little concern for the potential retaliation from Lin Qingyu in the future. After all, she is merely a female being with a talent that surpasses his by a mere level. Can she truly continue to overshadow him? No, he is truly delusional. Upon reaching this point, Link found himself utterly bewildered. Did he truly believe that his advantage as a level 21 silver warrior could endure indefinitely? At the rate at which she could ascend to level 15 in just one semester, it wouldn't be long before she surpassed him entirely within a year. Having dared to offend her, he would find himself lamenting when her strength eclipses his. Yet, the avatar in the simulation offered no response to this. With the emergence of a simulated message, the conflict between the avatar and Lin Qingyu was effortlessly brushed aside. On December 14th, your avatar successfully cleared the level 10 dungeon, Knight's Town. During this endeavor, your avatar exerted tremendous effort to defeat the level 15 dungeon boss, the Night Lord, and secured spoils exceeding 150,000 Federation coins. On the 15th, you commanded Fat Tiger to transfer the funds accumulated by the Nightingale Guild over the past 2 months into your account. Coupled with the earnings from the previous 2 months of dungeon runs and the 200,000 scholarship awarded for achieving first place in consecutive monthly exams, your avatar's total assets reached 1.5 million Federation coins. Your avatar purchased a silver skill, burning gemstones, and a bronze skill, life restoration. The Jade and Stone Conflagration, a silver tier skill for warriors, consuming 20 of 1's maximum life force to deliver a devastating strike to the target. The potency of this attack is determined by the amount of life force expended, as well as the user's constitution and strength attributes. This skill cannot be utilized when life force drops below 30. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Life Restoration, a bronze tier skill for warriors and knights that replenishes the user's life force, with the recovery amount influenced by the user's constitution. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Your doppelganger has experienced a notable enhancement in strength. On December 30th, leveraging the formidable damage of Jade and Stone Conflagration, your doppelganger triumphed once more over Shangguan Lingwei in the end-of-month assessment, successfully retaining the title of first place in the first-year monthly examination at the Azure Dragon Academy. Yet, your doppelganger felt no elation. Unlike the previous 2 victories over Shangguan Lingwei, which had come with ease and grace, this time the power she unleashed was no less formidable than your doppelganger's own. Had it not been for the explosive damage of Jade and Stone Conflagration securing the win, your doppelganger would have had no doubt that a reversal of fortune was entirely possible. The advantages conferred by talent are indeed immense. The disparity between Sky Tier and Silver Tier talents is strikingly vast. If this trend continues, during the next end-of-month assessment, your doppelganger will stand little chance against Shangguan Lingwei. Seizing the prestige of being first in the monthly examination, your doppelganger ultimately resolves to form a team of their own. Indeed, to establish a team, rather than merely joining one. The strength of the bosses in this world is simply too outrageous. Even the most fragile copy boss cannot be managed by practitioners of the same level. As for the more terrifying wilderness boss, named Boss, and even the Lords, they are entities that ordinary practitioners could never hope to confront alone. Without the support of a team, it is impossible to vanquish a boss, and the pace of growth would be as sluggish as a snail, making advancement exceedingly difficult. In this world, even the mightiest practitioners, such as those of the Stellar Tier, require the strength of their allies to aid in their development, and your avatar is no exception. However, joining another's team necessitates adherence to their rules, which poses a challenge for an avatar harboring numerous secrets. Thus, your avatar must carve a different path, deciding to form a team centered around itself. Unlike joining another's team, as the instigator of the team, your avatar can select members who are willing to abide by its rules and unconditionally obey its commands, thereby safeguarding its secrets and maintaining an aura of mystery. Your avatar has posted a recruitment notice for team members on the Academy's forum, seeking to establish a squad. With an astonishing record of 3 consecutive first-place finishes in monthly assessments, the post quickly garnered the attention of countless individuals. Upon hearing about your avatar's intention to form its own team, even the mentors of the Azure Dragon Academy proactively recommended suitable candidates. Countless aspiring professionals, still in search of suitable teams or eager to join new ones, flocked to your private inbox, inundating it with a myriad of resumes, even showcasing the presence of golden tier practitioners. Yet, it was the resume of Shangguan Lingwei that left your avatar truly astounded. This individual, who had suffered defeat at your avatar's hands 3 times in the monthly assessments, relegated to the 2nd position at the esteemed Qinglong Academy, astonishingly sought to leave her elite team composed entirely of Sky and Earth tier talents to become a member of your team. Fortunately, your avatar was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He understood that Shangguan Lingwei's desire to join him stemmed merely from a misperception following her consecutive defeats. He recognized that the advantages he had accrued during previous simulations had reached their zenith. In contrast, Shangguan Lingwei, possessing Sky tier talent, was merely at the inception of her professional journey. The edge he held over her could only last until the commencement of the next monthly assessment. Should he foolishly succumb to the temptation of accepting her into his ranks, the inevitable outcome would be the exposure of his true abilities, leading to a humiliating downfall at the hands of the enraged Shangguan Lingwei. To avert such a dreadful consequence, your avatar decisively declined Shangguan Lingwei's request to join, opting instead to select 5 unremarkable yet, crucially, financially disadvantaged novice practitioners from the plethora of resumes. Coming from a modest background implies that when opportunities for substantial wealth present themselves, they are more prone to transgress their own moral boundaries. The term unremarkable suggests that they possess little leverage to negotiate with their alter egos, rendering them unable to oppose the decisions made by these counterparts, and thus more susceptible to blindly following their commands. Nonetheless, despite being labeled as unremarkable, those who have the audacity to submit their resumes to their alter egos are, at the very least, endowed with silver tier talents. Among the 5 fortunate individuals selected by their alter egos, there is even a swordsman who has awakened a golden tier talent, who, in the eyes of the outside world and even among bronze tier teams, can be considered a genius of significant stature. Your alter ego has named this Team Xuanhe, in response to the Team Qihong, which abandoned you during the last simulation. Your alter ego begins to announce the rules of the team to the members of Xuanhe, essentially stating that the distribution of spoils will be determined solely by him as the captain, who holds the prerogative over all spoils within the team and wields absolute authority in decision-making. Although such an authoritarian rule incited some discomfort among the team members, the prestige garnered from consistently ranking first in the monthly assessments played a crucial role at that moment. The members of Xuanhe merely stirred momentarily without voicing any objections. Your alter ego breathed a sigh of relief, as this signified the nascent formation of Xuanhe, a team that would adhere unconditionally to your alter ego's command. In pursuit of swiftly enhancing the strength and level of Team Xuanhe, your doppelganger leads the Xuanhe team in challenging dungeons of level 15 and above. To evade incurring significant experience penalties, your doppelganger instructs the team members to eliminate the minions within the dungeon, refraining from participating in the combat itself. It is only when confronted by a dungeon boss that proves too formidable for the team that your doppelganger intervenes, striving to minimize their own damage output in order to mitigate the experience penalties inflicted upon the group. Furthermore, your doppelganger guides the Xuanhe members into the wilderness to hunt the creatures that dwell therein, fostering camaraderie among teammates. The importance of having scouts among the team becomes evident at this juncture. Their heightened agility and extensive vision enable the group to assess the levels and threat levels of monsters in a given area, allowing them to prudently avoid the more perilous wilderness creatures and to engage in training with relative safety. Although it is impossible to completely eliminate the dangers of the wild, the team, comprised entirely of practitioners with silver tier talents or above, has established a considerable advantage over the common adventurers. What poses a significant threat to ordinary practitioners is rendered less daunting for the Xuanhe team, as long as they proceed with caution and refrain from recklessly delving deeper into the wilderness. Over the course of a month, through their endeavors in dungeons and wilderness training, your doppelgangers successfully elevated their own level to 22, while the members of the Xuanhe team surpassed level 12. Although there exists a considerable disparity when compared to the esteemed Iron Blood Society, whose core members began their wilderness training within the very first month post-awakening. Boasting an impressive average level of 15, your avatar remains optimistic. It is believed that as the synergy among the Xuanhe team strengthens, the gap between teams of equivalent levels from Xuanhe and Iron Blood Society will gradually diminish. With a sense of unwavering confidence, your avatar approaches the conclusion of the first semester at Donghua University. In the final monthly examination of the semester, your avatar narrowly lost to Shangguan Lingwei by a single move, without revealing the silver aura, thus bringing an end to a semester of dominance in the monthly assessments. Although this defeat resulted in the forfeiture of a scholarship amounting to 100,000 federal coins. Revealing 2 silver-level skills simultaneously would undoubtedly signify to all that he had transitioned into a silver-level practitioner. To achieve such a transition within a single semester is somewhat extravagant for an avatar endowed with only silver-level talent. Nevertheless, having accomplished the goal of forming a team, there is no longer a need to cling to the honor of ranking first in the monthly assessments. Moreover, while the second place does not garner the 100,000 scholarship, it still offers a commendable incentive of 50,000 federal coins, far surpassing the meager sums of mere hundreds previously earned during simulations. Chapter 25. Eradicating Darkness and Evil. As the semester draws to a close, Donghua University is poised to welcome an extensive 3-week, 21-day lengthy holiday. During this period, students may choose to liberate themselves from the burdens of their academic pursuits and indulge in this rare opportunity for relaxation. Or they may opt to remain on campus, voluntarily striving for success, or even collaborate in teams to venture into perilous wildernesses. However, your avatar and his Dark Phantom team have chosen a distinctive holiday experience. On February 5th, the first week of the holiday commenced, and under the leadership of the avatar, the Dark Phantom team successfully completed a level 15 dungeon, elevating the levels of all members to 13, now comprised entirely of bronze-ranked professionals. The team found themselves in an underground tavern controlled by the Nightingale. Within the dimly lit confines of the tavern, your avatar instructed Fat Tiger to distribute 1 million federal coins, placing 200,000 coins in front of each of the 5 team members, an amount equivalent to their earnings from 2 months spent in the dungeon. Under the anxious gazes of the Dark Phantom members, your avatar laid bare the truth before them. He revealed that he was currently at the helm of an underground syndicate that profits from smuggling items related to the dungeon. To date, this organization has commandeered over 60 of the smuggling market share in District 3 of Donghua City, generating a staggering monthly profit of 1 million federal coins solely from illicit trade. Subsequently, he will continue to expand the scale of smuggling secondary props. Once he fully masters the smuggling market of secondary props in Zone 3, it is anticipated that his monthly profit will exceed 2 million Federation coins. He can allocate 50 of this amount, which amounts to 1 million Federation coins, to the members of the Shankai team. If all goes smoothly, in the future, each member will be able to receive a monthly dividend equivalent to the aforementioned sum of Federation coins, specifically 200,000 Federation coins. A monthly income of 200,000 translates to an annual total of 2 per million. For an ordinary individual possessing a silver-level talent or even a gold-level talent, this figure is not one that can be easily dismissed. It signifies that they could afford to purchase 2 top-tier silver-level skills, comparable to silver combat energy, or acquire 2 pieces of formidable silver-level gear, or even save for 2 years to purchase a gold-level skill book that only the wealthy elite can afford. The significance of money for practitioners is indisputable. Relying solely on the rewards from dungeons to maintain a leading position among practitioners is akin to dreaming in vain, especially since the members of the Shankai team are all meticulously selected individuals from impoverished backgrounds, unable to receive any support from their families in their pursuit of a career as practitioners. In the course of time, they have also endured the hardships of insufficient funding. Unlike the vast majority of affluent professionals who, upon completing a transition, can directly access their family's financial support for silver-tier skills, they, even possessing golden-tier talents as swordsmen, have yet to secure their own silver-tier skills. Your avatar has astutely grasped this predicament. Over the past 2 months, your avatar has continuously instilled in them the notion that they are the offspring of the impoverished. Only through relentless efforts and unscrupulous means can they hope to compete with the privileged elite born with golden keys. Under the subtle influence of your avatar, when the illicit smuggling activities, contravening federal laws, were presented to them, their initial response was not one of opposition, but rather a contemplative assessment of the viability of risking themselves for such gains. At this juncture, your avatar recognized that the scheme had borne fruit. On December 2nd, the entire Xuanhe team consented to the decision to operate the smuggling gang, Nightingale. That very day, your avatar dispersed the promised 100,000 federal coins to all present members, and with the assistance of this substantial sum, the members of the Xuanhe team experienced a comprehensive upgrade of their equipment. The following day, under the directives of your avatar, the Xuanhe team commenced their campaign against all those in the 3rd District who defied Nightingale, daring to engage in the clandestine sale of secondary items without its oversight. Within a single day, the 6 most vehemently resistant smugglers were entirely eradicated by the Xuanhe team. This brutal act has profoundly intimidated the smugglers within District 3. Even the typically pessimistic Fat Tiger, who has long viewed violent market consolidation unfavorably, was taken aback. It appears that the issue at hand is not the ineffectiveness of violent consolidation, but rather the inadequacy of its intensity. When an entire team of professionals begins to intervene in the market, ordinary smugglers stand no chance of resistance. Defiance results in death, and the severity of their actions far surpasses that of the police's anti-smuggling efforts by several magnitudes. Who would dare to disobey? However, the repercussions of such actions are exceedingly dire. This complete subversion of the unspoken rules, leaving no room for survival, has rendered the remaining smugglers restless, leading to an influx of reports to the District 3 Police Department. The Nightingale, a smuggling gang that has only recently emerged in District 3, has thus come under the scrutiny of the police's upper echelons. Yet, your alter ego remains indifferent to this, and when Fat Tiger inquires about whether to pause expansion, your alter ego decisively rejects the notion, insisting that Fat Tiger must capture the remaining 40% of the market within 3 months. Any smuggler daring to bypass Nightingale for clandestine trading shall be reported directly to the Xuanhe team. For each one that appears, one shall be eliminated. Even if it means exterminating every single person in District 3, not a single merchant shall be allowed to engage in secondary item smuggling outside the dominion of Nightingale. Fat Tiger first began to sense that your doppelganger had lost its sanity. However, upon witnessing the coldness in its gaze, he realized that daring to utter a single word of dissent could lead him to the same grim fate as those smugglers executed by the dark forces. Thus, Fat Tiger resolutely swallowed his harsh words of counsel, though internally, he began to contemplate an escape route for himself. In March, the inaugural month of the new academic term, the Xuanhe team, bolstered by wealth, significantly increased their power, conquering an 18-level dungeon with a mere 6 members. Your doppelganger's level ascended to 23, while all members of the Xuanhe team reached level 15. By the end of March, your doppelganger fell to 12th place in the monthly assessment, prompting Shangwan Lingwei to privately express her disappointment regarding the poor performance of the doppelganger. In April, your doppelganger led the Xuanhe team in the wilderness, vanquishing a level 5 named Boss and acquiring a level 5 celestial-grade equipment, albeit with rather mundane additional skills, valued at a mere 1.6 million federal coins. In the same month, the police precinct of the 3rd District dispatched an undercover agent into the Nightingale gang, only to be recognized by your doppelganger. This agent had previously been a fellow customs chief of the same rank during the last simulation. Therefore, upon his appearance before your doppelganger, the latter instantly discerned his true identity. Your doppelganger commanded the gang's enforcers to bind and administer a beating to the agent, subsequently discarding him at the entrance of the 3rd District Police Station under the cover of night. The 3rd District Police Station seethed with anger at the provocation by your doppelganger. However, the Nightingale's reputation within the Third World surged exponentially. For the denizens of the underworld, what act could possibly demonstrate their might more than defecating atop the police station? Clearly, none could rival such audacity. This gesture not only solidified Nightingale's dominance within the smuggling realm, but also echoed throughout the broader underground network, establishing Nightingale as a formidable gang to be reckoned with. In May, the police launched a concentrated crackdown on the Nightingale gang, resulting in the capture of numerous members and a devastating blow to its clientele. Although the authorities have yet to ascertain the identity of the gang leader's avatar, they have managed to narrow down the age range based on the scant evidence left behind. As a consequence of the police's stringent measures, Nightingale's smuggling revenues plummeted this month, with each member of the Xuanhe team receiving a mere 50,000 federal coins in dividends. This drastic reduction has left them in a state of agitation. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is a mere step, but the reverse is a daunting challenge. The members of the Xuanhe team have come to relish the support that substantial wealth affords them, and losing this vital income is akin to a death sentence. Furthermore, they have already entrenched themselves within the smuggling syndicate, bearing the weight of many lives lost, with no path of retreat remaining. To find themselves in such dire straits without the commensurate financial rewards is an unbearable reality for the members of Xuanhe. Ironically, this is precisely the outcome your avatar seeks to achieve. Your avatar imparts to the Xuanhe members an age-old notion that the instinctive response of a criminal upon encountering law enforcement is to flee without resistance. Yet this belief is fundamentally flawed. The strong do not flee before the weak. The 3rd District Police Station boasts a grand reputation, yet in truth, it merely functions as a civilian authority overseeing the regulation of mortals. Its security force is exceedingly feeble when compared to professionals, with a mere 100 or 200 personnel, making it utterly incapable of monopolizing the smuggling trade throughout the entire 3rd District or contending with the Nightingale, which possesses a squad of elite professionals. We must retaliate, the doppelganger proclaimed. Tonight, we shall apprehend those officers who dare to search our Nightingale members and clients, along with their families, compelling the 3rd District Police to release our associates. You have truly lost your mind, Fat Tiger replied, expressing his desire to live a few more years. You are still merely a local criminal, but should you lay a hand on public officials, especially their kin, you will be branded a federal offender, drawing the wrath of the military upon you. You are mistaken. The military will not pursue me. The police will yield to my demands, the doppelganger asserted with confidence. This world has never been a realm of equitable law. Since the advent of the first professional 12 years ago, the once proud firearms wielded by mortals have become mere scraps of paper in the face of professional might. The Constitution of the Federation bestows unparalleled privileges upon professionals, elevating them far above mere mortals. What is common knowledge for mortals, to be adhered to and even feared, does not necessarily apply to me as a professional. Ultimately, this world belongs to the professionals. You must recognize the essence of this reality. In essence, I am not a professional. I am merely an ordinary person. Fat Tiger was on the verge of tears, pleading, I truly cannot bear the consequences of opposing the Federation. Please, let me go. I do not wish to continue this. Despite the weight of his current charges, even a voluntary surrender would likely lead to a lengthy imprisonment. Nonetheless, he thought that at least he could preserve his life. However, should this madman take action against the officers, even if he were to sell off the entire Nightingale, he would still be unable to escape death. At merely 26 years of age, Fat Tiger still had a plethora of beautiful years ahead and did not wish to meet his end alongside a lunatic so soon. Regrettably, the madman offered him no choice. Withdraw, or I will eliminate your entire family, he stated. Under the threat of this madman, Fat Tiger, well aware of his resolve, surrendered in despair. When faced with the Xuanhe team, the madman provided little explanation, as they were professionals who had broken the law and had blood on their hands. Their retreat was no longer an option. Yet, in an attempt to soothe their anxious hearts, he casually mentioned that he had already prepared an escape route. In June, under the orders of the madman, Nightingale initiated retaliation against the 3rd District Police Station. In the same month, the average level of the Xuanhe team reached level 17, placing them among the top 3 in the silver tier rankings of the entire Qinglong Academy. The director of Qinglong Academy has awarded you and the Xuanhe team the Outstanding Practitioner Team Award. During the school's anniversary celebration at the end of the semester, he engaged in a handshake and conversation with the governor of Donghua City, receiving accolades from him. In July, the Donghua City News Radio reported that the Nightingale had become the most notorious criminal gang in Donghua City since the establishment of the Federation. The chief of the Donghua City Police Department delivered a speech announcing the mobilization of the Tiger Squad to eliminate the Nightingale. Through inquiries among those around him, your avatar learned that the Tiger Squad is a special police force composed entirely of practitioners, organized by the Donghua City Police Department. including many silver and even gold-ranked practitioners, far beyond the capabilities of your avatar and the Xuanhe team. This revelation caught your avatar off guard, as he had not anticipated that such a formidable practitioner force could be sustained by an institution like the Donghua City Police Department. It is known that the annual earnings of a silver-ranked practitioner exceed 1 million Federation coins, and to entice them to forsake the wilderness and serve in the police station, the salary must reach 2 to 3 times their actual earnings, potentially amounting to 2 to 3 million Federation coins. A whole team of practitioners, even if composed entirely of 15 silver-ranked members, would require an expenditure of nearly 50 million Federation coins annually. Does the local Donghua Police Department possess such financial resources? Chapter 26. The clone is beyond rescue. Indeed, it is true. The annual stability funds allocated to the Donghua City Police Department amount to a staggering 550 million federal coins. To say that a mere 50 million is a significant sum would be an understatement. Even the allocation of 100 million federal coins to establish a team of professionals would be a trivial matter. The city of Donghua benefits from the support of 2 formidable battle groups and 2 prestigious federal universities, resulting in an abundance of professionals and a thriving market for professional trades. The revenue generated from the transaction tax of the professional trading system alone is sufficient to fill their coffers, endowing them with the capacity to invest heavily in maintaining stability. Regrettably, your clone must alter its strategy and withdraw as a gesture of respect. Devoid of your clone and the backing of the Xuanhe team, the Nightingale Squad, composed merely of a disorganized assembly, was swiftly dismantled under the onslaught of the Tiger Special Operations Unit, offering no resistance whatsoever. However, until the members of the Tiger Unit apprehended several key figures of the Nightingale, including the corpulent Tiger, they could not uncover any information regarding the existence of a professional team within Nightingale, nor even a description of the clone itself. According to the corpulent Tiger's testimony, the leader and his team of professionals never reveal their faces to others, and no one has ever witnessed their actions. He only knew that the leader and his team consisted of remarkably youthful individuals, and beyond that, there were no further leads. Consequently, the police investigation could only focus on the 2 institutions in the city that housed a substantial number of young professionals, Donghua University and Qingnan University. In August, the Donghua City Police Department tentatively set its sights on Donghua University. Have you truly underestimated the Federation, perceiving it as a mere soft target? Upon reading this, Link wears a smile. The demise of Nightingale has not significantly impacted your doppelganger. In fact, within the framework of the doppelganger's plan, Nightingale was always a potential sacrificial pawn. When it comes to bravado, you certainly excel. Link applauds. However, the police have already pinpointed Donghua University. It is only a matter of time before they locate you. How do you intend to respond? Respond? Your doppelganger seems to have heard something utterly ludicrous. This world is ruled by professionals. As long as he and the Xuanhe team remain, they can conjure countless mortal forces akin to Nightingale at will. Even if the police have discerned that he is a student at Donghua University, what of it? There are over 8,000 freshmen in their first year alone, and the total population of students and faculty exceeds 35,000. Furthermore, given the influence of the university, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack for the Donghua City Police to find him within the university. If only he could afford his doppelganger some time, as soon as he and the Xuanhe team advanced to the silver rank, he could leverage the Xuanhe team as a bargaining chip to communicate with the battle group ahead of time. Then, similar to the Crimson team in the previous simulation, he could directly apply to join the battle group, becoming an independent team under its banner. Once he joins the battle group, even if he does not enter the core sequence, the doppelganger and the Xuanhe team will enjoy the unparalleled privileges afforded to members of the battle group. This is no mere local institution of the Donghua City government. Even if the federal government wishes to take action against him, it must first negotiate with the battle group. This is, in fact, the very foundation that emboldens the doppelganger to develop Nightingale with such audacity, even to the extent of instructing Nightingale to assault law enforcement officers. The last simulated scenario involving the Crimson team only managed to achieve the qualifications for joining the battle group towards the end of their graduation, after barely completing their second job transfer. In contrast, the current simulation featuring the Xuanhe team is highly likely to accomplish the remarkable feat of a full-team second job transfer by their 3rd academic year, a potential and value that far surpasses that of the Crimson team. Thus, joining the battle group, and even becoming a direct subordinate team of the battle group, is an inevitable outcome for both the doppelganger and Xuanhe. Once they secure membership in the battle group, all actions such as developing smuggling organizations, unlawfully executing dozens of smugglers, or attacking law enforcement officers and coercing their families, crimes that would spell disaster for mere mortals and civilian professionals, will be rendered inconsequential under the auspices of the battle group privilege. The only oversight lies in the doppelganger's failure to anticipate that the third police station would so swiftly seek assistance from the East Hua City headquarters. They could not have foreseen that within the East Hua City Police Department, established to manage ordinary citizens, there exists a special squad composed entirely of silver and gold tier professionals. The unforeseen convergence of these two parties has led to this premature moment, compelling the doppelganger to relinquish the profit-generating tool known as Nightingale. However, now that the unexpected has transpired, it is imperative to devise a strategy to mitigate the repercussions of losing this lucrative asset. Without the Nightingale, this lucrative machine, both the Avatar and the Dark Black Squad will lose a pivotal source of income. The absence of this critical revenue will further impede the growth trajectory of the Dark Black Squad. As a consequence of this chain reaction, the Avatar's anticipated plan to achieve the second transformation for all members in the first semester of the third academic year may become unfeasible. Should this plan fail to materialize within the designated time frame, the Avatar will confront an unforeseen complication, an investigation by the police prior to their engagement in the battle. Thus, it is conceivable that the Avatar might indeed face an early termination of this simulation, as previously suggested by the main entity. To avert this eventuality, the Avatar must not only pursue a more aggressive enhancement of both the Dark Black Squad and their own capabilities, but, most crucially, must seek to establish new sources of income. Upon reaching this juncture, Link felt a jolt of apprehension. A new source of income? What could this unremarkable Avatar possibly generate? Could it be? In a moment of urgency, Link swiftly glanced at the newly surfaced information, and as the details unfolded, his heart sank in despair. The Avatar had resolved to engage in the act of robbing the rich to aid the poor. There was no hope left for you, Link. The wilderness, a realm teeming with peril, untouched by human civilization and order. In this chaotic expanse, anything is conceivable, and all traces will be obscured by the wild. Thus, any heinous deeds committed in the wilderness bear no risk of exposure. It is, quite simply, a paradise for highway robbery. Indeed, within the wilderness exists a distinct group known as the red-named practitioners, predominantly originating from illicit professions. These individuals are relentlessly pursued by the Federation and legitimate practitioners within the urban confines, unable to strengthen themselves or procure auxiliary items through conventional means. They have resolutely taken root in the wild. Their sole purpose is to hunt down and plunder the human practitioners who dare to venture into their domain, seizing all possessions from their unfortunate victims. Chapter 27. Incitement. The wilderness, perilous and seldom traversed, poses a formidable challenge even to the military forces and battle groups of the federal government, who find themselves at a loss when confronting these notorious red-named practitioners. Fortunately, the wilderness itself serves as a most terrifying purging machine. The red-named practitioners, forced to conceal themselves within these desolate expanses, are unable to resupply in the safety of human territories, and when faced with insurmountable monsters, they find themselves with no avenue of retreat. Consequently, their survival rate remains alarmingly low, preventing any formation of substantial groups or the emergence of formidable individuals. Yet, the existence of these red-named practitioners is irrefutable. Although encounters with them are rare, this does not deter the Avatar from assuming the identity of this elusive group. The more he contemplated, the more he deemed this path exceedingly viable, and he promptly shared his brilliant idea with the members of Xianhe. As anticipated, his proposal was met with unanimous dissent from the Xianhe members. However, the Avatar remained undeterred, for he astutely sensed that their opposition was not as resolute as it appeared. In the context of the relatively stable federal regime, the sudden suggestion of turning to a life of banditry would naturally lead others to regard the Avatar as somewhat deranged. Yet, as they quieted and began to ponder the feasibility of such an undertaking, the dynamics shifted entirely. Ultimately, they have already become transgressors of federal law. They could not withstand the allure of a monthly distribution of 200,000 federal coins, committing crimes that are unforgivable under the statutes. Even if they now wish to repent, it is already too late. As the saying goes, when there are many lice, one ceases to feel the itch. Upon reflection, they have embarked on an irreversible path. and bearing the stigma of infamous offenders seems no longer unacceptable. The doppelganger, fully aware of this predicament, resolved to give them an additional push. He informed the members of the Xuanhe team that the Nightingale had been dismantled by the Donghua City Police Department, asserting that from this moment forth, they would no longer receive any benefits from Nightingale. Furthermore, the core management figure, Fat Tiger, had also been apprehended by the Donghua City Police, and based on his testimony, the authorities had discerned their age range and, through process of elimination, had almost conclusively identified them as students of Donghua University. It would not be long before the police officers would ascertain their identities. Once discovered, given the gravity of their offenses, their fate would be sealed. The only chance for survival would be to sign a contract with a battle group before being located by the police, thus securing the protection of such a group. However, the minimum requirement for joining a battle group is to have reached level 20 and completed the second job transfer. In order to achieve their goal before being discovered by the officers of the Donghua City Police Department, they require substantial financial resources to acquire gear, skill books, and various enchantments and items. Only then can they challenge more formidable dungeons and venture deeper into the wilderness to gather greater experience. By becoming members of the battle group, they would not only gain access to abundant resources and privileges, but their past transgressions would also be expunged. They would attain a revered status, ascending to the pinnacle of the hierarchy among practitioners. This ambition necessitates merely taking that final step. Unlike the lowly traditional red-named practitioners, who plunder for selfish gain and perish meaninglessly in fleeting madness, they are filled with ideals, striving for fairness with their own hands, unwilling to succumb to an ordinary fate. Why should the children of the wealthy be born with silver spoons in their mouths? Why should they receive what ordinary individuals toil a lifetime to obtain, gear and skills that remain out of reach? Why are they permitted to wield expensive enchantments and potions, confronting dungeons that their abilities should render insurmountable, thereby securing advantages far beyond our own? Furthermore, they arrogantly trample upon us and our descendants, deriding us as impoverished wretches while we remain ensnared in self-deprecation. To hell with federal law. Adhering to such laws will only render us perpetually mediocre, ultimately leading to our status as societal failures and even the loss of our reproductive rights. I have never heard of anyone who, through sheer effort, managed to transcend the rules set by others, let alone become the architects of those rules. Throughout history, it has been only through struggle and rebellion that we, the common folk, have been able to alter our destinies. We may lack the audacity of our ancient predecessors, who dared to challenge the heavens and reshape the world. Yet, do we not even possess the courage to break free from the confines of others' rules in pursuit of a glimmer of hope? Under the compelling influence of the alluring doppelgangers, the members of the impoverished Xuanhe team were ignited with fury, each one resolutely deciding to defy fate. Perhaps this explains why the audience of talk shows is often not comprised of men. Witnessing how the doppelganger effortlessly swayed the entire Xuanhe team with mere words left Link exasperated. Of course, it may not be solely due to the doppelganger's eloquence. It can only be said that this world undeniably harbors an exceedingly unjust social environment, with deep-seated discontent simmering within the hearts of the people. This discontent is precisely what makes them so easily manipulated by the duplicitous doppelgangers. Nothing is coincidental. It is crucial to understand that one of the core criteria for the doppelgangers when selecting members was their impoverished backgrounds. Only those who hail from such circumstances can embrace the doppelganger's ideology and dare to take risks. Were they to be a group of affluent beneficiaries, they would undoubtedly be the first to distance themselves from the doppelgangers and report them to the authorities. At the end of August, the Silver Team, which had lost its funding from the Nightingale, plummeted in the comprehensive strength ratings of silver teams within the same year. This world is indeed unforgiving. Any slight deficiency in resources is swiftly reflected in the overall performance of the team. The sensation of being surpassed is far from pleasant, this time, without needing any prompting. The members of the Xuanhe team collectively implored their leader to guide them in reversing their fate. The leader, having identified a target, did not respond immediately but assured the members of the Xuanhe team to remain patient as they awaited further developments. Chapter 28. The Red-Named Professionals. On September 12th, the moment for the Avatar to wait had finally arrived. The Avatar, who had previously joined the professional team known as Crimson, began preparations for wilderness training in response to the ever-increasing competitive pressure within the academy. Compared to the first wilderness expedition undertaken by Team Crimson in the previous simulation, This time their foray into the wild was delayed by over 3 months. The reason for this postponement was the absence of the Avatar, which deprived Team Crimson of a powerful frontliner capable of swiftly navigating the early dungeons. Consequently, their growth rate had significantly slowed. And it was only now that all members had completed their first job advancement, gaining the confidence necessary to embark on wilderness training. As the saying goes, vengeance should not be delayed. After the Avatar had redefined their strategy and resolved to embark on a grand endeavor of robbing the rich to aid the poor, the first target that came to mind was none other than their former team, Crimson. Thus, a month prior, the Avatar had begun to monitor the activities of Team Crimson closely. Upon learning of their intention to enter wilderness training, the Avatar promptly gathered the members of the current team, Dark Black, all of whom had attained level 18. Although Dark Black was 2 members short compared to Crimson, and with the Avatar included, they totaled merely 6. The average level of Team Crimson was just above level 10, under the substantial level disadvantage of 8 levels. It was evident that the talents of Dark Black's members were generally superior to those of Team Crimson. Even when talents were equal, Dark Black could easily dominate Team Crimson. Moreover, within the ranks of the Xuanhe team, there exists a clone that has undergone a second-class transition, reaching an impressive level of 23 and mastering the brutal skill of bullying, a technique most effective against weaker opponents. Their actions unfolded without a hint of unforeseen circumstances. When confronted by the sudden assault of the Xuanhe team, whose members all boasted a level of 18, the Crimson team, with an average level of merely 10, found themselves utterly overwhelmed, swiftly losing their composure and dignity. The resistance put forth by the Crimson team appeared as laughable as an ant attempting to shake a tree. After dispatching 2 members, serving as a grim warning to the others, the fledgling soldiers of the Crimson team rapidly lost any semblance of courage, becoming mere pawns at the mercy of the Xuanhe team. Under the directive of the clone, the Xuanhe team not only stripped the Crimson team members of their equipment and federal coins, but also coerced their affluent captain, Zhang Jingyi, and vice captain, Lung Lan, alongside other well-to-do members, to demand a ransom of 500,000 federal coins from their relatives. This ransom was to be presented in the form of equivalent dungeon materials, directly transacted from their professional panels into the real world, ensuring that their identities remained concealed from any pursuit. From this single operation, the Xuanhe team reaped an astonishing profit of 8.5 million federal coins, rivaling the profits of the Nightingale Gang's smuggling operations over nearly 5 months. Truly, it is said that there are no corpses left behind when roads are mended, and the gold belt signifies the spoils of murder and arson. Upon seeing this figure, Link couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Earning 8.5 million federal coins through legitimate means in reality is no simple feat. Even a bronze-tier professional who has completed a single cycle may find it nearly impossible to accumulate such wealth throughout their lifetime. However, this only intensifies the resolve of the avatars within the simulation. The information within the simulation indeed unfolded as Link had anticipated. With 8.5 million federal coins at stake, your avatar claims a staggering 3.5 million, while the others each receive 1 million federal coins, equivalent to 5 months of profits from the smuggling syndicate. This amount could purchase a level 20 silver grade piece of equipment or a top-tier silver grade skill book, regardless of the choice made. It signifies a substantial enhancement in the strength of the Xuanhe team. No one could resist the allure of such an effortless acquisition of immense profit. The members of the Xuanhe team, having swiftly squandered their million federal coins, immediately urged their avatars to orchestrate the next operation. Yet this time, your avatar declined the request from the Xuanhe team. This was due to the alarming news of the Qihong team's ambush reaching Donghua University. The emergence of red-named professionals in the vicinity of Donghua City, who had not only robbed a group of students from Donghua University, but also brutally murdered 2 of its professionals, shocked and alarmed not just the university but the entire circle of professionals within Donghua City. In less than a day, Donghua University, the Donghua Police Department, and 2 battle groups within the city had begun to jointly monitor this group of red-named professionals that had suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Donghua City. To continue their criminal activities in such a brazen manner was not merely reckless, it was tantamount to seeking their own demise. Certainly, the advantages are conspicuously evident. Firstly, the emergence of notorious criminals has successfully diverted the attention of the police department, in comparison to the smuggling of contraband items, which poses a perilous threat to the general populace. These infamous individuals, who roam the outskirts of Donghua City and dare to plunder and even extinguish the lives of student practitioners, who represent the future of the Federation, are undoubtedly the pressing concern at hand. The police force, already strained in resources, lacks the capacity to simultaneously investigate two sets of criminal cases involving practitioners. Furthermore, the profits from the recent heist on the Crimson Squad have sufficiently supported the Xuanhe Squad in completing their second transition within the planned timeframe. Thus, there was no necessity to undertake further actions that would heighten risks. Consequently, your avatar not only declined the request for the Xuanhe Squad to proceed with additional actions, but also sternly commanded them to focus solely on their second transition, forbidding any distractions during this period. Under the unwavering authority established by the avatar, the members of the Xuanhe Squad reluctantly chose to comply. By the end of October, the Xuanhe Squad re-emerged among the top 3 of the second-year Silver Squad at Donghua University, earning accolades from the institution. In November, the avatar's level surpassed 24, and all members of the Xuanhe Squad successfully advanced beyond level 19. The goal of transitioning to level 20 is now within reach. Your avatar has initiated contact with one of the 2 major factions in Donghua City, the Platinum Star Legion. The vice commander of the Legion, Kibidu, a formidable Earth-class practitioner with a level as high as 42, has expressed considerable interest in your avatar and the Xuanhe team under its command. He has assured that if they can achieve second-tier advancement for all members before the conclusion of their 3rd year, they will be granted early recruitment as direct members of the Platinum Star. With this assurance, your avatar feels a sense of relief. Currently, in the first semester of their 3rd year, the entire Xuanhe team has already attained level 19, leaving them just 1 level shy of the required 20 for their second-tier transition. Completing this milestone before the end of the 3rd year poses no challenge whatsoever. Their entry into the Legion and subsequent status as direct members seems all but guaranteed. However, as the saying goes, no one can enjoy uninterrupted fortune, and even the strongest of ropes may fray at the weakest point. Just as your avatar confidently finalizes the agreement with the Platinum Star Legion and prepares to lead the Xuanhe team in their final sprint for that last level, an unforeseen piece of bad news abruptly disrupts all plans. Chapter 29. The Legendary Practitioner Raffle. Bad news. A sense of foreboding enveloped Link. Despite the explicit instructions given to his doppelgangers, forbidding any actions by the members of the Black Shadow team before their second-class advancement, the allure of the substantial rewards reaped from the plunderers had rendered them incapable of restraining their insatiable greed. The riches acquired from their last heist against the Crimson team, amounting to 1 million federal coins, had been squandered without restraint. Although the strength they gained from this fortune was sufficient for them to achieve their second-class advancement before reaching the 3rd year, who would not desire greater accomplishments? Confronted with a plethora of top-tier equipment, rare skills that might not grace their paths again for an indeterminate time, and precious items capable of enhancing their potential and bestowing additional attribute points, even the most abundant wealth would seem insufficient against the insatiable appetite of human greed. The military and police forces, adept at exploiting this very psychology, discreetly yet overtly disseminated news of a first-year team equipped with luxurious gear embarking on an expedition into the wilderness. The announcement boldly proclaimed that the value of this opulent novice team's equipment exceeded 20 million federal coins, showing no fear of the threats posed by notorious practitioners. Upon receiving this news, the members of the Black Shadow team found themselves unable to resist the temptation of plundering a mere first-year team that exhibited such audacity, ultimately falling prey to the traps set by the military and police. Worse still, despite the clear opposition expressed by the Avatar, the Dark Black Squad failed to inform the Avatar of their unauthorized actions. By the time the Avatar realized something was amiss due to the inability to contact the members of the Dark Black Squad, the joint execution teams from the battle group, the police department, and even Donghua University had already initiated a capture operation against the Avatar. Just when despair loomed, the Avatar, harboring deep resentment towards these treacherous comrades, made a swift decision to flee into the wilderness. A professional who appeared out of nowhere detected the Avatar's presence and launched an attack. The Avatar sustained severe injuries. However, fortune smiled upon them as they successfully escaped into the depths of the wilderness. The pursuers seemed to harbor a profound apprehension of venturing further into the wild, refraining from delivering the final blow that could have reduced the Avatar to ashes, merely watching as the Avatar vanished into the wilderness. The following day, a comprehensive report on this heinous act of professional criminality reverberated throughout the entire city of Donghai and even the Federation. Astonishingly, the perpetrators turned out to be a squad of student professionals from a prestigious institution with a promising future. Before the camera, the members of the Xuanhe team gradually unveiled their criminal history and psychological turmoil. Upon hearing about their operations in the smuggling organization, their ruthless actions to monopolize the smuggling market in District 3 by cold-bloodedly eliminating all defiant smugglers, attacking law enforcement officers investigating smuggling crimes, and even resorting to the kidnapping of officers' family members. The revelation that they turned their malevolent intentions towards their own classmates and cruelly murdered 2 of their peers to instill terror incited a wave of vehement condemnation throughout the Federation. The Supreme Court of the Federation decreed that all members of the Xuanhe team would face immediate execution. A top-level wanted notice was issued for the mastermind, Lin Ke. A reward of 1.2 million Federation coins would be granted for any trace of Lin Ke, and assistance in his capture or demise could yield a bounty of up to 10 million Federation coins. Concurrently, the Federation would organize task forces to continue the search for the principal offender, Lin Ke. Regardless of life or death, he would be brought to face the majesty of justice. Faced with countless civilian teams and task forces, your avatar could only hide in the wilderness. Fortunately, the Phoenix Ashes bestow upon your avatar extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even in the absence of any supplies, the damage endured could recover at an astonishing rate, significantly enhancing your avatar's endurance in the wild. However, no matter how formidable the endurance, it ultimately lacked a secure rear. Especially in the wilderness, a perilous environment where one could encounter monsters of unknown caliber at any moment. Your avatar understood that survival in the wild could not last indefinitely. Indeed, the reality is such that within a mere week, your avatar encountered assaults from numerous formidable creatures, each boasting levels exceeding 30. Even the remarkable regenerative capabilities of the Phoenix's embers could not keep pace with the rate of life loss. Just as your avatar was on the brink of collapse, a mysterious figure appeared before it, introducing himself as Raphael. Raphael? The moment Lin Ke saw this name in the simulation, a resonant hum echoed within his mind. This name is renowned throughout the realm, so much so that Lin Ke, inheriting the memories of his predecessor, instantly recalled the illustrious feats associated with this eminent figure. He is one of the original 10 primal class holders who first awakened in the world. By the 5th year of the Awakening era, he had completed his 5th job change, emerging as one of the earliest sky-level practitioners in existence. The other individual who underwent this transformation alongside him was none other than the current president of the Blue Star Practitioners Guild, the unequivocally strongest practitioner acknowledged by 300 million practitioners across the world, Rofe Kamian. He commands countless followers and is celebrated as the mightiest swordsman. Together with Rofe Kamian and other primal practitioners, he vanquished the Abyssal Lord, who once posed a grave threat to the entire Blue Star world, thereby saving it from peril. However, in the 9th year of the Awakening era, which was 2 years prior to Lin Ke's arrival in this world, Raphael began to proclaim that the Blue Star world was devoid of hope, and an unstoppable calamity was imminent. The sole means of human survival lay in uniting the resources of the entire Blue Star to create 10 celestial-level practitioners, who would lead the ember of human civilization into the cosmic expanse, thus escaping the tragic fate of perishing alongside the Blue Star world. This audacious plan, known as the God-Making Project, faced vehement opposition from society at that time. Not only did this project require the sacrifice of 300 million practitioners across Blue Star to assist the Chosen 10 in overcoming their class transition challenges, but it also sought to amass the requisite materials for 10 celestial-level transitions, which would deplete nearly all of Blue Star's financial resources. Moreover, even if the combined forces of the entire Blue Star were gathered, the success rate of completing the transition task for 10 celestial-level practitioners would merely be 5%. Most critically, Raphael could not substantiate that the world was truly approaching its end. Furthermore, even in the event of the project's success, the power of a mere 10 celestial-level practitioners could at most safeguard no more than 1 million souls, while the human population stood at a staggering 10 billion. Chapter 30. The absolute savior from among 100 billion humans, a mere 1 million shall be chosen as the embers of humanity's continuation, while the remaining 99,999,000,000 will be cast aside as expendable. It is only the Federates, with their age-old tradition of self-sacrifice for the greater good, who could selflessly ignite the flame for humanity's future. Yet even among the Federates, The pervasive influence of Western individualism in recent years has led a substantial faction to scoff at the notion of sacrificing the self for the collective. One can only imagine the disdain of those who have grown up immersed in the ideology of absolute freedom. If we are to perish, let us perish together. You expect us to sacrifice ourselves for the sake of a million elite? Are you mad, or am I? It has been proven that it is Raphael who teeters on the brink of madness. In the face of outright rejection from ambassadors of various nations, as well as representatives of major professional organizations and battle factions, Raphael resolutely led his followers in a bid to forcibly advance the deification project. Countless initial battle factions and the Federate army formed a coalition to launch an assault on Raphael and his legion of followers. This fierce conflict ultimately erupted at the pinnacle of the world, the sacred ground for professionals known as the Sanctum of Awakening. After an unprecedented and sensational battle, the Sanctum of Awakening, once a towering edifice atop the world, was reduced to ruins. Over 40 Sky-tier professionals and countless Gold and Silver-tier professionals perished in this cataclysm. Additionally, 37 early battle factions were annihilated, leading to the defeat of Raphael and his followers. Now, 2 years have elapsed since Raphael's downfall. In the span of these 2 years, the apocalyptic predictions made by Raphael have shown no signs of impending doom. The blue planet remains as tranquil as ever. The factions continue their relentless incursion into the wilderness, with a significant influx of professionals awakening through awakening orbs from various esteemed academies each year. An increasing number of practitioners join the vanguard in the pursuit of wilderness expansion, thereby broadening the safety perimeter for humanity. Everything seems to be progressing toward a more favorable direction. Gradually, Raphael's prophecy of the apocalypse has come to be regarded as an improbable jest, with even the current practitioner textbooks depicting him as a deranged lunatic. Yet, herein lies the gravest concern. Raphael should have been eliminated by now. Your avatar, of course, does not believe that this Raphael could be the so-called prophet himself. However, his power is indeed terrifying and unfathomable. Upon the very first glance, your avatar comprehends that it could never stand a chance against him. Understanding the ancient adage that those who recognize the times are the true sages, the avatar decides to feign belief in his words and listens to what the enigmatic entity has to convey. The self-proclaimed Raphael then reveals to the avatar that the end of the blue planet draws ever closer. Although that old fool, Rofa, has clandestinely completed the 6th transition through unorthodox means and ascended to a stellar level, he remains merely a second-rate character with planetary-grade talent. Alone, he is incapable of averting the impending calamities. Only he, Raphael, can be the sole savior destined to rescue the world of the blue planet. For he is the sole possessor of a stellar-level talent among all of humanity. What? Raphael is the owner of a stellar-level talent? Link's eyes widened in astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure. Whether this individual claiming to be Raphael was indeed Raphael remained questionable. Anyone could boast, claiming to possess stellar-level talent. One could even assert to have galactic-level prowess. Although, thus far, humanity has only recognized the highest tier of talent as stellar level. Wait a moment. Could it be that the existence of Raphael, the singular owner of stellar-level talent, is the reason humanity has categorized talent tiers up to stellar? Link found this notion profoundly unsettling. His duplicate's mind was in disarray. Yet, compared to your propensity for unfounded speculation, the rationality of your duplicate remained intact, especially without the premise of believing in the other's identity as Raphael. The most crucial point of logic was, why was Raphael appearing before him? Although during the past week in the wilderness, his duplicate had raised its level to 25, accumulating a considerable fortune through continuous endeavors, and had equipped itself with relatively luxurious silver-level gear and skills. Even among the millions of silver-level practitioners globally, it had already established itself as a respectable mid-tier silver-level practitioner. However, 2 years prior in the tangible realm, and 5 years earlier in the sphere of simulation, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the sky-grade professionals. Subsequently, he eradicated 37 fledgling battle groups with his followers before ultimately being subdued by Raphael. To him, a mere silver-grade professional seemed as insignificant as an ant. If this individual truly was Raphael, how could his diminutive self possibly capture his attention? Why would he find himself standing before him, engaging in unnecessary discourse? In this world, there exists an abundance of individuals who are far more powerful and gifted than mere avatars. It is hardly fitting for an avatar to take precedence. This scenario is akin to the incredibility of Emperor Qin calling his own physical self. Nevertheless, A wise man does not fall prey to immediate losses. Despite harboring skepticism toward the other's words, not a single punctuation mark of belief lingered in his heart, yet the avatar still displayed a semblance of reverence. Raphael, however, appeared to perceive the avatar's insincerity. Yet, he revealed little emotional turbulence, calmly informing the avatar that his eternal level talent was known as the Eye of Uncertainty. His eyes possessed the ability to glimpse not only an individual's future, but that of the world itself. Through these eyes, he had witnessed and altered countless destinies, including his survival from the almost certain demise in the Temple War. Furthermore, he had fragmented his will into millions through a planetary-grade artifact, scattering these fragments across the desolate expanses of the world, awaiting the opportune moment for resurgence. Until now, upon witnessing the manifestation of his doppelganger, he realized that his opportunity had arrived. You are imbued with boundless and enigmatic destinies, destined to be the most unpredictable variable within this world and indeed, the cosmos. You were meant to perish yet survived. You were destined to meet your end within 7 days, yet soon you shall embrace a rebirth. You are extraordinary, singularly unique, a seemingly mediocre individual with silver-level talent, yet you possess such an uncertain fate. Everything I prepared and awaited for a turning point before the battle of the sanctum seems to hinge upon you. In the midst of the doppelganger's astonished, widening gaze, Raphael uttered words that instilled profound unease within it. Goodness, it's not just you who feels unsettled. I am equally perturbed. The real Link expressed a sense of disbelief. Could it be that he truly is Raphael? The ability to perceive the destiny of the doppelganger suggests that, even if he is not Raphael, he certainly possesses stellar-level talent. Fortunately, the power of the system is beyond the reach of mere mortals. Raphael merely glimpsed the infinite possibilities inherent in the doppelganger but could not fathom the fundamental principles enabling it to achieve such feats. His arrogance led him to regard the doppelganger merely as a pawn in his divine creation scheme, residing in an absolute self-centered realm, firmly believing that he alone is the unparalleled and absolute savior. Chapter 31. The conclusion of the third simulation. Your avatar has met its demise. End time. 13th year of awakening. May 5th death replay. A mysterious individual, claiming to be Raphael, has seized the body of your avatar. With the conclusion of this simulation, you may retain the following rewards for your avatar. 1. Ember of the Phoenix, Silver Tier Talent. 2. Attributes of a level 25 avatar. 3. Skills acquired by the avatar. Silver Tier Skill, Annihilation, Bronze Tier Skill, Life Reversion. 4. Equipment possessed by the avatar. Bloodthirsty Greatsword, level 20 Silver Weapon. Radiant Holy Set, level 15 Silver Set, comprising arm guards, armor, helmet, boots, medallion, and gloves. Note: you may select only one of these as the simulation reward for your avatar at no cost. Should you desire additional rewards, you must expend extra simulation energy. Dead? Just like that? Link fell into a profound silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had fervently declared that his avatar was a being of exceptional significance, yet now it lay defeated. The audacity of Raphael to usurp the body of his avatar. Indeed, this nefarious character was no ally. It was no wonder he had been vanquished by Rofa and his companions during the battle at the Awakening Sanctuary. He deserved to lose. After a moment of discomfort, Link made his choice. He decided to forego all talents except for the Ember of the Phoenix, as his current avatar could only bear a single talent. In the forthcoming simulation, should Link continue with the silver simulation, he would inevitably acquire a silver talent. Even now, expending a considerable cost to retain the remnants of the Phoenix seems rather futile, as they may very well be supplanted in the next simulation. The question arises, should he expend free attempts, along with 1,200 and 2,400 simulation energies, to preserve the attributes of a level 25 clone, the skills learned during the simulation, and the equipment held by the clone? How much do you say? Link staggered. Should he use a free attempt? The 1,200 and 2,400 simulation energies to retain the attributes of the level 25 clone. Upon hearing Link's inquiry, the system straightforwardly reiterated the information, confirming that he had not misheard. Link became visibly agitated, questioning the system on how such a vast amount of energy could be required. The system informed Link that due to his choice to engage in the silver simulation, he had incurred an additional fee of 1,000 simulation energies for the ticket. Consequently, Link's actual simulation cost amounted to 1,200 simulation energies. According to the system's rules, for every additional reward retained, Link would need to pay an extra equivalent of the total simulation fee, excluding one free retention, should he wish to preserve both the skills and the equipment. He would need to pay an additional 1,200 and 2,400 simulation energies respectively, which seems rather reasonable. Is this a joke? Link struggled to suppress his urge to berate this foolish system. Are you trying to take my life? The simulation energy remaining to Link was a mere 5,000 points. This foolish system demands one to exhaust oneself in a single breath. But is there truly no retention? Link finds himself unable to forego it, as 3,600 points of simulated energy merely convert to a paltry 180,000 federal coins. However, the value of the skills and equipment acquired by the avatar during this simulation effortlessly surpasses 10 million, to speak of nothing else. That set of level 15 Radiant Holy Armor alone cost the avatar a staggering 9 million federal coins, a full 4 million more than the Blood Knight set from the first simulation. Ultimately, exchanging 180,000 federal coins worth of simulated energy for equipment and skills valued at over 10 million is hardly a poor trade. Gritting his teeth, Link, observing the system's indifference to his protests, reluctantly acquiesced. After all, the disparity in value is 100-fold. Ding. A total of 1 free attempt and 3,600 simulated energy have been consumed. Your avatar retains the following rewards. Almost instantaneously, as Link painfully confirmed his choice, the simulated energy displayed on his panel plummeted to below 2,000, while simultaneously, he donned a radiant silver armor. And the attributes of both the avatar and its panel experienced an explosive enhancement. Bound object. Link's avatar level, 25 experience, 60,000 profession, warrior, silver tier, innate talent, life resistance, bronze tier, strength, 296, base 161 equipment 135, constitution, 390, base 156 equipment 169 talent 65, agility, 106. Base 51 equipment 55, magic, 35, base 20 equipment 15, equipment, bloodthirsty greatsword, silver level 20. Radiant holy set, silver tier set, 6-piece effect, 15 damage reduction, restores 0.1 of health based on constitution per second during battle, skills, jade and stone conflagration, LV3. Bully, bronze, LV, 9, silver battle chi, silver LV, 6, devastating strike, bronze LV, 5, life restoration, LV 3, charge, iron tier max, strike, iron tier max, roar, iron tier max, overall rating, upper mid-level silver warrior total attribute points surpassed 800, achieving a total of 827. The silver tier talent, Phoenix Rebirth, has not been retained. However, the previously maintained bronze talent, life resistance, remains effective. This signifies that the avatar continues to benefit from the augment of life resistance. The LV9 bully skill allows the avatar to gain an additional 1.9 damage reduction and damage increase for each level above the opposing target, combined with the maximum 35 damage reduction from life resistance, along with the 15 damage reduction effect from the Radiant Holy set. In other words, if the opponent were a level 10 monster, the clone could achieve an astonishing 78.5 damage reduction. But that is not all. The effect of the level 20 silver equipment, the bloodthirsty greatsword, allows for life-stealing attacks, while the life restoration can also recover the clone's health. Moreover, the Radiant Holy set can restore 1,000th of health per second. I can hardly fathom how resilient the clone has become. It truly lives up to its status as an upper-tier silver warrior, a stark contrast to the lower-tier silver warriors, almost a difference of dimensions. The current clone could likely overpower 3 of its former selves. Is this the power of wealth? Indeed, it is terrifying. Remarkably, this clone has only undergone a little over 2 years of simulation, not even half the duration of the previous 2 simulations. Yet, the strength index achieved in this simulation is no less impressive than those prior. Regrettably, the Shinkai team acted independently during the simulation, disregarding the clone's commands. Otherwise, had the clone been allowed to proceed according to plan, Link could hardly imagine the extent of its growth during this simulation. While he does not dare to hope for the status of an Earth-level professional, there remains a considerable possibility of surpassing level 30 and becoming a gold-level professional. Just thinking about this infuriates Link, causing his teeth to grind in frustration. Damn you, Lafar. Just you wait. Chapter 32. Completion of the job transition. The good news is that the avatar, having attained a commendable evaluation as a mid to upper tier silver warrior. Now possesses the potential to challenge the level 10 named boss, Dolanial. However, the unfortunate news is that the cost of purchasing simulations has escalated to 400 simulation energy. Initially, one could acquire a simulation for a mere 100 simulation energy, which later rose to 200 and has now surged to 400. This signifies that the cost of purchasing simulation attempts follows an exponential growth pattern rather than the additive increase that Link had hoped for. It is well known that exponential growth can profoundly dull human perception, no matter how negligible the initial values may seem. The relentless doubling will inevitably lead to an astonishingly unbearable magnitude. Presently, the cost stands at 400. The next increment will be 800, followed by 1600, 3200, and 6400. Within a mere 20 iterations, this figure could escalate to astronomical proportions. Moreover, this implies that Link's aspiration to mindlessly augment the Avatar's strength through a plethora of simulations has been rendered futile. Henceforth, Link must exercise utmost caution with each simulation opportunity he purchases. For instance, he should strive to enhance the Avatar's capabilities in the real world as much as possible. Only when the Avatar encounters a bottleneck should he resort to the invaluable simulation attempts. Fortunately, the simulation system has not been entirely merciless, offering an annual natural replenishment mechanism for simulation attempts, even if the costs of simulation were to rise to an unbearable extent in the future. The Avatar would still ensure that a simulation could be conducted annually. For now, the priority was to complete the job of changing classes. Shaking his head, Link dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He glanced at the sanctuary value, which still required 4 days to recover. Realizing that he had only spent 3 days in the real world thus far, a pang of regret struck him for hastily diving into the dungeon. Had he delayed and attempted the dungeon now, with the Avatar's strength as a silver-level warrior, it seemed inconceivable that he could not even conquer a mere level 1 bandit stronghold. Even facing a level 10 or 15 dungeon would likely be within his grasp. However, upon reflection, without the income from the bandit stronghold dungeon, he would have no funds to exchange for simulation energy to purchase additional simulation attempts, and the Avatar's capabilities would not have reached their current heights. Indeed, the fault did not lie with him, but rather with this world. Resolute in his conviction that he could not bear the blame, Link hurriedly led his avatar towards the lair of the kobolds. According to the information from the simulation, the kobold lair was intended as a welfare-gathering ground for wild monsters, specifically for the members of the Iron Blood Society to undergo assessments. Should a member of the Iron Blood Society discover that he had plundered the kobold lair, they would likely realize that the lair had already been found by someone else, leading to an immediate hunt for his life. Therefore, he needed to act swiftly, not allowing the Iron Blood Society any time to react. Under Link's urging, the silver-ranked warrior's doppelganger bore him upon its back, racing through the wilderness with remarkable speed, enveloped in the protective aura of silver energy. The feeble wilderness creatures that emerged within the safe zone were utterly incapable of breaching its defenses to inflict harm upon Link, who lay upon the doppelganger's back. The monsters encountered along the way required no deliberate attack. Mere collisions at high velocity were sufficient to vanquish them, either by sheer impact or by trampling them underfoot. In less than half an hour, Link successfully reached the entrance of the kobold lair, and his adventurer's panel gleamed with over 20 notifications of experience gained, each reflecting the substantial penalties incurred from their elevated levels. This indicated that during this swift journey, 20 wilderness creatures had met their untimely demise under the doppelganger's relentless charge. However, now was not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. As Link dismounted from the doppelganger and cast a glance at the ominously dark kobold lair before him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. It appeared that the Iron Blood Society had yet to uncover the peculiarities surrounding the kobold lair, leaving no further concerns. This bounty shall be graciously accepted. Consider it a repayment for the interest accrued from my doppelganger serving as cannon fodder during the initial simulation. With a flourish, Link theatrically cast a blessing spell upon the doppelganger, a spell that could only marginally enhance its attributes. Satisfied that he had fulfilled his role as a support, he pointed towards the foreboding kobold lair, while the doppelganger shimmered with the faint luminescence of the blessing. As he plunged into the den of the gnolls, Link soon heard the cacophony of fierce combat emanating from within. The tremors from the aftermath of the battle were palpable, even to Link, who stood vigil at the cave's entrance, feeling the earth shudder beneath him. though he yearned to venture into the mine to lend his avatar a hand. A glance at his own meager attributes, incapable of withstanding even a casual blow from the Knoll boss, prompted reason to swiftly quash this terrifying notion. The role of a comrade does not always necessitate fighting side by side. Press on, my avatar, my will is with you. And so it is. As Link anxiously awaited, nearly 2 hours elapsed before a deluge of system notifications flooded his mind. Alerts regarding the player panel and the awakening system resonated in his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations on your successful defeat of the boss, Dolanial. You have earned 10,000 experience points, the Celestial Grade Equipment, Ring of Greed, and the Celestial Grade Equipment, Dragonflame Staff. Due to your incomplete job transition quest, you are unable to level up. Excess experience will be stored for 24 hours, so please complete the job transition quest promptly. You have acquired the silver item, Dolanial's Reverse Scale. You have obtained the gold grade item, Dragon Blood, and a gold grade skill book, Blessing of the Dragon. Ding! The conditions for the job transition quest have been met. You have successfully sacrificed Dolanial's soul and excellently completed the job transition trial. You have been bestowed with an additional blessing. Your level has increased by 2, elevating you to level 12. Ding! Upon consuming 7,000 points of reserve experience, your level ascends to 14. Ring of Greed, Celestial level 10, grants 15 to Constitution and 20 to Magic Power, with the additional skill of Greed, for each enemy slain. You may harvest a soul, each soul bestowing an additional 1 to Magic Power, with a maximum enhancement of 50 points. Dragonfire Staff, Celestial level 10, grants 30 to Magic Power and 10 Spell Penetration. Equipment requirement, a minimum of 100 Magic Power. Additional effect, Dragonfire. When unleashing a skill that strikes the target, there is a certain probability to inflict an additional 100 points of burn damage. Dolanial's Reverse Scale, Silver, the most resilient scales of Dolanial. Usable for crafting equipment or alchemical purposes, including potion creation. Blood of the Dragonborn, Gold, the essence extracted from the veins of Dragonborn beings, imbued with immense vitality. Suitable for alchemy and potion crafting. Blessing of the Dragon, Gold, a specialized skill for knights and priests, bestowing upon the target a divine blessing from the dragon god. Shielding against magical damage while significantly enhancing the target's strength and constitution attributes. Ding! You have acquired 1 black iron skill slot, 1 bronze skill slot, and 1 silver skill slot. You have successfully completed your class change, receiving 50 free attribute points based on the characteristics of your chosen priest profession. From this moment forth, with each level you gain, you will additionally receive 3 to Constitution and 2 to Magic Power. Chapter 33. Ascension in a single breath. I elevated 4 levels. There was no denying it. This was the renowned boss of the wilderness. Even as a level 25 silver warrior, it would take me a full 2 hours to vanquish such a formidable foe. The immense difficulty associated with this conquest naturally bestows upon Dolanial substantial rewards, especially for Link. This cunning strategist who, with the aid of his avatar, could not only claim all the spoils for himself, but also evade any experience penalties. However, for Link, the enhancement of his professional abilities was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that upon finally completing his first transition, his greatest advantage, the simulation system, had also undergone a significant upgrade. Ding! System update complete. Welcome to the Avatar Simulation System version 2.0. Following this update, the following permissions will be granted. 1. The host can summon a second avatar, which remains bound to this system and is eligible for simulation. 2. Bronze level simulations will now be offered free of charge, eliminating any additional simulation fees. 3. The avatar resurrection feature has been activated. Upon the untimely demise of an avatar, you may choose to expend simulation energy from the deceased avatar's attribute panel to revive it. At long last, the second avatar has arrived. A wave of indescribable emotions surged within me. For Link, who possessed the avatar simulation system, the existence of an additional avatar was self-evident in its significance. Was that merely an avatar? It was, in truth, a gleaming new source of strength. To summon a second avatar, the prerequisite is to elevate the avatar skill to the bronze level, which necessitates an upgrade cost of 10,000 simulation energy, far exceeding Link's current reserve of simulation points. Fortunately, the rewards from defeating Dolanial provide Link with more than mere experience. The combined value of 2 stellar grade pieces of equipment and a golden grade skill book surpasses 10 million federal coins. Although the effects of these stellar-grade items and the golden-grade skill book are tantalizing, they are unfortunately ill-suited for the warrior-class avatar. As for using them on Link himself, he deems such extravagance unwarranted, as he has resolutely decided to embrace a life of leisure and indolence. Such costly gear and skills are hardly fitting for his chosen path. There is no alternative but to sell. However, they cannot be listed on the campus marketplace. The Golden Grade skill book is somewhat manageable. Even though it has an exceedingly low drop rate from dungeon bosses, it occasionally appears on the campus network. In contrast, stellar grade equipment is a different matter entirely. Such items are only obtainable in the wilderness, with a minuscule drop rate from elite monsters. Regardless of the rank, stellar grade equipment possesses extraordinary value. Therefore, they typically do not circulate in the market, with most being consumed internally by guilds or auctioned off at bidding houses. Listing these two stellar-grade items on the campus network would be akin to displaying sufficiently valuable antiques at a street stall. Whether they can fetch a price is debatable, but the attention it would attract is undeniably significant. Link obtained these celestial-grade equipment by plundering the Iron Blood Society's resources. When the Iron Blood Society discovers that the Kobold Den has been cleared, and coincidentally, a rare golden-grade skill book along with celestial-grade equipment makes an appearance on the campus network, it would be tantamount to directly informing the Iron Blood Society that he has taken their spoils. The esteemed Zongheng of the Iron Blood Society is a golden-grade practitioner with celestial-grade talents, and his core team members are primarily silver and golden-grade practitioners who have undergone second and even third job advancements, each awakening talents of at least Earth or Sky level. Any one of them possesses the capability to effortlessly overpower a clone, making them formidable adversaries whom Link can ill afford to offend. Thus, Link cannot, under any circumstances, auction these spoils on the campus network. The auction house is also unsuitable for him, as its procedures are exceedingly cumbersome and the transaction process overly complex. While utilizing the auction house would ensure his privacy, the time required is far too lengthy, and Link is in urgent need of funds. After deliberating, Link ultimately resolved to list these two celestial-grade pieces of equipment on the local second-hand seafood market. The title read, "Tearfully selling two celestial-grade equipment, urgent need for money." Transaction can be completed on the same day. He then attached the attribute information for the two celestial-grade pieces, instantly attracting a flurry of attention and inquiries. This was indeed unprecedented. The second-hand market has always been synonymous with low-end, inexpensive items, let alone celestial-grade equipment. Even the most exquisite items, akin to the grandeur of the earth and sky, are exceedingly rare in the second-hand market. The fundamental reason lies in the buyer's inclination to expect sellers to practically pay them for the privilege of purchasing, resulting in even the finest treasures failing to command high prices. Consequently, only those lacking alternative selling avenues resort to offering their goods in this marketplace. The emergence of stellar-grade equipment, which typically has no shortage of buyers, in the second-hand arena is indeed unprecedented. Particularly striking is the enticing pricing set forth by Link, a stellar-grade staff priced at merely 2.8 million federal coins in the Ring of Avarice at only 4 million federal coins, both significantly lower than the auction house's transaction prices by approximately 15. Yet, despite such alluring prices, the individuals frequenting the fish market remain unsatisfied. Within Link's background information, 9 out of 10 entries pertain to haggling, often proposing reductions that leave Link astounded. After filtering out all bargaining messages, as well as a considerable number of inquiries that were merely casual, Link managed to identify a few relatively reliable buyers. Upon responding to several messages, he found that only one individual demonstrated both the financial capability and genuine intent to purchase the stellar-grade equipment Link possessed. "Where are you in Donghua City? I will deliver it to your door," Link calmly texted. Due to the high grade of the stellar equipment, it could not be transmitted across spaces via the professional panel's mail function and necessitated face-to-face transactions. Of course, Link had no intention of revealing his identity as a student of Donghua University. Despite the seemingly insignificant threat posed by exposure, Link remained steadfast in his convictions. Even with a minute risk of danger, he preferred to err on the side of caution. "Really? You are too kind. I reside in District 1, Tianfu Manor, Building 2. Could you deliver it today?" The buyer, known as 2 meters 18, the foot-itching giant, responded. "No problem. It will arrive in half an hour. Have your payment ready." Link replied, promptly dispatching a clone. "Proceed to District 1, Tianfu Manor, Building 2, and sell these two pieces of equipment to 2 meters 18 for 6.8 million federal coins," no less. Do you understand? Link, aware of the inherent risks, would never undertake such tasks himself. His clone, however, was a different matter. With the resurrection feature now enabled in the simulation system, even the most perilous endeavors could be entrusted to the clone without hesitation. The clone accepted the equipment, nodding silently in acknowledgement. Chapter 34. The second Avatar District 1 of Donghua City is renowned as the earliest and most prosperous area of the city. Skyscrapers abound, the population is dense, and the property prices here could aptly be described as exorbitant. Those who reside in District 1 are invariably affluent, embodying wealth and nobility. Even silver-tier professionals often find themselves feeling a tinge of anxiety in the presence of such illustrious individuals. However, the Avatar was evidently an exception to this rule. Obeying the commands of its original form, Link, the Avatar navigated through the map information on its mobile device, arriving at the Tianfu Manor in less than 5 minutes. It swiftly managed to negotiate with the security guard at the entrance, while simultaneously completing a transaction with an online acquaintance known as Ermi 18 Kojoudahan. Within a mere 10 minutes, the Avatar returned to Link, presenting him with a bank card containing 6.8 million federal coins, all the while recounting the details of the transaction. Are you saying that Ermi 18 Kojoudahan is actually a petite girl under 1.6 meters tall in real life? A freshman at Shuexiao City South University? Link exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment as he looked at the Avatar. The Avatar nodded and continued to chatter animatedly. What? She is the daughter of the Xiantian Group? And she has expressed a desire to purchase any stellar-tier equipment I acquire in the future at the average auction price? Link was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped into the air. Could it be that he had stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck, finding the daughter of the Xiantian Group merely by seeking out a buyer? According to the memories inherited by Link from his predecessor, he understands that the Xiantian Group is no ordinary corporation. It is a colossal entity that spans across the 5 major provinces of the Northern Federation, boasting a market value exceeding 300 billion Federation coins. Although its primary business revolves around express logistics and does not directly engage in the realm of professionals, the Xiantian Group often assumes the role of a prestigious benefactor for many practitioners and even professional teams. This is due to the fact that the outskirts of this world are rife with vast wilderness and roaming monsters. As a logistics and courier enterprise, the Xiantian Group frequently employs a multitude of professionals to escort goods and ensure their safety, which naturally leads to numerous interactions between various civilian teams in the Xiantian Group. What truly propelled the Xiantian Group to prominence within the professional community was an event 2 years ago, when it invested a staggering 800 billion Federation coins to establish a transport corridor between the Huadong and Jianbei provinces. This ambitious endeavor involved hiring 2 top-tier B-grade teams, the Golden Sanctuary and the Dark Sanctuary, to carve out a 1,000-mile trade route through the endless wilderness. Under the substantial financial support of the Xiantian Group, thousands of practitioners from the Golden Sanctuary and Dark Sanctuary ventured deep into the wild, systematically eliminating over 100 large monster gathering sites and countless wilderness lords, ultimately forging a relatively safe zone for merchant caravans to traverse amidst the wild expanse. Since that moment, the Xiantian Group has ascended to become the most powerful and largest logistics company in the Northern Federation and indeed the entire Federation. The ability to command the energy of top-tier B-grade battle groups has drawn the attention of countless professional factions. Even the notorious red-named professionals have since refrained from plundering the cargo convoys of the Xiantian Corporation. The Xiantian Corporation boasts formidable strength as the heir to this conglomerate. Even the least favored child cannot be lacking in potential. Particularly, the channels and resources at their disposal are precisely what someone like Link, a humble rural youth of modest background, finds most elusive. Should he manage to align himself with the heiress of the Xiantian Corporation, he would at least secure one significant advantage. Link would no longer need to fret over sales channels. With this thought in mind, Link quickly opened his phone and hastily sent a message, filled with flattery, to the affluent heiress whom he had initially intended to delete. Esteemed benefactor, collaborating with you has been an absolute pleasure. I eagerly anticipate our next partnership. To ensure you can reach me next time, please feel free to add my Fei Xin ID K0926. My Fei Xin name is Jian. Upon sending the message, Link glanced at the displayed unread notification, indifferent to whether she would respond. He then proceeded to lavishly spend the recently acquired 6.8 million federal coins on the campus network, His primary focus was on purchasing all materials for whiteboard dungeons below level 10, as well as various seemingly useless dungeon items. Through his recent studies of the simulation system's recycling mechanism, Link has discovered that these items, while limited in utility for professionals, are remarkably inexpensive. Conversely, they yield recycling prices comparable to those of high-value superior items within the simulation system. Thus, utilizing these dungeon discards to exchange for simulation energy proves to be the most cost-effective strategy. Regrettably, the scale of Donghua University remains somewhat limited. Moreover, the seemingly worthless dungeon materials possess certain merit, at least during the job transition. Professionals can submit a substantial quantity of these materials to exceed the requirements of the initial phase of their transition tasks, thereby acquiring additional skill experience. This has led many affluent individuals to indulge in the purchasing of dungeon materials during their job changes. Consequently, when Link began to procure these ostensibly useless dungeon materials, he was astonished to find that he had spent merely 4 million federal coins to nearly exhaust all the level 10 and below dungeon materials available on the Donghua University trading platform, leaving him with an excess of 280,000 federal coins unspent. Of course, Link could opt to purchase higher-level dungeon materials. However, the cost-effectiveness of such materials pales in comparison to that of the lower-tier ones. He preferred to wait a while before making another sweep rather than invest in the less advantageous high-level materials. Alas, this is the frustration of lacking connections. Had he access to the resources of the Xuanian group, acquiring 6 or 7 million worth of dungeon materials would pose no challenge at all. He felt a twinge of envy for the fortunate heiress of the Xantian group, who seemed to embody the essence of a life well lived in Rome. Link glanced once more at the background information on the second-hand market through his mobile device, noting that the message he had sent earlier remained unread. He no longer cared whether the recipient would respond. Clinging to the substantial support of the Xantian group's heiress would undoubtedly bring him immense convenience. However, it matters little if one cannot embrace it, for as long as there exists a simulation system, sesame will eventually yield, and watermelon shall follow suit in due time. Furthermore, the acquisition of 4 million federal coins has bestowed upon Link a substantial 75,000 points of simulation energy. Given the current consumption rate of simulation energy, this is more than sufficient to sustain Link for a considerable period. The most pressing matter at hand is to enhance his avatar talent, summoning a second avatar while simultaneously fortifying his existing one. System. Ding. I am here. Elevate my avatar talent. Ding. Consuming 10,000 points of simulation energy. Your black iron level talent, avatar, has successfully ascended to bronze level. Chapter 35. The Shared Simulation Model. Indeed, with Link's affirmative voice, there was nothing earth-shattering or extraordinary to behold. He merely observed the shadow beneath his feet writhing momentarily, and then a figure, entirely shrouded in darkness, began to slowly emerge from Link's shadow. As this dark figure struggled to detach itself, a myriad of colors swiftly manifested upon its pitch-black form. Within just a few breaths, the shadowy figure transformed into a likeness of Link. Name: Link's clone. 2. Level: 1 experience. 0-100 profession, none innate talent, none strength, 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 mana, 5 free attribute points, 0 profession, none talent, none equipment, none overall rating, none remaining simulation energy. 65012. Simulation energy can be utilized to enhance the innate talent level of the main body, replicate the clone's talent, or exchange for additional simulation attempts or retain simulation rewards. This energy can be accrued through the recycling of real-world equipment and items. Remaining simulation attempts. 1. Naturally replenishes once per year, or additional attempts can be acquired through the exchange of simulation energy. Notice, you may now modify the name of your clone to facilitate a better understanding of your commands. Modify name? Observing the newly spawned doppelganger, Link instinctively exclaimed, "The previous doppelganger shall be referred to as number 1, and since this new incarnation is my second, it shall henceforth be known as number 2. When I summon a third doppelganger in the future, I shall continue this simple and memorable numerical designation." The simulation system remained silent for a moment before revealing that the name modifications were complete. Link's doppelganger 1 has been renamed to number 1, and Link's doppelganger 2 to number 2. Ignoring the system's brief pause, Link scrutinized the attributes of number 2, which were nearly identical to those of No. 1 at its inception. When his gaze rested upon the panel of number 2, specifically the attribute indicating a remaining simulation count of 1, he promptly inquired. Is the remaining simulation count of 1 shared between the two doppelgangers, or do they operate independently? Will the escalating costs associated with purchasing additional simulation counts carry over to number 2? Ding, the system responded. Both doppelgangers are entirely independent entities. Aside from the simulation energy possessed by the original, attributes, levels, equipment, skills, simulation counts, and the costs associated with purchasing additional simulation counts are unaffected by one another. This implies that although the cost for number 1 to purchase additional simulation counts has now risen to 800 simulation energy per instance, the cost for no. 2 remains at its initial value of 100 points. Link's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, thus, theoretically speaking, the later a doppelganger is born, the greater its potential. The system responded earnestly. At last, you can be considered a person. Upon hearing this, Link erupted in a wave of enthusiastic praise. If one were to regard the expense of purchasing additional simulation attempts for new avatars as a reflection of increased costs, Link recognized that acquiring another avatar would not only fail to provide him with an additional advantage, rather, it would essentially serve as a burden upon him. It is essential to grasp the reality that true strength does not reside in the avatars themselves. The avatars are inherently feeble, and due to a lack of financial backing, their growth rate lags significantly behind that of their contemporaries with comparable talents. After 3 consecutive simulations, and after a grueling struggle spanning nearly 18 years, having perished thrice, he had merely managed to elevate his level to 25, thus attaining the status of a silver warrior with an above-average overall rating. In contrast, the history of Awakeners in the real world spans just 11 years. Yet, even within this relatively brief period, a plethora of sky-level powerhouses has emerged. When juxtaposed against these exceptional prodigies, the Avatar's performance can only be described as lackluster. At best, they exhibit an absence of fear and an indifference to death, resulting in a somewhat aggressive demeanor in battle. The true catalyst for the Avatar's rapid enhancement is not the Avatars themselves, but rather the simulation system that empowers them to undergo simulations and gain strength therein. Absent the simulation system, an avatar is merely an unremarkable talent of little note. Aside from the ability to earn extra income by laboring on construction sites, Link could scarcely conceive of how such an avatar could contribute meaningfully on the path of a professional. If one cannot afford the simulation attempts, the avatars are rendered incapable of engaging in simulation. With such an astonishing attribute panel, even if granted a century, it is unlikely that one could elevate themselves to a silver-tier practitioner. Furthermore, the prospect of becoming an ally of Link, propelling him to new heights, seems far-fetched. The independent simulation costs are indeed advantageous. Regardless of how exorbitant the cost for the first avatar may escalate, the second avatar's simulation expenses will be recalculated from the outset, thus averting the awkward situation where later avatars find themselves unable to simulate. Moreover, should one choose to engage more than one avatar in simulation simultaneously, a cooperative simulation mode can be activated. In this mode, the 2 avatars are ushered into the same simulated realm by the system, allowing them to battle side by side within the shared world. What do you mean? They can simulate together? Link is truly unsettled by this revelation. He even begins to suspect whether the simulation system has been compromised by a virus. How else could the system be so benevolent today? Does it not comprehend that one of the primary reasons the first avatar met an untimely demise in previous simulations was due to a lack of dependable allies? If the second avatar is also dispatched into the simulation, it would mean that both avatars would stand as comrades in the same simulated world. Does the system realize what this entails? It signifies that the 2 avatars are inherently allies. They harbor no suspicions towards one another, nor do they need to conceal secrets for self-preservation. They can wholeheartedly support each other, grow stronger together, and forge the most potent of collaborations. Link could scarcely believe the immense potential these 2 avatars could unleash within the simulation. It was astonishing that the system, known for its meticulousness, would permit such a formidable capability. Yet, the information presented by the system was not to be doubted. Gazing at the luminous words cooperative simulation mode displayed on the system panel, Link swallowed hard and tentatively focused his thoughts to make a selection. Ding. You have chosen Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 for the simulation. Avatar 1 lacks simulation attempts. Would you like to purchase an additional simulation attempt? Note that this purchase requires 800 simulation energy. Is it really possible? Link's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly glanced at his impressive balance of 65,000 simulation energy and nodded vigorously. Purchase. Ding. Successfully purchased 1 simulation attempt for Avatar 1. Cooperative simulation mode activated. Please select the level of cooperative simulation. 1. Free simulation. No additional energy expenditure required. In this simulation, your avatar will receive a random bronze level talent as a skill. 2. Silver level simulation. 2,000 simulation energy. In this simulation, your avatar will receive a random silver level talent as a skill. 3. Golden level simulation. Not yet available. Unlocked after the avatar reaches level 30. 4. Earth level simulation. V. Sky level simulation. 6. Star level simulation. 7. Planet level simulation. 8. Stellar level simulation. Not yet available. Unlocked after the avatar reaches level 80. 9. Black hole level simulation. Not yet available. Unlocked after the avatar reaches level 90. Please note that joint simulations require double the simulation energy. A perplexing question arose in Link's mind as he glanced at the vanished free black iron level simulation and the newly introduced 9th level, the black hole level simulation. What exactly is the black hole level? It surpasses the stellar level by 1 rank. Is it possible that the stellar level was never meant to be the ultimate destination for practitioners? Chapter 36, Avatars 1 and 2. Unfortunately, in response to Link's inquiries, the system remained silent this time. Slightly disappointed, Link decided to abandon the distant concerns of stellar black holes and opted for the most advanced simulation available to him at present. I choose to engage in a silver tier joint simulation. Ding. Would you like to spend 2,000 simulation energy points to initiate the silver tier joint simulation? Affirmative. Ding. Deducting 2,000 simulation energy points, the silver tier joint simulation mode is now activated. As the 2,000 points of simulation energy vanished in an instant, familiar simulation information began to materialize on the display panel. On October 2nd, year 11 of the Awakening Era, your avatars 1 and 2 awakened from their slumber. Glancing around their surroundings, they realized they had entered the simulation. Ding. Avatars 1 and 2 have received gifts from you. Avatar 1 has been bestowed with the Silver Tier talent, Breaking Army's Might. Breaking Army's Might, Silver Tier talent. Attacks ignore 45 of the target's physical defense. If the target killed is of equal or lesser level, this effect doubles for a short duration, with the length determined by the avatar's strength attribute. Avatar 2 has received the Silver Tier talent, Spell Mastery. Spell Mastery, Silver Tier talent, enhances the proficiency of all your spell-based skills by an additional level. When skill proficiency reaches or exceeds level 10, the cooldown time and mana consumption of the spell are reduced by 30. Could it be Breaking Army's Might and Spell Mastery? Upon encountering the simulated information, Link was initially taken aback, only to subsequently lose interest. While the Breaking Army's Might is undoubtedly a T0 level talent, it is not suited for the warrior class. Instead, it is a T0 level talent for classes such as swordsmen, scouts, and archers, who specialize in physical damage output and burst damage. The warrior class occupies a position between the swordsman and the knight. It possesses greater vitality than the swordsman while exhibiting enhanced output capabilities and agility compared to the knight. Nevertheless, it fundamentally remains a frontline class. Thus, the most suitable talents for the warrior class are those that enhance personal vitality or survivability, rather than talents like Breaking Army's Might, which significantly bolster damage output. Just as the attribute distribution for a warrior's avatar is divided equally between strength and constitution, the application of Breaking Army's Might to a warrior's avatar is not particularly fitting. Furthermore, the warrior class's insufficient damage output makes it challenging to secure kills in chaotic battles, thereby triggering the secondary effect of Breaking Army's Might. Consequently, for the avatar, this talent can at best be regarded as a T1, 5-level talent. As for the specialization in spells, it can only be deemed moderately satisfactory. While an increase in spell proficiency by 1 level may sound impressive, the actual effect translates to merely a 10 enhancement in skill potency, which is less beneficial than a direct 10 increase in damage. The most advantageous aspects, reducing cooldown time and mana consumption by 30, require the skill proficiency to reach above level 10. In the later stages, this indeed becomes a remarkable ability, almost rivaling certain golden level talents. However, before reaching proficiency level 10, it was merely a worthless endeavor, offering little in terms of utility. In summary, the randomly acquired talent was rather unremarkable, lacking any notable merit. With such thoughts, Link continued to observe the simulation. Due to the vast disparity in levels between Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, Avatar 1 resolved to first escort Avatar 2 to enhance its level. This was a matter of little contention. Although the system had stated that Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 were two independent entities within the framework of the profession system, both avatars were summoned creatures of Link. With Link as the connecting essence, they remained fundamentally linked in the simulation's recognition of their professional panels. In other words, Avatar 2 could likewise enjoy privileges akin to those of Link, able to disregard the level penalties imposed by the monsters defeated by Avatar 1 and gain experience from them. Under this seemingly exploitative mechanism, Avatar 2 need not worry about the significant level disparity as Avatar 1 led it into the wilderness. Avatar 1 unleashed a torrent of destruction in the wilds, and Avatar 2 reaped a bountiful harvest of experience. By the end of the day, Avatar 1's level had risen to 5. Observe, without the oppressive experience penalty mechanism, the speed of leveling a lower avatar is remarkably swift. To expedite Avatar 2's accumulation of skill proficiency and trigger the additional effects of spell specialization sooner, Avatar 1 procured a complete set of Black Iron level mage skill books and a Bronze level mage skill book, Thunder Summoning. Ding! Avatar 2 has learned the Black Iron level skills, Fireball Technique, Water Arrow Technique, and Meditation Technique. Additionally, there exists the Bronze level skill, Thunder Summoning. Fireball Spell Level 1 unleashes a slowly moving fireball to strike the target, inflicting 1/2 magical damage. It consumes 15 mana points and has a cooldown period of 10 seconds. Water Arrow Spell Level 1 releases a swiftly moving water arrow to attack the target, causing 0.8 magical damage. It also consumes 15 mana points and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Meditation Spell Level 1 restores 0.1 mana points to oneself. There is no mana consumption, but it has a cooldown of 150 seconds. Thunder Summoning Level 1, a Bronze level skill that requires a chant of 1.5 seconds to summon a bolt of lightning to strike the target, dealing 1/5 magical damage, and possessing a certain probability of inflicting paralysis on the target, interrupting their casting and attacking actions, rendering them immobile. The probability of triggering and the duration of paralysis depend on the mana difference between the caster and the target. It consumes 100 mana points, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. It appears that the second avatar is preparing to pursue the path of a mage. Observing the simulation information, Link silently nodded. Indeed, the mage is an indispensable soul within a party of adventurers. A formidable mage often accounts for over 20 of the damage output in a 10-member team, and in the later stages, their wide-ranging AoE skills will undoubtedly make them the primary force in collective combat and when tackling monster clusters. Given that I am developing towards a support role, while the first avatar is evolving into a warrior, the second avatar's transition to the mage profession is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Well, it seems that my role as a support is somewhat superfluous. As the new simulation data began to emerge, Link promptly acknowledged his own pretense. The simulation system hesitated briefly before resuming the display of simulated information. Over the following days, both Entity 1 and Entity 2 wandered aimlessly through the wilderness. With Entity 2's gradual ascension in levels, both entities delved deeper into the wild, hunting creatures of higher rank. Consequently, Entity 2's rate of experience acquisition remained unabated, continuing to surge at an astonishing pace. Moreover, under the protection of Entity 1, Entity 2 was able to unleash skills against monsters without concern for aggro management, rapidly enhancing skill proficiency. In a mere 3 days, Entity 2 successfully ascended to level 10, with the proficiency of Fireball and Water Arrow reaching LV5, while Meditation and Summon Thunder increased to LV2 and LV3, respectively. Despite the rapidity of level advancement, Entity 2 struggled to keep pace with skill proficiency, even while exerting maximum effort to release skills. On October 5th, the previously depleted sanctuary value was replenished, prompting Entity 2 to visit the Awakening Chamber at Qilong College of Donghua University, where he sought permission from the instructor, Zhang Nefeng, to utilize the Awakening Sphere and accept the job transition quest. Instructor Zhang Nefeng acquiesced, and Entity 2 successfully received the job transition task. Meanwhile, Entity 1 squandered the remaining assets, purchasing dungeon materials worth 2 million for Entity 2's first job transition. Clone No. 2 has successfully completed the initial phase of its first job advancement. Due to the exceptional performance in the task, Clone Number 2 has been rewarded with an additional 4 500 skill proficiency points. The level of the thunder summoning spell has been elevated to level 9. With the enhancement of the talent spell specialization, the actual level has reached level 10, successfully activating the advanced effects of the talent spell specialization, reducing cooldown time and mana consumption by 30. Meanwhile, Clone No. 1 continues to squander the wealth you left behind, purchasing a complete set of level 10 bronze equipment for Clone Number 2. The strength of Clone No. 2 has thus been significantly augmented. Link, with a frown, observes the reckless expenditure of his hard-earned 2.8 million federal coins, feeling a profound sense of having spawned a prodigal offspring. Once equipped, Clone Number 1 leads Clone Number 2 into the level 15 campus dungeon of Donghua University, Night Town. Clone Number 1 charges ahead, and under the immense armor-piercing effects bestowed by the Breaking Army's might, the level 15 minion knights are no match for Clone Number 1. In less than 30 minutes, over 100 knight minions are vanquished by the duo. Subsequently, the two clones advance with unstoppable momentum, soon encountering the first major boss of the Night Town dungeon, the level 18 Night Scribe. Outsider, this is. Before the Night Scribe can finish his opening monologue, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from nowhere, as the second clone unleashed its thunder strike, striking the unsuspecting Knight Secretary, the dungeon boss, squarely on the head. By sheer fortune, the paralysis effect of the thunder strike was triggered. The first clone, seizing the opportunity, swiftly charged in, executing a series of devastating attacks that culminated in a catastrophic combo, obliterating the health bar of this formidable level 18 obstacle. Ding! Your Clone 2 has successfully completed the job transfer task, evolving into a first-tier profession, Bronze Mage. Clone 2 has received 50 attribute points, and consequently, with each level gained thereafter, it will acquire an additional 5 points in magical attributes. Clone 2's level has risen to 11. Clone 2's level has ascended to 12. Clone 2's power has significantly increased. The first and second clones pressed onward, and the second formidable boss, the level 20 Knight Captain, could not evade the grim fate of death, succumbing to the combined efforts of Clones 1 and 2 in less than 2 minutes. Clone 2's level has risen to 13. Link expressed his astonishment. The speed of these level-ups was positively meteoric, akin to riding a rocket. Who knows how many jaws would drop if this were to be revealed? Even more astonishingly, there remained a final boss within the dungeon, awaiting its conquest. After defeating the captain of the knights, Number 1 and Number 2 finally arrived before the formidable final boss of the Night Town dungeon, the Night Lord, whose level soared to an impressive 25. Faced with this ultimate adversary, whom he had barely managed to vanquish with the aid of the Xuanhe team in their previous simulation, Number 1 felt no assurance of triumph over the Night Lord. His sole intention was to hold the Night Lord at bay, allowing Number 2 to unleash skills and thereby enhance their proficiency, without any serious consideration of defeating the Night Lord. Ah, you two certainly have ideas, Link remarked, a twitch of his lips betraying his amusement at the scene before him. In this world, acquiring skill proficiency was not as simple as casting spells into thin air. Typically, proficiency could only be gained through practical combat, where the deployed skills struck hostile targets, inflicting damage or achieving effects. The degree of proficiency earned varied according to the level disparity and quality of the targeted enemy, similar to experience points. The greater the level gap between oneself and the target, the more substantial the proficiency gained. Conversely, a significant level difference could result in penalties, yielding minimal or even no proficiency at all. The mere level 13 second clone astonishingly utilizes a level 25 dungeon boss to hone its skill proficiency. With a full 12 level disparity, coupled with the boss's great enhancement, the proficiency gained by the second clone from casting a single skill on the Night Lord may well surpass the proficiency accumulated by others casting 10 times. It seems they truly perceive the practitioner's panel as an inexhaustible cash machine. Under the seamless coordination of the first and second clones, the skill levels of the second clone ascend at an astonishing rate. The second clone's fireball skill has reached level 9, activating its talent specialization. Likewise, the water arrow skill has also ascended to level 9, with its talent specialization in effect. Ding! Your clones, Number 1 and Number 2, have chosen to terminate the dungeon. Words fail to express my disbelief. Have some decency. Can one truly possess the audacity to max out skill proficiency? It is pure bullying. Taking advantage of the Night Lord's sluggish movement speed and low attack power before entering the second phase. Nonetheless, I must ponder. If, and I emphasize if, once my protection value is restored, could I not employ a similar strategy? Casting a glance at my dismal attribute panel, Link suddenly felt as though a door to success had swung open before him. In the realm of reality, Link's thoughts raced, while the information on the simulation panel continued unaffected. Under the guidance of the first clone, the second clone's level surged at an astonishing pace. As of October 5th in the Year of Awakening, the second clone's level has surpassed level 14. On the 6th, the second avatar reached level 15. On the 7th, the first avatar, while browsing the campus forum, stumbled upon a trending post. The author of the post, named Qingqi, had verified his identity as the class leader of the fourth-year students at Donghua University SJK College, a possessor of sky-level talent, a golden-tier professional, and the external representative of the Iron Blood Society. Upon seeing the certification of the external representative of the Iron Blood Society, your avatar subtly deduced the intentions behind the post. The content of the post confirmed your avatar's suspicions. Qingqi vehemently accused the Iron Blood Society of losing a valuable monster lair designated for novice trials due to the theft by an unknown petty thief. Not only were the ordinary monsters, prepared for the novice trials by the Iron Blood Society, completely swept away, but even the highly valuable named boss, Dolanial, was not spared. Such a malevolent incident not only rendered the Iron Blood Society's painstakingly prepared trial site worthless, but also resulted in the loss of a strategic reward linked to a named boss. According to past evaluations of the value of loot dropped by named bosses, the Iron Blood Society faced an immediate loss exceeding 50 million federal coins. You are exaggerating. Upon reading this fabricated information, Link nearly choked. The items dropped by Dolanial could at most amount to 12 million federal coins. 50 million federal coins? Not even your father could possibly provide you with such an amount. Wait a moment, I have been treated as a mere envoy of the Iron Blood Society. Lin Ke, swiftly grasping the situation, felt a tumult of emotions within. The Iron Blood Society, which had hastily established the Kobold Nest as a trial ground, could not possibly be ignorant of its true worth as a gathering place for low-level monsters. Although Dolanial, the Nest boss, is a ferociously formidable named boss, he is merely that, a named boss, not a pinnacle overlord of all wilderness creatures. Given the drop rates associated with named bosses, even if Dolanial's entire family were to be defeated, it would be improbable to yield spoils valued at 50 million federal coins. Yet, the Iron Blood Society, risking its reputation, boldly claims to have incurred a loss of 50 million federal coins. This leaves us with two possibilities. The first is that the Iron Blood Society seeks to exaggerate its losses to draw the attention of Donghua University and relevant authorities. However, the likelihood of this scenario is minimal since the Iron Blood Society is, in fact, the most formidable student organization at Donghua University. If they cannot resolve the issue, it stands to reason that no other individual or organization could. Thus, we are left with the second possibility, a settlement. In any realm, student organizations are not formed casually. According to the regulations of Donghua University, all student organizations established within the university, in addition to securing financial, spatial, personnel, and even policy support from Donghua University, student organizations are endowed with the privilege of challenging the 100-player instances on campus, thus maximizing their benefits to an extraordinary extent. However, these organizations are also obliged to fulfill certain responsibilities that ordinary teams are exempt from. For instance, they are required to assist Donghua University in executing tasks and, astonishingly, to pay taxes to the university. Indeed, taxes. Any organization established within Donghua University must remit a portion of its earnings accrued during the university tenure as a campus tax to Donghua University. What is even more outrageous is the tax rate, which can soar as high as 30% of the organization as profits, depending on their revenue. To evade such exorbitant campus taxes, various student organizations resort to extreme measures in their accounting practices, including fabricating expenditure records to obscure their profit scale, thereby reducing the amount owed in taxes. However, since these fabricated accounts are susceptible to discovery, some entries, such as an implausible expenditure of 5 million federal credits on a bronze-grade item, cannot withstand scrutiny. Consequently, they must concoct plausible justifications to balance their accounts periodically. It is during such times that their meticulously prepared monster lairs for internal members were inexplicably breached by unknown assailants. The monsters within the lairs had been completely eradicated. Even the dog-headed boss, who could almost be likened to a boiled duck, was slain by unknown individuals or forces. The sacrifices made by the Iron Blood Society and the dog-headed lair are irretrievable. In light of such a grave loss, what is the initial reaction of the Iron Blood Society? It is not anger, but rather astonishment. How fortuitous, for they can attribute all their unbalanced accounts to the losses incurred at the monster's lair. Consequently, they assert that they suffered a loss of 50 million federal coins in the dog-headed lair, conveniently deducting a difference of 38 million federal coins from a mere transaction. Link seethed with indignation. These scoundrels are truly despicable. What infuriated him further was his inability to expose their deceit. He could not foolishly rush out and confess that he had plucked the fruits of the Iron Blood Society's labor, revealing that the total revenue from the lair's cleanup was not 50 million, but a mere 12 million. Link's wits had not been dulled to such an extent, including the debts incurred during the second simulation, where they coerced his avatar to act as cannon fodder. He noted all of this in his little ledger. Vowing that a reckoning would come one day, Link silently vowed revenge, turning his attention back to the simulation information. His avatar shared his discontent with the Iron Blood Society's treatment of him as a mere balancing agent, not out of a sense of unjust blame, but rather from the belief that they still owed him 38 million. His avatar resolved to seek an opportunity to reclaim that 38 million. Upon encountering this simulated message, Link instinctively felt an unsettling sensation rising within him. However, the subsequent simulated information did not elaborate further on the incident concerning the Iron Blood Society. On October 12th, the protective values of Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 had fully restored once again. After nearly a week of wilderness training, Avatar 2 had ascended to level 18, surpassing the second highest level among first-year novice practitioners, Shangwan Lingwei, by a remarkable margin of 10 levels. Yet, due to the fact that Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 did not form teams with outsiders and had not participated in any assessments, no one was aware, apart from the two avatars themselves, that within the modest confines of the Qinglong Academy's first-year class, these two seemingly ordinary novice practitioners, possessing only silver-level talents, were in reality a silver-level practitioner who had undergone a second job transfer and reached level 25, and a bronze-level practitioner who had completed a first job transfer and attained level 18. Chapter 38, The Corruption of the New Avatar in the Bustling Replica Square. Amidst the weekly restoration of simulated values, a cacophony of voices reverberated. Numerous freshmen, still in search of their ideal teams, scurried about, calling out and seeking companions. Yet, your avatars, number 1 and number 2, remained impervious to the clamor, coldly dismissing all attempts to recruit them before once again activating the duo dungeon mode. This time, the avatars opted for the obscure dungeon, the Tomb of the Deceased, at level 19. Its unpopularity stemmed from the meager rewards dropped by the dungeon's monsters, which paled in comparison to those of other dungeons. Particularly, the dungeon's boss could be regarded as one of the most destitute among its kind. Coupled with the eerie and terrifying ambience of the Tomb of the Deceased, it dissuaded virtually any team from attempting to conquer this dungeon deemed devoid of value. However, for Avatars 1 and 2, the Tomb of the Deceased possessed an unparalleled advantage over other dungeons, an abundance of monsters, far exceeding the usual count by threefold. With only the two of them, they were incapable of defeating the ultimate boss of a high-level dungeon. Consequently, the boss's loot held no significance for them. Conversely, the sheer multitude of minion monsters provided number 2 with substantial experience points, facilitating a rapid ascent in levels. Upon concluding the dungeon, Avatar number 2 successfully elevated to level 20. This remarkable rate of advancement was unprecedented in their previous simulations. Whether it is the Crimson Squad or the Shadow Team formed by clones, the arduous transition from level 19 to level 20 typically demands 2 to 3 months of dedicated effort, requiring at least 8 dungeon runs along with numerous days of wilderness training to surpass this hurdle. In stark contrast, Clone No. 2 effortlessly ascended from level 18 to 20 after a single dungeon run, achieving an efficiency that far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners by dozens of times. This remarkable feat is well-founded. Primarily, Clone number 2 monopolized all the experience points, eliminating the need to share with fellow team members. Furthermore, as an 18-level clone operating within a 19-level dungeon, it faced no experience penalties, whereas standard teams, in order to sustain their gains and ensure victory against the final boss, often resort to challenging dungeons that are significantly below their level. Take the Crimson Squad as an example. Composed entirely of 15-level members, they typically engage in 10-level dungeons. The resultant experience penalty, which is 5 levels higher than the dungeon's monsters, reduces the experience gained from the minion creatures to merely 1/10 of the standard yield. However, This scant 1/10 of experience must be divided among 8 individuals, ultimately resulting in each member obtaining a mere 1/8 of the experience that clone no. 2 reaps without any penalties. Although subsequent bosses in the dungeon may reach or even exceed the team's level, providing substantial rewards to the squad members, the experience garnered from just 1 or 2 bosses is insufficient to compensate for the losses incurred from the minions in the dungeon. Thus, this is the key to the rapid advancement of my level and that of my second avatar. In reality, I rely on my first avatar, and it takes merely 3 days to progress from level 0 to complete the first transition. Naturally, in the simulation, my second avatar can also leverage the prowess of the first avatar to elevate its level to 20 within a fortnight. To be candid, this does seem somewhat unscrupulous. Although wealthy heirs in the real world might employ high-ranking professionals as their henchmen to mitigate the challenges of leveling up, the experience-sharing rules imposed by the professional system render this process exceedingly cumbersome. Firstly, the damage output of high-ranking professionals must not exceed a certain threshold. Otherwise, the professional system will calculate experience based on the level of the high-ranking professional, resulting in a substantial experience penalty. Secondly, the combat process is fraught with unpredictability. While it is manageable to face a dungeon boss whose skill logic has been deciphered, confronting the enigmatic wild monsters in the wilderness is an entirely different matter. One can never anticipate the peculiar skills they may possess, which could inflict harm or even turn against their employer, primarily due to the experience penalty mechanism. They must personally engage in battle to ensure their contribution exceeds that of the hired high-ranking professionals. This necessity prevents them from simply retreating behind the first avatar, akin to Link and the second avatar, to leisurely gain experience. They must confront the monsters or bosses directly to accrue experience points. However, any engagement in battle inevitably invites unforeseen complications. Even with the protection of elite knights and clerics, unforeseen circumstances cannot be entirely eliminated. Nevertheless, this method of advancement proves to be considerably swifter than conventional monster hunting and leveling techniques. At best, it is akin to the effectiveness demonstrated by Avatar No. 1 during the inaugural simulation, leading the Crimson Squad, or during the subsequent simulation, guiding the Obsidian Squad. However, it is not only resource-intensive but also pales in comparison to the efficiency achieved through the collaborative efforts of Link and his avatars. More critically, practitioners who develop through this method often turn out to be merely ornamental, lacking in practical combat experience and awareness. Additionally, they possess insufficient skill proficiency, resulting in their actual combat capabilities lagging significantly behind their peers of the same level. The stark contrast underscores the importance of the avatar mechanism, which allows one to bypass level penalties, as long as the system remains in place. Link's newly created avatars can swiftly catch up to their predecessors within a minimal number of simulations, subsequently utilizing the remaining simulation opportunities to transcend further limits, thereby benefiting those older avatars that can no longer afford additional simulations. The level 20 avatar has already met the requirements for the second job transfer. In less than half a month's time, Avatar number 1 and Avatar number 2 sought out their mentor, Zhang Nanfeng, once again, expressing their desire to use the Awakening Ball to undertake the job transfer task. Zhang Nanfeng, the gatekeeper of the Awakening Chamber, expressed his confusion, questioning why the avatars had only recently visited. The first doppelganger indicated that previously it was he who undertook the clash transfer quest, and now it was the second doppelganger's turn to engage in the same. He urged Zhang Nanfeng not to dawdle and to promptly allow him to proceed after verifying the information. The gatekeeper, Zhang Nanfeng, acquiesced, affirming that the second doppelganger had successfully accepted the second clash transfer task. The initial phase of the quest, as customary, entailed the collection of materials from dungeons. In order for the doppelgangers to swiftly elevate the proficiency of their newly acquired skills to the level necessary to trigger the advanced effects of the spell mastery talent, both the first and second doppelgangers resolved to exceed the limits in completing the class transfer task. Coincidentally, after having just undertaken a dungeon, the first and second doppelgangers found their protection value required a week to fully recover. They could take full advantage of this week to diligently gather additional dungeon materials, thereby maximizing their efforts in the initial phase of the transfer quest before venturing into the dungeon to confront the dungeon boss and complete the subsequent phase of the task. However, collecting materials manually was proving to be an exceedingly slow endeavor. On October 14th, after spending 2 days in the wilderness battling monsters, the second doppelganger, Observing the scant few materials from wild creatures in his backpack, expressed his dissent to the first doppelganger. At this rate, within a week, we could scarcely gather more than a few 100,000 federal coins worth of materials, which is but a drop in the bucket compared to what is required to exceed the limits of the transfer task. You are correct. I also feel that this method is undeniably too sluggish. Having long endured the hardships of life, the first avatar nodded in agreement and remarked, in truth, I possess a lucrative opportunity. However, since you are a new avatar, I have refrained from sharing it with you, fearing that the main body would blame me for leading you astray once the simulation concludes. We are, after all, steadfast brothers in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, the second avatar immediately pounded his chest and declared, Speak boldly. If the main body lays blame upon us, I shall share in your trials and tribulations. Is that truly so, brother? The first avatar's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, brother, the second avatar affirmed with unwavering resolve. Very well, then follow me. The first avatar ceased his foraging and guided the second avatar back towards the city. Meanwhile, the main body, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet, before he could react, a new simulation notification unexpectedly materialized on the interface, as if the die had been cast. The smuggler, Fat Tiger, gazed with despair at the two formidable figures shrouded in shadows before him, feeling as though he had divulged everything to his suppliers in a torrent of words. I knew it. You can never change your ways, he muttered, his lips twitching in frustration. Link could not fathom why the first avatar, such a scoundrel, was so enamored with dubious ventures. It would be one thing if he indulged in such pursuits alone, but dragging the second avatar into it was an entirely different matter. It is not leading him astray. Together with his counterpart number 1, number 2 embarked on a daring heist against the notorious smuggling kingpin of District 3, known as One-Eyed, seizing over 10 million federal coins from his clandestine treasury. In unwavering loyalty to his esteemed brother number 1, number 2 expressed his profound gratitude, marveling at the generosity of number 1 in leaving such a substantial prize for him. Number 1, in turn, remarked that this was merely the beginning. Once they had the opportunity to consolidate their efforts, they would monopolize the smuggling market of District 3, ensuring a monthly income exceeding 2 million federal coins for both of them. Number 2, exhilarated by the prospect of such wealth, far more lucrative than his previous endeavors, enthusiastically agreed. Over 2 million a month, far quicker than earning in the wild. In silence, Link contemplated the implications. While the allure of swift riches was undeniable, one could not overlook the perilous fate that often accompanied such fortunes. After all, the previous 2 simulations had seen number 1 meet an untimely demise. However, the doppelganger paid no heed to Link's apprehensions. Number 1 asserted that his prior misfortunes were merely the result of unfortunate circumstances, having encountered inept allies. This time, however, the situation was markedly different. With the most reliable brother by his side, the prospects appeared exceedingly bright, akin to a dragon soaring triumphantly. He was blissfully unaware of any potential defeat. Disregarding the dire warnings of his original self, he declared this was merely a simulation, where their decisions reigned supreme, and they would boldly proceed. Number 2 wholeheartedly endorsed number 1's rationale. Thus, armed with the ill-gotten gains of over 10 million federal coins from One-Eyed, the duo commenced a fervent acquisition of replica materials available on the market. Not only has the campus trading network of Donghua University been thoroughly explored, but even the supplementary materials of Nankai University have been completely depleted by the first and second avatars. The first avatar even made a special visit to the daughter of a certain conglomerate, and through her connections, acquired a substantial amount of exceptionally cost-effective supplementary materials. During the transaction, the conglomerate's daughter confided in the avatar her aspirations to establish a new venture independently, seeking to prove her capabilities to her father and family. She expressed admiration for the avatar, a first-year student, who exhibited such audacity in securing substantial funds for trade without relying on familial ties, and she hoped to foster a profound collaborative relationship in the future. Upon hearing the daughter's proposal for cooperation, the first avatar temporarily set aside thoughts of extorting a significant sum from the Xiantian group, amiably stating that what he lacked most was an exemplary partner like her. He assured her that she could place complete trust in his abilities, and it would not be long before he would require her assistance in reselling a plethora of high-quality equipment and items. With an expressionless demeanor akin to a still pond, Link remained unfazed. On October 16th, your second avatar successfully completed the first phase of the secondary job transfer task, earning an additional 6,000 points in silver-grade skill proficiency. Your avatar purchased a silver-grade skill book for Group Lightning Summon and a bronze-grade skill book for Arcane Shield. Consequently, your second avatar mastered the silver-grade skill, Group Lightning Summon, and the bronze-grade skill, Arcane Shield, elevating Group Lightning Summon to level 9. Group Thunder Strike LV 9. A silver-tier mage skill that summons 10 bolts of lightning to strike enemy targets within a designated area, 0.01 square meters, inflicting magical damage of 2.85 from the thunder element. The likelihood of a paralyzing effect is contingent upon the disparity in magical power between allies and foes. Each target may endure a maximum of 3 strikes, with the initial strike delivering 100 damage, while the subsequent 2 strikes yield only 50 and 25 damage, respectively. Mana cost, 210 points, after spell specialization reduction, cooldown period, 60 seconds, after mage specialization reduction. Arcane Shield LV 1. A bronze-tier mage skill that constructs a protective barrier using mana to shield oneself, absorbing magical damage of 1.0 once the shield is breached. It repels surrounding hostile targets. Mana cost, 200 points, cooldown period, 30 seconds. Chapter 39, Lessons in the Ensuing Days. Your doppelganger primarily devoted its efforts to preparing for the ascension of the second avatar to the silver-tier class. The current second avatar has mastered 3 iron-tier skills, Fireball, Water Arrow, and Meditation, alongside 2 bronze-tier skills, Thunder Summoning and Arcane Shield, as well as 1 silver-tier skill, Group Thunder Summoning. In terms of skills, the second avatar, who has yet to undergo the second job transfer, has nearly reached a state of complete proficiency, with only 1 iron-tier spell remaining to fill its skill slots, rendering further configuration unnecessary. However, when it comes to equipment, the second avatar finds itself utterly destitute, akin to running about in the nude. It is widely recognized that a practitioner's strength is composed of 30 from their level, 30 from their skills, and a significant 40 from their equipment. The first avatar, having endured a lengthy period as a destitute warrior, understands better than anyone the vital importance of equipment for a practitioner. During its inception, life was arduous. The impoverished original had neither the means nor the capacity to provide it with gear. Yet, the first avatar stands apart as the elder sibling among the doppelgangers. It cannot allow the hardships it once faced to befall its younger counterpart. My apologies for being poor. Link expressed his regret. He indeed owes much to the first avatar, having offered almost no assistance whatsoever. Thus, he can accept this lament from the first avatar. However, this does not justify your descent into a life of crime. You fool. After pondering for a moment, Clone number 1 resolved to engage in acts of redistributing wealth alongside Clone number 2. Inquisitively, Clone number 2 asked Clone number 1 to elucidate the concept of wealth redistribution. Clone number 1 explained that it is a profound social philosophy, fundamentally aimed at the equitable allocation of society's riches, thereby preventing the concentration of wealth in the hands of a privileged few, which in turn mitigates the emergence of class divisions and disparities in wealth. In essence, it is an endeavor that can significantly benefit human society. Clone number 1 asserted that although they are not human, it is their moral duty to contribute to the betterment of human society in honor of their original entity. If you continue to indoctrinate Clone 2 with your nonsensical ideas, I shall sever your internet connection, Lin Ke admonished. Relenting, Clone number 1 stripped away the embellishments and simply stated, "It is, indeed, robbery." Fearing the loss of internet access, Clone number 1's facade faded. Clone number 2, suddenly enlightened, hastily protested that such actions would bring trouble to their original entity. Clone number 1 promptly delivered a light punch to Clone number 2's head, asserting that they were currently in a simulation. Even should they create chaos within this simulated realm, it would not implicate their original entity. Their concerns were excessive. After receiving the playful reprimand, Clone number 2 came to realize the validity of Clone number 1's argument, acknowledging that the simulation and reality are entirely distinct realms. Regardless of the actions taken within the simulation, they would have no repercussions on the original entity in the real world. Nevertheless, Clone number 2 still found it challenging to fully embrace Clone number 1's perspective. The act of robbing others of their possessions is inherently immoral. Individuals are entirely capable of forging legitimate wealth through their own efforts. Have you lost your senses? However, upon hearing the words of the second avatar, the first avatar gazed at the earnest expression of the second with astonishment, questioning when our clan had produced a sage. You speak of creating wealth through your own hands, yet after countless days of hunting, What tangible wealth have you amassed? Do you possess even a single shred of wealth? Ultimately, did you not rely on robbing smugglers to accumulate sufficient funds to purchase materials for your quests and fulfill your class transition tasks? Everything you wear, adorn, consume, and the skills you have acquired, what if it was truly created by your own hands? Under the barrage of inquiries from the first avatar, the second found himself momentarily at a loss, glancing at his own equipment, which was laden with sin. Seizing this opportunity, the first avatar promptly revived the rhetoric he had previously employed to brainwash the members of the Dark Black team, asserting to the second avatar that robbery, in its essence, is also a means of creating wealth through one's own hands. In the fervor of the first avatar's impassioned discourse, the once principled second avatar swiftly cast aside his moral convictions, declaring without hesitation, "Brother, whatever you suggest, I shall follow." As I watched Link, helplessly ensnared by the misguided influence of the first avatar, I reassured myself that one must learn to reconcile with oneself. Furthermore, the arguments put forth by the first avatar were not without merit. After all, a simulation is merely a simulation. The actions undertaken within this virtual realm bear no consequence in the real world. Even if they were to incur monumental troubles, it would amount to nothing more than squandering a single simulation opportunity. How significant could such matters truly be? As a magnanimous guardian, I ought to fully respect the choices made by the avatars. There appears to be no alternative. Faced with the obstinacy of the first avatar, who has irrevocably strayed from the path, and the second avatar, who teeters on the brink of similar folly, Link could only offer himself this internal solace. After all, could he truly sever their connection? While he could erase the avatar's personalities via the simulation panel, such an act would be tantamount to extinguishing their very existence. Despite the first avatar's somewhat malevolent conduct within the simulation, in the tangible world, he remained obedient and diligent. It would be unreasonable for Link to obliterate the first avatar merely because he engaged in actions that had no bearing on reality. Much like a court would not convict a person for slaying NPCs in a video game. The essence remains. One must learn to reconcile with oneself and avoid being overly meticulous. With this comforting thought in mind, Link continued to observe the simulation data. The first avatar, having successfully persuaded the second, resolved to return to his former pursuits, in stark contrast to the newly created and naive second avatar. Having undergone 3 simulation experiences, the first avatar is already well acquainted with Donghua University, fully aware that among the first-year students of the same level, there exists no contender capable of challenging them. This realization implies that they can practically engage any first-year team that dares to venture into the wilderness, with almost no risk of failure. Yet, despite possessing nearly absolute confidence, it is imperative to make the necessary preparations. After all, the first avatar has failed to survive beyond a decade in 3 consecutive simulations, gleaning numerous lessons from these setbacks. However, contrary to the belief held by the original Link, who attributes the first avatar's short-lived existence in simulations to his penchant for straying from the righteous path, the first avatar is resolute in his conviction that his frequent failures are not solely due to the hindrances posed by his incompetent teammates. One of the most significant factors, in his opinion, is his lack of ruthlessness. The first simulation can be disregarded, as it was his most humiliating experience, where he struggled at the bottom for 9 years, barely managing to attain the status of a first-tier practitioner. The failure of this simulation can be attributed solely to his inadequate strength and unfortunate luck, rather than any other factors. The real issues arose during the second and third simulations. In the second simulation, as the captain of the District 3 Police Bureau in Donghua City, he partnered with Fat Tiger to monopolize the smuggling market under his direct jurisdiction in District 3, a task that should have been foolproof and exceedingly effortless. However, after Fat Tiger established the Nightingale Gang and monopolized a significant portion of the smuggling trade in Zone 3, he relaxed his supervision over Fat Tiger, resulting in a deceleration of the Nightingale Gang's expansion. This inadvertently afforded the gang leader, known as Pot Lid, the opportunity to grow, as he possessed the mysterious ability to summon named boss entities within the urban area. Had he disregarded the pressures faced by Fat Tiger and issued a directive to monopolize the smuggling market in Zone 3 within a stipulated time frame, while adopting a more ruthless approach towards those recalcitrant smugglers, it would have been entirely feasible to consolidate the smuggling market in Zone 3 within a year. Should the smuggling market in Zone 3 achieve consolidation, that anomaly might not have had any reason to manifest there. Even if it did appear in Zone 3, it would not have been able to ambush Agent 1 on his return to the police station, completely unaware of the impending threat. As for the third simulation, it is unnecessary to elaborate. It merely repeated the errors made in the second simulation, exhibiting excessive patience towards independent smugglers, thus granting them the opportunity to report to the police. When the police intervened and focused their investigation on Fat Tiger, he once again displayed undue leniency, neglecting the prime opportunity to silence Fat Tiger and eliminate any future threats. Consequently, the police obtained intelligence from Fat Tiger regarding his association with the Xuanhe team, a group of young individuals. Ultimately, Agent 1 demonstrated excessive tolerance towards the members of the Xuanhe team. In the past, the first member displayed an excessive warmth in interactions with the Xuanhe team, leading its members to harbor only respect for him, devoid of the necessary fear. The absence of fear is indeed a chilling matter. It is precisely this lack of trepidation that causes them to disregard the first member's warnings. They even dared to conceal information, defy the commands of the Avatar, and act independently. For the first Avatar, these experiences serve as stark lessons. Consequently, in this simulation, he shall transform into a remorseless machine of slaughter, resolutely determined to prevent the recurrence of such mistakes. Chapter 40. Silencing. On the 19th, the protective values of Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 were once again restored. However, this time they opted not to challenge the high-level dungeons, but instead chose the 15-level dungeon, Knight's Town, which Avatar 1 was most familiar with. After vanquishing the first dungeon boss of Knight's Town, the level 20 roadblock boss, the Knight's Clerk, Avatar 2 successfully completed the second phase of the job change quest with minimal effort, officially transitioning into a silver-tier mage. Avatar 2 was awarded 100 free attribute points, and according to the profession's attributes, for every level gained thereafter, an additional 10 points of magical power would be bestowed, from level 0 to level 20. Culminating in the job change, Avatar 2 accomplished this in an astounding 18 days, although this feat might be deemed extraordinary in the realm of humanity. For Avatars 1 and 2, it was merely par for the course, rather than focusing on their remarkable achievement, which could qualify them for the world record for the fastest completion of a second job change by a novice. Their primary concern lay in the success rate of their upcoming endeavors. On October 21st, 11 years after the awakening, the day following Avatar 2's transition to Silver, the target that Avatar 1 had been scouting for a long time finally made a move. A meticulously organized team of 11 fully equipped adventurers had assembled. The woman stealthily followed the first clone, concealed upon the rooftop of a building, observing the second clone of this professional team through binoculars. With a look of astonishment, she raised her gaze and pointed towards a graceful figure within the team, exclaiming, "Isn't that the goddess Lin Ke, the embodiment of the original? Are you truly planning to strike against the goddess? You must be mad. The original will obliterate you." "What goddess?" the first clone retorted, somewhat exasperated. "I told you not to inherit the chaotic memories from the original's mind." The second clone, taken aback, inquired, "Is that so? There's more to this." A spark of excitement emerged on his face. "Let us delve deeper into this matter. Enough from you both. I have made it clear that it has nothing to do with me." In reality, Lin Ke, who could no longer tolerate the situation, seemed to sense the genuine anger emanating from him. After a few ellipses from the simulation system, it surprisingly bypassed the gossip between the first and second clones, proceeding directly to the crux of the issue. Indeed, the team to which Lin Ke belonged had become the target selected by the first and second clones. As for the rationale behind choosing this particular team, the reasons were manifold for the first clone. Primarily, Lin Ke had previously toyed with and humiliated the original S feelings. It is often said that the disgrace of the master leads to the demise of the servant. Thus, the first clone felt a compelling duty to avenge the original. Secondly, the doppelganger once served as a mercenary for Lin Ke and fought alongside the Iron Blood Society's squad, possessing a profound understanding of the squad's current inadequacies. Based on their performance in the second simulation within the Goblin's Lair, even with the passage of another fortnight, they would not pose a threat to the formidable boss, Dolanial. Faced with the formidable silver-class practitioners, number 2, who boast a level of 20, and number 1, who stands at level 25 and can even vanquish Dolanial in a one-on-one battle, their capacity for resistance is almost negligible. Moreover, it is crucial to note that throughout the entirety of Donghua University, only the Iron Blood Society, deemed the strongest student organization, would exhibit such eccentricity as to send first-year students into the wilderness for training. Other organizations' first-year students seldom venture beyond the campus gates, let alone into the wilderness, thereby denying number 1 any opportunity or space to act. Considering these myriad factors, number 1 deemed it utterly unreasonable to let this plump target escape. Thus, on the afternoon of October 21st, under the guidance of a second-year member of the Iron Blood Society, a timid group of first-year students arrived at a place known as the Wilderness, merely a safe zone previously ravaged by battle groups, to undergo their training. There, they encountered what can only be described as the most terrifying spectacle of their lives, or rather, this simulation. A warrior, clad in armor and armed to the teeth with an exaggerated greatsword, radiating an astonishing silver aura, descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar. The senior leader of the Iron Blood Society, a bronze knight whose rank had just ascended to level 16, was the first to perceive the hostility emanating from the warrior before him. Instinct, as is inherent in animals, urged him to flee. Yet, the rationality instilled in him as a member of the Iron Blood Society quelled this instinct, which he deemed utterly unreasonable. Although they found themselves in a region dubbed the Wilderness, it was, in truth, merely a safe wilderness that had been previously cleared by battle teams and was frequently traversed by professional adventurers. This location was less than 10 miles from Donghua City, where professional teams and independent adventurers could appear at any moment. Furthermore, he was a student at Donghua University, a member of its most formidable student organization, the Iron Blood Society. It was inconceivable that anyone would dare to lay a hand on him unless they were utterly deranged. Just as this thought began to form, a tremendous roar echoed through the clear blue sky. A blue-white lightning serpent descended without warning, striking the bronze knight with ferocious force. The ground trembled with a resounding boom. Amidst the crackling electricity, the knight, renowned for his formidable defense and robust health, found himself nearly powerless against the onslaught. Toppling to the ground, the excruciating pain and numbing paralysis swiftly dismantled the knight's will to resist, rendering him, moments ago so imposing, now a mere figure lying helplessly on the ground, groaning in despair. It was in this fleeting moment that the silver warrior standing before him sprang into action. He completely disregarded the knights writhing and lamenting at his feet, akin to a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. As he lunged into the 10-member squad formed by the newly inducted members of the Iron Blood Society. In the next instant, the glint of blades and the clash of weapons flickered rapidly, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Within the briefest moment of their encounter, all 10 members, including Lin Ke, lay sprawled in a pool of blood. The majority of them had scarcely regained their composure from the shock of the Silver Warrior's emergence, having offered almost no resistance before their lives were extinguished. The reason for stating the majority is that the Silver Warrior, or rather, the first avatar, was astonished to discover that amidst this cohort of fledgling players, none yet having reached level 8, there existed one individual who managed to thwart his assault. This newcomer, possessing a mere level of 7 and yet to undergo their first class transition, was not even a bronze-level practitioner, yet astonishingly blocked a full-force strike from a being of level 25, who had already undergone a second-class transition and was equipped with an array of formidable gear. Although the block was not executed with ease, unlike the injuries sustained within a dungeon, where as long as health points are not depleted, one does not suffer any tangible physical harm. The agony of reality directly resonates within the injured's body. Should an arm, finger, or limb be severed, it could result in severe disability. This fortunate soul, while managing to deflect one of Avatar One's attacks, was spared from immediate obliteration. Yet her vitality had plummeted to its nadir due to this single strike, leaving her body devoid of unscathed flesh. While the ground was strewn with the blood gushing from her abdomen, she appeared to be on the brink of death, teetering between life and oblivion. The curious avatar, designated as number 1, approached the sole survivor, wielding a heavy sword to part the bangs that obscured half of her face. Upon revealing the features hidden beneath, number 1 instantly comprehended the reason behind the thwarted attack. The individual before him was no ordinary being. Her name was Xin, a first-year student from the Bronze Academy of Donghua University, blessed with a golden-level talent and serving as the captain of the Iron Blood Society's elite team, which included Lin Ke. During the second simulation, Xin had already showcased extraordinary abilities. Whether in commanding battles or demonstrating personal prowess, she far surpassed the other team members. In her final year at university, she accomplished her third career transition before graduation, becoming one of the mere 24 golden-level professionals among her cohort. Subsequently, she took the helm of an elite squad within the Iron Blood Legion. In terms of both strength and capability, she was truly exceptional, surpassing even Lin Ke, who also possessed golden-level talent. However, the reason why number 1 remembered Xin was not due to her formidable prowess, but rather because, during the second simulation, she was the only team member who maintained long-term contact with him after their conquest of the Goblin King's lair. It was precisely for this reason that no one was so acutely aware of Xin accomplishments post-graduation. Frankly speaking, Xin was the sole human in this 10-member squad whom number 1 harbored any fondness for. Alas, in this simulation, Xin was not someone he was familiar with. Casting a glance at Xin's eyes, which brimmed with despair, no one raised his heavy sword and rested it against her slender neck. After a brief moment of gathering strength, he forcefully brought it down. Gurgle, gurgle. Xin's head rolled away under the influence of inertia. Are you a beast? Link's lips trembled upon witnessing this scene. Although he understood that the clone dared to commit such an act with the intention of silencing witnesses, it was still Xin, a stunning beauty who had been exceptionally kind to the clone during the second simulation. How could he bring himself to do this? However, this also served to confirm the unsettling truth that, despite the clone's superficial semblance to humanity, it was devoid of any genuine human emotion. Everything was merely logic, akin to the artificial intelligence created by humankind. It appeared to possess joys and sorrows, yet in reality, it was all merely predetermined by programming. This was only a simulation, just a simulation. Everything was fabricated, nothing was real. After silently repeating this to himself several times, Link directed his gaze back to the simulation panel. Emerging from the shadows, the second doppelganger unleashed a water arrow, extinguishing the life of the leading knight. Subsequently, the two proceeded to deliver a final blow to the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Among them, the corpse of Lin Ke drew particular attention. His wide-open eyes, refusing to close even in death, clearly indicated that he had recognized the face of the first doppelganger in his final moments. The first doppelganger had assumed the identity of the original. Thus, in Lin Ke's perception, he was none other than Link, the one he had so effortlessly manipulated. When Lin Ke was cleaved in twain by the first doppelganger's blade, his internal organs shattered beyond recognition. It is likely that he was engulfed in shock and confusion, which would explain his inability to close his eyes in death. Chapter 41. Acquiring golden-level skills. The avatars number 1 and no. 2 commenced the meticulous task of clearing the battlefield. Upon thorough inventory, it was revealed that your avatars had amassed loot valued at a staggering 16 million Federation coins from the 11-member Iron Blood Society's novice team. Avatar No. 1 felt a tinge of regret upon reviewing this figure, for he was acutely aware that this bounty was far from the full potential of the Iron Blood Society team. Their current low levels prevented them from investing more resources into their own development. Had they completed their class transitions and ascended to the ranks of bronze or even silver-level practitioners, the worth of their equipment and items would undoubtedly have surged dramatically. This was akin to the previous simulation involving the Crimson Squad, whose capabilities paled in comparison to those of the Iron Blood Society. Yet, the loot per capita yielded by the Crimson Squad was not inferior to that of the current Iron Blood Society team. The reason for this disparity lay in the fact that during the last simulation, when your avatar engaged the Crimson Squad, they had already completed their first class transition and were all bronze-level practitioners. The gear and items they possessed were of higher quality suited for bronze-level practitioners, naturally rendering them more valuable than the equipment carried by the Iron Blood Society team, whose individual levels had yet to surpass 8. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Donghua University lacked nothing except for wealthy practitioner teams. When necessary, he and his second clone could certainly seek out a new team of professionals to undertake their mission. If one were to voice any dissatisfaction, it would be the mere sum of 16 million federal coins, which scarcely compensates for the accounts he has settled with the Iron Blood Society, even when accounting for the 12 million federal coins earned from previously clearing the Kobold Den. The total revenue extracted from the Iron Blood Society by his clone still amounts to a mere 28 million federal coins. This figure stands in stark contrast to the 50 million federal coins lost publicly declared by the Iron Blood Society on the forum, leaving a substantial shortfall of 22 million federal coins. Clone 1 remarked that the revolution has yet to succeed, while Clone 2 expressed their determination to continue striving towards achieving the anticipated loss of 50 million federal coins as desired by the Iron Blood Society. However, Link couldn't shake the feeling that Clone 2's intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Observing the simulation data, he couldn't help but voice his frustration. Can he not discern between sound advice and folly? Why does he accept everything Clone 1 says without question? The system responded that the cognitive processes of different clones indeed exhibit variations. However, this does not imply any deficiency in their intellect. On the contrary, all clones possess remarkably astute minds. Really? I failed to notice that, Link replied noncommittally. Your clone has encountered the esteemed daughter of the Xuantian group, Chuya, and has surrendered all the equipment and items seized from the Iron Blood Society's team to her, cautioning her that these items are of dubious origin and cannot be sold within the province. Upon hearing these words, Chuya's expression visibly darkened. Particularly upon witnessing the fresh bloodstains adorning the equipment, this individual, merely aspiring to engage in a small business and prove her worth as a scion of the Xuantian group to her family, could not suppress her inquiry. You wouldn't be colluding with notorious red-named professionals, would you? Upon hearing this, the doppelganger chuckled, reassuring Chuya not to overthink. After all, how could they possibly be in league with those loathsome, despised figures who everyone detests? The equipment in question was diligently earned by the two brothers through their own labor. Chuya found the doppelganger's words utterly implausible. Truth be told, she genuinely wished to terminate the transaction with these evidently eccentric twin brothers before her. However, upon observing the arched brow of Doppelganger 1 and the suddenly sharp gaze of Doppelganger 2, she resolutely swallowed her true thoughts. Despite being a practitioner with Earth-level talent, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that these twins were rather formidable. Though hesitant to reject the transaction, she still possessed the audacity to negotiate a substantial reduction in the price of this evidently dubious batch of equipment and items. The doppelganger, lacking any experience in haggling, was left speechless by her barrage of arguments. Ultimately, the doppelgangers sold their spoils at a meager price, garnering an income of 13.5 million federal coins. Is it truly so simple for you to have your earnings slashed by 2.5 million federal coins? Link exclaimed in disbelief, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. It appears that a loss of 2.5 million federal coins has been incurred, although the value of 2.5 million federal coins has been diminished. The ability to swiftly liquidate ill-gotten gains for clean currency has led your avatars, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, to conclude that this transaction is indeed a profitable venture. Primarily, their undertakings are devoid of investment, lacking any concept of cost. Upon acquiring the funds, the first course of action for your avatars was to convert this capital into tangible combat prowess. Your avatar requested an entry ticket to the Xuantian Group's online auction, and through a bidding process, spent 7.6 million federal coins to procure an exceedingly rare golden-level skill book, the Imperial Astonishing Sword. Imperial Astonishing Sword LV. 1. A golden-level warrior profession skill. This ability unleashes a powerful slash after a charge, dispelling all enhancement effects on targets within a range of 102 meters to 1,002 meters, while inflicting physical damage calculated as Strength 1 plus Constitution 0. 5. The area of effect is determined by the charge time, with a maximum charge time of 5 seconds. It consumes 1,000 stamina points and has a cooldown period of 30 minutes. Due to the absence of formidable golden skills from the mage profession, Avatar 2 was compelled to settle for a lesser option, expending 3 million federal coins to acquire a 20th level Earth quality staff. Picassol's Blink Wand, Earth grade, level 20. Requiring an equipment threshold of 200 magic power, it grants an additional 80 magic power, 80 constitution, and comes with the added skill of Blink. Within an instantaneous span, one may appear at any distance within a 200-meter radius, limited to a usage of 3 times per day, with a cooldown period of 10 seconds. Your doppelganger has once again descended into a state of destitution. However, this time, it refrains from further action, for an incident involving the Iron Blood Society's squad has transpired. In truth, less than 2 hours after the squad's disappearance, the cadre responsible for the newcomer assessment task had already sensed something amiss. After over 8 hours of continuous disconnection, the cadre of the Iron Blood Society, unable to establish contact with any squad members, promptly reported the situation to the president, Zhong Hong. Subsequently, Zhong Hong organized a comprehensive search of the training site with the members of the Iron Blood Society. Ultimately, they discovered the bodies of the entire missing squad in a grove located 12 kilometers from the outskirts of Donghua City. The scene was utterly harrowing. The 11 members of the Iron Blood Society were either disemboweled or had been decapitated. What further incensed Zhong Hong and the other members was that every piece of equipment from the corpses had been stripped away, leaving not even a single black iron grade item behind. Chapter 42. The Heiress of Xiantian Group. Undoubtedly, this is a quintessential method employed by notorious red-named professionals. The Federation stance towards such individuals is unequivocal. In the previous simulation, when the Crimson Team encountered suspected red-named professionals, the police department of Donghua City even chose to abandon the pursuit of the smuggling organization's leader, who had assaulted the families of police officers, in order to concentrate their efforts on locating the potential red-named professionals that might emerge outside Donghua City. The actions of the doppelganger this time are far more severe than those witnessed in the last simulation. In the previous encounter, the doppelganger No. 1 and the Xuanhe team merely executed 2 chickens in a show of power against the Crimson Team, sparing more lives. However, this time, the doppelganger ruthlessly annihilated an entire squad of novice professionals, leaving no survivors. The term slaughter, no survivors, and novice professional squad are all potent enough to cause an uproar within human society. The combination of these 3 concepts is even more alarming. It essentially signifies the obliteration of the Federation's future prospects. Particularly painful is the realization that each member of this professional squad was, without exception, a prodigy awakened with silver-tier talents or higher. Their tragic demise evokes profound sorrow, as these individuals were destined to become the pillars of the Federation, capable of joining the ranks of battle groups and expanding humanity's frontiers. Yet now, before they even had the chance to flourish, they have met such a senseless end. Not only were all the equipment stolen, but many individuals were left without even a complete corpse. The federal government of Donghua City is incensed. The administration of Donghua University is enraged, and even the 2 major factions stationed in Donghua City, along with countless civilian professionals, share in this fury. The Iron Blood Society is to be prohibited from organizing any further perilous activities, and the promising Celestial Genius sect will face punitive measures for their negligence and oversight, rendering them ineligible to establish a faction for the next decade. A vast array of civilian professionals, police forces, faction teams, and elite senior squads from Donghua University have commenced a thorough search of the wilderness, determined to uncover the malevolent red-named professionals hidden in the wild. Even the ordinary citizens' networks and television stations are fervently broadcasting reports of this heinous incident. The entire world seems to be bracing for a tempest, and at this moment, even if your avatar were in dire need of money, they would dare not engage in any illicit activities, opting instead to diligently grind in the wilderness and tackle dungeons. Fortunately, despite the unprecedented scale of the search teams mobilized by various forces in Donghua City and the multitude of suspects identified, they could never fathom that the true culprits would be merely 2 first-year students who had awakened their silver-tier talents, and who bore no grievances or connections to the Iron Blood Society whatsoever. The inertia of thought can indeed be terrifying. Regardless of how experienced a detective or private investigator may be, their preferred method of solving cases often relies on the process of elimination. They dismiss all impossibilities, and what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the singular truth. However, this entire premise hinges on the notion of possibility. The vendetta orchestrated by the avatars, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, against the Iron Blood Squad is utterly inconceivable. After all, as first-year students, how could they possibly slay 10 classmates with superior talents solely through their own efforts? Not to mention the presence of a second-year leader who has already undergone a job transition. Such an event is simply beyond the realm of possibility. Consequently, despite the overwhelming external pressure, neither Avatar 1 nor Avatar 2 has ever appeared on the list of suspects, allowing them to lead remarkably comfortable lives. Meanwhile, on the other side, the heiress of the Xiantian Group is in a state of utter agitation. With the news of a 10-member rookie professional team from Donghua University being murdered trending on social media, even the dimmest of minds, like Chu Ya's, should be able to connect the timing of the team's demise with the batch of exceptionally high-quality yet low-level equipment and items that were entrusted to her by the avatars. Should an investigation reveal that this batch of equipment passed through her hands, Chuya can vividly imagine the dreadful consequences she would face, despite her complete non-involvement in any illicit activities. Yet, under the relentless pressure of public opinion and societal scrutiny, even with a facade of resilience, the federal officials, eager to deflect the mounting criticism, would unjustly accuse Chu Yuan of colluding with notorious professionals and smuggling illicit goods. Not even the Xiantian group could safeguard her from such allegations. Thus, her fear of her alter ego being apprehended surpassed even her fear of capture itself. She found herself compelled to send a multitude of messages daily, seeking assurances of her double safety. As for the notion of reporting her counterpart or surrendering, she had contemplated it, yet the implications were too dire. Such actions would obliterate her life as she knew it. Even if she could extricate herself from culpability, it would hold no significance. Being embroiled in such a nefarious incident would irrevocably erode her family's trust, rendering her aspirations and over a decade of dedication utterly futile, an outcome she could not bear to contemplate. Amidst Chuya's profound anxiety and unease, the situation escalated with increasing ferocity. The Donghua city government remained incapable of identifying the perpetrator, and public discontent swelled to alarming levels. Even the federal headquarters, typically indifferent to regional matters, could no longer remain passive and issued a stern ultimatum to the Donghua city federal government, demanding a resolution to the case within a specified time frame. Until November 15th, the mayor of Donghua City, in conjunction with the chief of the Donghua City Police Department, convened an urgent press conference on the final 2 days of the deadline for solving a case. Before countless cameras, they proclaimed that through their relentless efforts, they had uncovered a criminal organization of infamous red-named professionals hidden within the wilderness. With the collaboration of various forces, all red-named professionals had been eliminated, and within their lair, the belongings of the victims from the 10/19 incident were discovered, confirming that the perpetrators of this tragedy were indeed this very group of red-named individuals. The scene erupted in thunderous applause, and major federal news outlets rejoiced in the breaking of the 10/19 case, propelling the story to the top of trending topics. The mayor of Donghua City and the chief of police were hailed as capable leaders, receiving countless blessings and recognition from the federal populace. On this day, Chuya, who had suffered from insomnia for an entire month, finally enjoyed a peaceful slumber. On this day, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 successfully cleared the 15th level dungeon, Knight's Town, with Avatar 1's level astonishingly rising 2 levels to reach 27, while Avatar 2 surged to level 23. As for their reactions, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 claimed they had long since dismissed such trivial matters, for they had little interest in the online world. Were it not for the sight of numerous police and search teams every time they stepped outside, they might not have even realized that the outside world was still fixated on this so-called trivial matter. Nevertheless, the lack of side ventures over the past month had certainly left both Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 feeling quite stifled. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of effortlessly accumulating tens of millions of federal coins, the tedious pace of earning merely hundreds of thousands through a single dungeon run has left the two rather unenthused. As for hunting in the wild, it is even more arduous and perilous. In contrast to the formidable dungeon bosses and wilderness monsters, human practitioners are considerably easier to exploit, with a much higher drop rate. As the excitement began to wane, the police presence on the streets gradually diminished, and even the search missions had been rescinded. Your avatar began to entertain certain thoughts. Primarily, the second avatar had stumbled upon an exceedingly rare golden grade skill book online, with the seller demanding an exorbitant price of 9 million federal coins, far exceeding its market value, and utterly refusing to negotiate, insisting he would rather let it languish in his possession than sell it for less. The second avatar was both incensed by the seller's avarice and anxious that this rare golden grade skill book might be snatched up by someone else, leading to a state of constant unease. As the elder brother of the second avatar, the first avatar was naturally inclined to assist his sibling in acquiring this coveted skill book. However, the pace of earning through dungeon runs and wilderness hunts was simply too sluggish. Even with their combined efforts in duo dungeon runs, the total spoils from 4 dungeon excursions and countless wilderness endeavors over the past month barely surpassed 200,000. At this rate, it would take them at least 3 more months of relentless toil to amass sufficient funds to purchase the golden grade skill book. Such a prolonged time frame harbors too many uncertainties. Despite the seller's exorbitant asking price, which was more than double the average transaction rate. However, the allure of that skill book is simply too formidable and rare. Coupled with the fact that mages constitute one of the most populous professions among practitioners, it is not unreasonable to fear that a wealthy fool might snatch away this invaluable tome. To mitigate any potential risks, they contemplated undertaking another venture to secure this golden tier skill book. Do not, upon reaching this point, Link urgently interjected before the new simulation data had even materialized. Setting aside the fact that acting so soon after the initial incident would be a slap in the face to the Federation, likely attracting even more terrifying adversaries. Did you not find it rather abrupt that the withdrawal from Donghua City was executed with such decisiveness? There are still 2 days left to resolve the case. Based on my understanding of Federation officials, these individuals would only resort to deception when left with no other choice. Exercise caution. This could very well be a trap. His avatars found merit in his words and temporarily halted their actions. Instead, they began to inquire whether the officers involved in the manhunt, as well as the civilian practitioners and combat teams, had vacated Donghua City or disbanded. The results of their inquiries led the avatars to curse humanity's treachery, confirming their suspicions of a trap. Infuriated, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 resolved to lay low for half a year. If they could acquire that wretched skill book, they would. If not, they would simply wait for the next simulation to purchase it. They could not afford to risk a precious simulation opportunity for the sake of a single skill book. On November 18th, the mayor of Donghua City, who had been bestowed with the titles of a capable minister and a formidable general, alongside the chief of the Donghua City Police Department, announced their resignations, prompting a flurry of speculation from the public. However, the official explanation merely stated that the 2 individuals could no longer fulfill their duties due to health reasons. Upon hearing this news, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 merely exchanged a cold laugh, indifferent to whether the resignation was genuine or feigned. After all, having narrowly escaped a setback, they had resolved to endure for a while longer. By the end of November, under the pressure of the head of instruction, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, who had been absent from the monthly examinations for 2 consecutive months, were compelled to participate. For them at this moment, the first-year practitioners, whose average levels barely reached 7 or 8, offered no spark of motivation. Even the strongest among the first years, Shengwan Lingwei, had only just completed a job transition, and their strength was simply on an entirely different plane. Unlike the previous simulation, where they had been impoverished and compelled to strive for bonuses, this time with a partner, they were reaping over 2 million federal coins monthly from dungeons in the wilderness. Hence, they regarded the meager reward of 100,000 federal coins from the monthly examination as insignificant. Moreover, given the current tumultuous times, attracting unnecessary attention was to be avoided. Thus, their performance in this month's examination was mediocre at best, merely scraping through with a slightly above-average result. Even so, the first-year newcomers regarded the 2 avatars with newfound respect, astonished that the duo, who had previously lacked presence, possessed such remarkable strength. Several silver-tier teams, lacking dependable allies, extended invitations to them once more, all of which were graciously declined by the avatars. In December, your doppelganger continued the monotonous rhythm of grinding dungeons and jungling. It was the first meeting between your doppelganger and Chuya, the heiress of the Xiantian group, after a 2-month hiatus following the sale of stolen goods. Chuya's mental state was evidently worse than before, and your doppelganger was unsure if this was due to their entanglement. Thus, he refrained from probing into the cause of her deteriorating condition. Chuya, on the other hand, harbored no grievances. She was a woman of understanding. What had transpired was in the past, unchangeable, and revisiting old grievances would only serve to deepen the rift between her and the doppelganger, potentially leading to enmity, a profoundly foolish endeavor. Both parties tacitly avoided mentioning the 10-19 incident, yet they were acutely aware of its implications. This understanding was one of the reasons the doppelganger's brothers chose to meet with Chuya. They needed her assistance in disposing of stolen goods in the future, and she held leverage over them. Gazing at the 2 men who sat upright before her, Chuya paused briefly before directly stating the purpose of her visit. "Help me eliminate someone," she declared, producing a check. The check bore the figure 5, followed by 6 zeros. Your doppelganger took the check and meticulously counted it, confirming it was an unendorsed check for 5 million. "This is merely a down payment. Upon completion, I will provide you with an additional 20 million, Chuya coldly added. Chapter 43. The comforting presence of clones. 25 million Federation coins. Clone 1 and Clone 2 exchanged glances, each recognizing the mutual respect for their benefactor reflected in the other's eyes. Clone 1 promptly expressed his eagerness to assist, provided there was wealth to be gained. However, he was perplexed as to why Chuya had sought their help. After all, 25 million Federation coins was no trifling sum. It could easily afford the services of a top-tier Earth-class practitioner for a single task, and he could not fathom why he and Clone 2 would be valued so highly. In response to Clone 1's bewilderment, Chuya maintained an impassive demeanor, explaining that this was the legitimate price for such a risky endeavor. In matters where discovery could lead to capital punishment, a mere 25 million coins would hardly entice even Earth-class practitioners. Even those of the Golden class, unless driven to desperation, would be reluctant to engage with her. Yet, you two are different. You dared to masquerade as notorious practitioners for a mere 13 million Federation coins. Slaughtering an entire team of practitioners right under the noses of the Donghua City Federation government and Donghua University and shamefully stripping them of their garments. This transcends mere audacity. It borders on brazen recklessness. While she was acquainted with many promising and exceptionally gifted practitioners, each of whom cherished their reputation and feared entanglement in troublesome affairs, they were all astute enough to flee at the first sign of jeopardy. Yet, individuals like Clone 1 and Clone 2, driven by desperation, were a rarity she had never encountered in her lifetime. Number 1 automatically transformed Chuya's sarcasm into praise for their courage, subsequently remarking on her discernment and appreciating the brothers' unique qualities. Unlike a certain individual who constantly nitpicks his faults, Link, you truly have a remarkable inability to discern compliments from criticism. In the presence of the affluent patron, the more reticent number 2, lacking the eloquence of number 1, bashfully asserted that there was no need for such flattery. They were merely too honest, devoid of the cunning often associated with wealth acquisition. Thus, they were relegated to performing laborious tasks that required little skill. However, their professional ethics were beyond reproach. As long as payment was rendered, they would not hesitate to undertake even the most formidable tasks, be it a single assassination or the annihilation of an entire city. Number 2's words further reshaped Chuya's understanding of the two brothers. She scrutinized the indifferent number 1 and the guileless number 2, peculiarly sensing a sliver of safety emanating from them. Forgive Chuya, in the current societal milieu, there exists an abundance of unreliable assassins. These individuals boast grandiose tales during online exchanges. Yet when the moment to act arises, they often falter, either disappearing after securing payment or becoming victims of their own targets, dragging their employers into legal entanglements. Consequently, the profession of assassination has devolved into a mere myth, a source of amusement that exists only in legend. Yet, the individuals designated as number 1 and number 2 stand apart, for they are truly lawless marauders. The mere fact that their KDA reaches 11 is enough to render any adversary in their presence as nothing more than a timid lamb, devoid of any concern regarding their reliability. Thus, Chuya decisively transferred a deposit of 500,000 to both number 1 and number 2, providing them with comprehensive details concerning the target of the assassination. The target, known as Chu Lian, is a 19-year-old female possessing the celestial level talent of solar favor, and currently serves as a priestess. Her professional level has attained 20, and she has even completed the initial phase of her second advancement quest, poised to transform into a genuine silver-tier professional. Presently, she is a second-year student at Nankai University, where she has also established a student organization named Chu Men. In addition to the core team she leads, composed of a mix of golden and earth-tier professionals, there exist 7 auxiliary professional teams, including 2 silver-tier squads and 5 bronze-tier squads. However, the majority of these consist of first-year novices, with levels hovering around 10, posing little threat. Furthermore, according to the critical intelligence possessed by Chuya, Chu Lian is currently preparing for the second phase of her vocational advancement quest. It is widely acknowledged that the advancement quests for bronze, silver, and gold levels share the same structure. The first phase involves material collection, while the second phase entails the slaying of a formidable boss. Unlike the ordinary individuals lacking capability, who can only prey upon the weaker dungeon bosses to navigate their advancement tasks, individuals like Chu Lian, who possess both a distinguished lineage and remarkable talents, are seldom content with merely fulfilling the minimum requirements of their class transition tasks. In her pursuit to exceed the expectations set for the second phase of her transition, thereby accruing greater experience rewards to bridge the gap with her equally gifted peers, Chu Lian is willing to expend significant resources to acquire the coordinates of a wild area housing a level 20 named boss from the battle group. Once adequately prepared, she intends to lead the core team of the Chu clan into the wilderness to confront this formidable named boss. The primary tasks assigned to the first and second avatars are to exploit the chaos of her battle against the boss to eliminate her. At this juncture, Chuya scrutinizes the shifting expressions of the two brothers, her avatars. Although Chu Lian has yet to complete her secondary transition and is not yet a genuine silver-level practitioner, her level stands firmly at 20, augmented by her extraordinary sky-level talents and a cadre of powerful allies for protection, even if they find themselves preoccupied with the boss, rendering them more vulnerable than at any other time. They are far from being easily bested by ordinary foes. The first and second avatars bear the likeness of Link, appearing as nothing more than two ordinary young men, and Chuya remains uncertain whether they possess the capability to fulfill this task. However, she found herself utterly helpless. Chu Ling was the illegitimate child of that wretched woman, yet paradoxically, as a bastard, she possessed greater talent and aptitude than her own. Coupled with the strained relationship between her parents, her father was increasingly inclined to favor the illegitimate over the legitimate. The only reason she still held the title of the heiress of the Xiantian group was due to the efforts of the conservative faction within the company desperately clinging to tradition. However, if Chu Lian were to successfully vanquish the renowned boss and utilize its remains to fulfill her second job transfer quest, everything would change. At that moment, not only would Chu Lian become the first student in her sophomore year at Nankai University to complete the second job transfer, but she would also, through an extraordinary completion of the second phase of her quest, elevate her level to above 22, firmly establishing her position as the top student of her class. Once Chu Lian solidified her status as the foremost student in her year, her prestige within the Xiantian group would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Her despicable father, who had long desired to favor the illegitimate, would surely seize this opportunity to push for a change in the heir of the group. Under such overwhelming disparity in strength, the conservative elders who had supported her would find themselves unable to maintain her claim to the title of heir. The likelihood of her being ousted and losing everything she currently possessed would be immense. She could not accept such a terrifying outcome. Thus, even if it meant exhausting her family's wealth, she was determined to thwart Chu Lian's completion of the second job transfer, even if it meant resorting to desperate measures. Chapter 44, Golden Level Skill, Super Magic Guide. Not a problem, Number 1 replied calmly to Chuya, who was lost in thought. It seemed that a level 20 professional with sky-level talent appeared no different to him than the novice professionals they had slain. Just confirm their movements and inform us of the location. Prepare the payment, and we will handle the rest. Are you so confident? Chuya reminded him. As she possessed sky-level talent and was accompanied by a mixed team of golden and earth-level professionals, even genuine silver-level professionals would find it challenging to pose a threat to her. I understand, but she is merely a priest, is she not? Number 1 smiled. If she were a combat professional with sky-level talent, I might regard her with caution, but as a priest, well, that's another matter. The powerful confidence of the priest, Link, inspired Chuya. An agreement was thus reached, and the clone departed from Chuya's residence, joyfully clutching her 5 million check. After all, he was just a young man under 20, lacking social experience, and thus more susceptible to trust. Had it been a mature woman with extensive experience, there would certainly have been a considerable exchange of words. Fortunately, they were reliable assassins with a genuine sense of professional integrity. Both Number 1 and Number 2 clones had resolved to assist Chuya flawlessly in completing this task. Primarily, Chuya unveiled a new business opportunity, aiming to leverage this chance to enhance her reputation within the assassin realm, thereby establishing an additional lucrative channel. Although temporary engagements as notorious professionals yield swift financial rewards, the resultant societal repercussions are exceedingly detrimental. Frequent offenses could easily incite the ire of the federal government. Should the federal authorities become sufficiently provoked, they would undoubtedly resolve to unearth the perpetrator at any cost, utilizing their vast array of peculiar tools and resources, which would almost guarantee the identification of the two brothers. In contrast, the animosity drawn by assassins is considerably more contained, as these petty personal vendettas do not pique the interest of either the federal government or combat factions. The safety associated with this path is relatively high, and the returns are not significantly less than those garnered from marauding professional squads. Number 1 even expressed some regret for not having discovered this profitable avenue sooner. However, it is fortunate that transitioning careers at this point is not too late. As for the likelihood of success, the doppelganger indicated that without the 5 million, they might indeed find the situation rather challenging. The disparity between celestial-level talents and silver-level talents cannot be succinctly articulated, even with a single-class transition and a substantial level suppression of 7 levels. Number 1 harbored considerable uncertainty. Yet, with the infusion of 5 million, the circumstances would transform dramatically. In the past 2 months, the clone has amassed over 4 million Federation coins through dungeon runs and monster farming. With an additional 5 million, they would have sufficient funds to procure the coveted Golden Level Mage skill book, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the second clone in this simulation. At that point, if the 2 silver tier practitioners, each possessing advanced mastery of golden level skills, could not overpower a team of bronze tier practitioners who had been battered by a named boss, they would have lost all face and would rather take their own lives in shame. 2 days later, the second clone finally received the long-awaited golden level skill book, Super Mage. Super Mage LV 1. A golden level skill for mages, it instantaneously eliminates the cooldown of all spells below golden level, excluding golden level spells, consuming 1000 mana points. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Each level increase reduces the cooldown time and mana consumption by 5. At level 10, this results in a 50 reduction in both cooldown time and mana expenditure. The second clone possesses the spell specialization talent, allowing the Super Mage skill to be enhanced to level 11, which means a remarkable 55 reduction in cooldown and mana costs. Furthermore, the secondary effect of the spell specialization talent continues to diminish the cooldown time and mana consumption of skills above level 10 by an additional 30. When combined, this results in an astonishing 85 reduction in both cooldown time and mana expenditure. A skill requiring a formidable 1000 points of mana and a cooldown of 600 seconds has been drastically reduced to a mere 90 seconds and 150 points of mana for activation. The second clone asserts that this skill is tailor-made for those with the spell mastery talent. No wonder the seller remains steadfast and refuses to lower the price. For practitioners endowed with the spell mastery talent, this skill is not merely of golden rank. It pales in comparison even to earth-grade skills. Fortunately, the spell mastery talent is only of silver rank, while those who possess it may be considered elite members of society. Amassing 9 million is no trivial feat for law-abiding individuals. Moreover, the exorbitant price of 9 million is a blatant overvaluation, treating potential buyers as mere gullible fools, which has allowed the clone to retain this opportunity thus far. Although achieving the synergistic effects of super sorcery and spell mastery necessitates elevating the proficiency of super sorcery skills to level 10 or above, such a feat is unattainable prior to executing assassination tasks. Nevertheless, even so, a singular opportunity for a total skill cooldown refresh would significantly enhance the firepower of the second clone, boosting its overall strength by at least 30 or more. Chapter 45, Scouts and Expedition. On the third day after the avatars mastered the art of super magic manipulation, the monotonous routine of idly wandering the outskirts of the wilderness, bullying the wild creatures, was finally interrupted by a message from Chuya indicating the commencement of their mission. The designated location lay a full 150 kilometers away, deep within the untamed wilderness. At least 50 kilometers of this journey traversed perilous territory that had never been explored by any adventuring faction. In such profound wilderness, the lowest level creatures exceeded level 15, and due to the untouched nature of the area, it was rife with elite monsters, wilderness bosses, and even formidable overlords. Even with the Avatar's current prowess, venturing into such depths of the wild posed a significant challenge. Yet, there was no alternative. Just as the depths of the wilderness represented a forbidden zone for humanity, the safe havens for humans were equally off-limits to the wilderness creatures. Without delving into such wild terrain, locating a suitably qualified named boss would prove arduous. Fortunately, the Avatars need not concern themselves with the task of clearing a path. The target, Julian, had specifically hired a team of civil adventurers, all of whom were silver-tier professionals, to serve as their escort. This team would safeguard Julian on her journey to the designated location while eliminating any perilous wilderness creatures along the route. Thus, Avatars 1 and 2 merely had to follow in their wake, effortlessly accompanying them into the wilderness. Before their departure, Avatars 1 and 2 meticulously inspected their backpacks, ensuring that the pollutants prepared for Julian were intact and complete, and then promptly set off toward the crucial passageway leading to Julian's destination. Soon, lurking amidst the wilderness reeds, Clones 1 and 2 beheld a formidable squadron, comprising over 30 individuals, advancing with great fervor. Leading the charge were 2 scouts, remarkably swift in their movements. Scouts are typically categorized into 2 distinct types, those adept in reconnaissance and the assassin-class scouts, who excel in combat. The former, possessing negligible combat prowess, are generally only allocated within large-scale teams, such as those of a battle group, which have the requisite resources. In contrast, most scout roles within smaller teams lean towards the assassin archetype. However, given that Chu Lian is the possessor of a sky-level talent, the second daughter of the Xiantian group, the founder of the Chu Min Student Society, and the top talent of her second-year class at Nankai University, her assembled team of practitioners cannot be assessed by the standards of an ordinary squad. Remarkably, both scouts she dispatched are rare reconnaissance specialists. This conclusion is drawn from their astonishing speed, indicative of a scout devoid of combat capabilities, who can therefore allocate their agility attributes to such an extent. Most scouts, conversely, must distribute a significant portion of their attributes to strength to maintain their offensive capabilities. To avoid detection by the scouts, clones 1 and 2 swiftly submerged themselves in the water, relying on their extraordinary physical attributes to hold their breath for over 20 minutes before daring to resurface. Glancing at the now elusive expedition team, they hesitated to pursue further, wary of the scouts' presence. Should they be discovered, a fierce confrontation would undoubtedly ensue. The newly recruited soldiers under Chu Lian are manageable, even in direct combat. Both number 1 and number 2 exhibit no fear. However, the silver-tier mercenaries employed by Chu Lian are not to be underestimated. During the initial simulation, they had encountered a mercenary squad's avatar, and they are well aware of the tenacity of these seemingly inconsequential teams. Although their equipment may not rival that of the elite members of combat units or armies, and their awakened talents may be of little practical use compared to their peers, they possess one undeniable advantage: their extensive survival experience in the wilderness. They adeptly leverage the environment to overcome stronger foes, proving to be far more formidable than the rule-abiding student practitioners. It is not merely that the two of them lack the strength to confront an entire silver-tier mercenary squad, even if they did. Number 1 is reluctant to engage in a direct conflict with the mercenaries due to the significant risks involved, which surpass the service limits of 25 million federal coins. Consequently, they can only estimate the speed of Chu Lian's team to infer their location, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 kilometer to follow them. Number 2 expresses dissatisfaction with this arrangement, strongly advocating for the provision of a scout in the future. Meanwhile, in reality, Link lights a cigarette and takes a deep drag. As he exhales a dense cloud of smoke, his mind momentarily empties. Provide you with a scout? Do you truly aspire to elevate the profession of assassination? Indeed. Whether one is a warrior or a mage, both are formidable classes adept at direct combat, starkly contrasting with the assassin, a profession shrouded in darkness that demands exceptional tracking and stealth abilities. Why then, do you choose to pursue the path of an assassin? Would it not be more prudent to engage in endeavors that align with your strengths, to seize wealth as a noble warrior, to join the fray, and to become a glorious and respected hero in the battle? After meandering for 3 hours, ignored are we? Link's irritation surged. Suddenly, your avatars, number 1 and number 2, were met with the thunderous sounds of intense magical bombardment and the enraged roars of some terrifying creature emanating from the direction of the target location. Even from a distance of several kilometers, the magnitude of the commotion was unmistakably clear. In an instant, it became evident that the squad led by Chu Lian had engaged the named boss, prompting them to accelerate towards the source of the cacophony. The journey, however, was fraught with challenges, as numerous wilderness creatures were also drawn to the sounds of battle, converging upon the conflict site. These encroaching monsters, upon spotting your avatars, would immediately launch an unwarranted attack, complicating your avatar's progress. Fortunately, fortune favored your avatars, as they did not encounter any formidable high-level monsters or insurmountable wilderness bosses. After several minutes of frenzied sprinting, they finally reached the outskirts of the battlefield where the squad and the named boss clashed, emerging unscathed. Before me lies a lakeshore, enveloped by a dense forest. The targets, numbered 1 and 2, are none other than the second daughter of the Xiantian group, Chu Lian, a bearer of celestial talent blessed by the sun. She radiates a sacred, dazzling golden light, her expression stoic as she directs a dozen professional fighters under her command to assault a colossal tortoise. Surrounding them, a team of hired mercenaries has erected a formidable barrier akin to a dam, steadfastly repelling the wilderness creatures drawn by the cacophony of battle. To progress to the second stage of their class transition quest, it is imperative for the transitioning individuals to actively contribute to the defeat of the boss, rather than merely basking in the glory of their teammates' achievements. should the transitioning individual fail to play a pivotal role in the confrontation. Even if their team ultimately vanquishes the boss, the professional system will not recognize any connection between the transitioning individual and the defeated foe. Not only will it disregard the completion of the transition quest, but on occasion, it may even withhold experience points from the transitioning individual. Thus, to ensure the success of the transition quest, it is essential for the transitioning individuals to engage directly in the battle, demonstrating their indispensable prowess. This necessity elucidates why Chu Lian leads her team in confronting the named boss, while the more formidable mercenary silver tier team is tasked with intercepting the wilderness creatures lured by the tumult. One can only commend the audacity of a genius endowed with a celestial-level talent, the heiress of the Xuanian group, who dares to lead a group of novices, uninitiated into their second job transfer, against a level 20 named boss, a reckless gamble indeed. However, both Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 empathize with Chu Lian's predicament. After all, from Chu Ya's account, Chu Lian is merely the illegitimate daughter of Chu Tianxiong, the chairman of the Xuanian group. Despite being favored and cherished due to her awakened celestial-level talent, she remains, at her core, an illegitimate child. In the eyes of the Federation, she is deemed unworthy of enjoying any privileges at the table. Chu Tianxiong's decision to bring her into the Xuanian group and acknowledge her as his daughter has already sparked considerable dissent within the organization. Until Chu Lian truly eclipses Chu Ya, even the chairman's influence is insufficient to provide her with substantial aid. Merely securing a coordinate for the named boss and hiring a formidable silver-tier mercenary team to assist her in completing her job transfer mission is already a considerable effort. For a child of a common family, even selling possessions or donating blood and organs would scarcely suffice to enlist such a cadre of silver-tier professionals to their cause. Fortunately, Chu Lian has not failed to meet Chu Tianxiong's earnest expectations. Her celestial-level talent, blessed by the sun, allows her to transform all light-based healing and enhancement skills into a collective effect, as long as she bathes in sunlight. The healing abilities of an ordinary priest are burdened with an extensive cooldown period, providing single-target restoration that may secure the front lines but neglects the rear. In stark contrast, a priest endowed with the gift of the sun wields healing magic that radiates warmth and revitalizes all life. As long as she stands upon the battlefield, she becomes akin to a mobile, superlative fountain of vitality, capable of nourishing an entire battalion with her singular touch. In the present scenario, over 30 professionals are divided into two factions, simultaneously confronting the named boss and the wild beasts, a situation that should be precarious and fraught with danger. Yet, through the extraordinary effects of the gift of the sun, the defensive lines of both battlegrounds have been remarkably stabilized by this one priest. A single healing spell rejuvenates all 30-plus professionals at once, as if they were immersed in a rejuvenating spring akin to the famed Game of Kings. No matter how ferocious the assaults from the wild beasts and the named boss may be, they become futile unless they can eliminate the professionals in a heartbeat. It is no wonder that they have chosen a turtle boss as their target. It is well known that turtle-type creatures boast formidable defenses and substantial health, yet lack in offensive capabilities. Under the overwhelming healing prowess of Chu Lian, the turtle boss, deprived of lethal strikes, can merely succumb to impotent rage. If this continues, Chu Lian's endeavor will transcend merely vanquishing the named boss. She might even achieve it without any casualties. One cannot help but feel envious of such an exceptional priest. When compared to her, one feels as if they hail from opposite poles of the earth, utterly lacking in prowess. Alas, such a remarkable priest faces the tragic fate of a premature demise. The avatars, designated as Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, cautiously assess the contaminated potions within their bags, refraining from any impulsive actions. Instead, they awaited the moment when the named boss would enter its final phase, striving to exhaust both the mana and hidden cards of Chu Lian through the relentless engagement with the wilderness monsters. As a fellow priest, Lin Ke, who had thus far cast only a handful of blessings, found himself at a loss for words and could only urge the avatars to continue their simulation with haste. 2 hours elapsed, and both sides remained embroiled in a fierce confrontation, showing no signs of yielding. 4 hours passed, and the intensity of the battle persisted unabated. 6 hours, 8 hours, and then 9 hours. From the bright ascent of the sun to the serene appearance of the moon, a small sun even emerged above Chu Lian's faction, bolstering her innate abilities. The stalemate continued, with neither side able to claim victory. The turtle boss, fortified with high defenses and substantial health, proved to be a resilient adversary. Attacks from Chu Lian and her fellow practitioners felt akin to mere tickles, failing to inflict significant damage. Conversely, the turtle boss, lacking offensive maneuvers, was equally unable to break the deadlock. Even upon entering its second phase, the turtle boss could not dispatch the relatively sturdy frontline practitioners. Especially with Chu Lian's omnipresent healing, practitioners, even when reduced to their last breath, could swiftly rally back to life and rejoin the fray. It was truly a match of equals, where both sides exhibited remarkable prowess, yet after a full day of mutual contention, the battle remained unresolved. Nevertheless, the scales of victory began to tilt in favor of Chu Lian and her dedicated practitioners. Despite its sluggishness, the health points of the tortoise boss were undeniably dwindling, while Chu Lian's mana seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of fatigue even at this juncture. Observing the ongoing stalemate, with no resolution in sight even by dawn, the Doppelganger brethren resolved to bring this farce to an end at 3:45 a.m. on December 27th, having engaged in a fierce battle with the named boss, Minister Jiang. For nearly 15 hours, Chu Lian suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of peril rise within her. Yet, before she could discern the source of this trepidation, a colossal golden sword phantom, measuring over 100 meters in length, surged forth from behind the practitioners facing the boss with alarming suddenness. The frontline practitioners, who had just endured an attack from Minister Jiang and whose health had plummeted to less than a third, were caught utterly unawares, meeting their demise in an instant. Following this, the night sky, illuminated by the full moon, was rent asunder by a torrent of lightning, transforming the darkness into daylight. Amidst the resounding thunder, numerous bolts of lightning, resembling serpents in their ferocity, plummeted from the heavens, striking down upon the members of Chu's team who were besieging Minister Jiang. All these events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Chu Lian no opportunity to react. Whether it was the sweeping giant sword phantom or the deluge of descending lightning, both the sound and the sheer force were astonishingly terrifying. The frontline practitioners, valiantly fighting at the forefront, were overwhelmed beneath the onslaught of the colossal sword. It was as if tofu had been effortlessly reduced to fragments. The thunder that descended from the heavens bore immense power. Every rear-line combatant struck by it, even those with full vitality, met an instantaneous demise. In a mere 0.1 seconds, the promising situation transformed into a mere memory, evaporating almost instantaneously with the descent of the colossal sword and the thunder. Chu Lian, who had poured her heart and soul into South China University, had painstakingly assembled this team of adventurers over the course of a year and 5 months, envisioning them as her future trusted allies. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were annihilated. Indeed, it was a total obliteration. The disparity in levels and attributes was simply too vast, compounded by the fact that the team members, fully focused on confronting the River Turtle Chancellor, had been caught completely off guard. Everything concluded in an instant. Despite possessing golden and even Earth-grade talents, there was no opportunity for them to showcase their potential. The architect of this calamity was none other than your avatars, Avatar number 1 and Avatar number 2. There was no need to specifically mention your avatars. It was Chuya who employed them, while the execution was carried out by number 1 and number 2, which has nothing to do with me. I am but a law-abiding citizen. Link quickly delineated the boundaries between himself and the avatars. Merely by observing the simulated information, Link could envision just how devastated Chu Lian was in the simulation at that moment. This was no trivial matter of having over a year's worth of effort vanish in an instant. It was the sudden slaughter of comrades with whom one had shared daily hardships, right before one's very eyes. For those who were psychologically fragile, one could easily believe that she would transform into an insatiable specter, emerging to exact vengeance upon Link. The information that surfaced during the simulation tightened Link's sense of dread. At the moment he was on the brink of reaching the zenith of his existence, he was suddenly stripped of everything. For a being of humanity, such a fate is a torment more harrowing than death itself. In this moment, all of Chu Lian's previous rationality, composure, elegance, and even her capacity for tolerance vanished without a trace. She understood all too well that she had failed, and her life had reached a definitive end. Regardless of the reasons or justifications, from this moment forth, hope was a concept utterly foreign to her. In her quest to fulfill her class transition mission, the entire core team, over a dozen prodigies awakened with golden and earthly talents, met a senseless demise, all at her own hands before they had even begun to flourish. Even if she were to escape back to Nankai University, the institution and the families of those prodigies would undoubtedly seek retribution. her future would be shrouded in darkness. And the conservative factions within the Xintian group would spare no effort to undermine her. Her father would also be implicated, leading to a complete erosion of his already tenuous influence within the Xintian group, which would be entirely usurped by that woman. With a frenzied gaze, she beheld two young men before her, nearly identical in appearance. One donned warrior armor and wielded a colossal sword, while the other was clad in a mage's robe and held a wizard's staff. In a moment of unanticipated fury, Chu Lian, who had witnessed the destruction wrought by these two individuals upon her very essence, erupted in a hysterical tirade, unleashing her pent-up anger and resentment. The sacred vestments of her priestly guise lost all semblance of sanctity, transforming her into what appeared to be a demon fallen from grace. Indeed, she could not bear the brutal blow. Her mind had succumbed to madness. Meanwhile, the members of the civilian adventurer squad, who had relied on Chu Lian for their restoration, began to suffer casualties at that very instant. As they anxiously turned to inquire why she was not tending to their wounds, they were met with the shocking sight of her in a frenzied state. The avatars, designated as Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, remained unfazed. They calmly evaded the indiscriminate assaults of the River Turtle Chancellor while dousing the deranged Chu Lian with the prepared contamination agents from their packs. Subsequently, they made their escape. With its intended target lost, the River Turtle Chancellor instinctively redirected its attention toward Chu Lian. As a wilderness boss, it was inherently adversarial to all humans and paid no heed to her lamentations. Its singular purpose was to annihilate every human it encountered, and nothing more. Now fixated upon by the River Turtle Chancellor, Chu Lian finally regained a modicum of her senses amidst the encroaching dread, desperately attempting to cast a restoration spell to stabilize the situation. Alas, it was too late. The priestly vocation was synonymous with fragility, especially without the protection of her comrades, compounded by the contamination agents that had been hurled upon her. Before the elixir could completely evaporate, her formidable healing abilities would be rendered ineffective under the influence of the tainted potion. She was doomed. Clones 1 and 2 reached this conclusion, however. In a bid to exercise caution, they chose not to distance themselves, but instead remained vigilant, observing Chu Lian and the remaining civilian practitioners as they were engulfed by the tide of wilderness monsters. The cacophony of battle, a symphony of clashing sounds, the roars of the wilderness beasts, and the anguished cries of the civilian practitioners in their final moments, mingled into a singular, chaotic chorus. As the diminutive figures of the practitioners were ultimately swallowed by the colossal wilderness monsters, the vibrant lake, which had been bustling for nearly an entire day, began to reclaim its rightful tranquility. At this juncture, your clones initiated their withdrawal, with Chu Lian and the entire assault team annihilated. The wilderness monsters had begun to shift their ire towards the two of them. Fleeing became imperative. Should they fall into the monsters' encirclement, they would undoubtedly meet the same grim fate as the assault team. The clones commenced their escape. Fortunately, Clone 1, having undergone multiple simulations, and Clone 2, fully equipped to the teeth, possessed considerable strength, enabling them to dispatch even the most common of monsters, regardless of their level, within mere moments. Thus, their escape proceeded with commendable speed, and it appeared they were on the verge of executing their plan flawlessly. Indeed, barring any unforeseen incidents. Just as Clones 1 and 2 were poised to break free from the perilous wilderness, a familiar figure clad in red appeared, blocking their path. He wielded a colossal sword, effortlessly unleashing several streams of golden sword light that extended over 10 zhong, instantly cleaving the wilderness monsters pursuing their doppelgangers into oblivion. The once triumphant and bloodthirsty named boss, the River Turtle Chancellor Jiang Shilang, upon glimpsing this figure, immediately defied the innate animosity that monsters bore towards humans, hastily retreating towards the lake on his stout limbs. The other wilderness creatures exhibited a similar response. In the blink of an eye, the once relentless tide of pursuing monsters had vanished without a trace. However, the mood of your doppelganger number 1 was devoid of any elation, for he had recognized the identity of the figure before him. Greetings. The red-clad swordsman sheathed his great sword, smiling as he introduced himself. You may call me Raphael. Curse it. Number 2, run, cried number 1 doppelganger in alarm. No. 2 doppelganger was somewhat bewildered, yet number 1 could not afford to linger on explanations. It was far better for one to escape than for both to meet their end here, and so he abandoned number 2 and fled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, number 2 shouted obscenities at number 1 for his lack of loyalty. Though still unsure why they needed to flee, he sensed the seriousness of the matter. This was the first time he had witnessed Number One so utterly discomposed. An instinctive sense of danger propelled him to follow Number One without a moment's thought. Infuriating no. One, who yelled, "You fool! Why are you running with me?" Split up. As Number One and Number Two began to flee in opposite directions. The tension in the air was palpable. The self-proclaimed red-clad swordsman, Raffle, exhibited an unmistakable expression of keen interest. Awakened from the prolonged clamor of battle, he found himself gazing upon two enigmatic figures, their destinies obscured from his view. Despite their apparent unfamiliarity, it was evident that these beings regarded him with a mixture of familiarity and trepidation, further solidifying Raffle's conviction of their extraordinary nature. He perceived these two manifestations as divine revelations bestowed upon him for the salvation of this world. Raffle commenced his pursuit. Upon catching up to the first manifestation, Number One, the latter, realizing escape was futile, let out a fierce roar, pivoting to launch a counteroffensive against Raffle in a desperate attempt to buy time for Number Two's escape. Yet, all efforts proved in vain. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. With a mere flick of his wrist, Raffle severed Number One's legs, rendering him incapacitated in an instant. Turning to glance at the scene, Number Two, witnessing this grim fate, hastened his flight. Alas, the shortcomings of a mage's shorter legs became painfully evident at that moment. With a single bound, Raffle effortlessly traversed the distance of over 100 meters, landing before Number Two, and with one decisive punch, shattered the protective shield surrounding him. In a desperate bid, Number Two hastily activated his teleportation staff. However, this proved futile, as Raffle seemed to possess an innate tracking ability, effortlessly discerning the direction of Number Two's escape with a mere pause before lunging after him once more. Number Two launched a desperate counterattack, but it was to no avail. He was ultimately captured. Raphael cast the first and second entities together, and then, much like in the previous simulation, recounted to them the tumultuous rivalry between himself and the guild leader, Rofa. He spoke of the impending apocalypse that loomed over their world. The first entity had already heard these words during the last simulation, yet for the second, it was a revelation steeped in intrigue. As Raphael delved deeper into his narrative, the second entity, aware that once the tale concluded, Raphael would proclaim himself the deity destined to save this world, began to inquire about the nature of this so-called apocalypse. Raphael informed the first entity that it was the gods, beings that once originated from the blue planet and, for reasons unknown, departed billions of years ago to traverse the cosmos, who were soon to return from the universe. The powers awakened within the practitioners were the embodiment of the will that emerged on the blue planet after the gods' departure, a force known as Alea, bestowed to combat the divine.